Oh, hello my friends. Welcome back to the channel. Hope you are enjoying the videos. If so, please like the videos and subscribe the channel. I see that only 30% of you guys has actually subscribed the channel, and even less of you like the videos. Now, with that out of the way, let's continue the story. Sometimes, I wish Hecate was her. But I know that she isn't. When Hecate looks at me, I see respect, admiration, and a bit of affection. The reason for her expression was due to the fact that she was the current saintess of the Order of the Tidebringer. She knew of the stories about me and my brother, and had stated that she traveled to the Shire continent just to see the two of us. Hecate also handed 2 separate letters to me and my brother. They were letters Ramona had left for us before she left the Magdar Kingdom. These letters were enchanted letters, and they had been passed down from one saintess to the next in hopes that one of them would take the journey from the Magdar Kingdom to personally deliver this letter to us. I still hadn't read my letter, because I believed that I'd be crying again if I read my best friend's letter to me. Unlike my cowardly self, my brother had already read the letter that Ramona had given him. When he asked me if I wanted to read it too, I declined his offer. I simply felt like my heart was not ready yet. He respected my choice and said that if I ever wanted to read it, I could ask him at a later time. Although my brother tried to hide it, there was a hint of sadness in his voice. I didn't know if my brother loved Ramona or not. Perhaps I am still too young to understand such things. I still didn't know what it meant to fall in love. But I truly wish that, when that time comes, I would be able to face it the same way my best friend faced it, loving unconditionally despite knowing that she and my brother would be separated by time and space. "What's wrong?" Hecate asked as she cupped my face. "You suddenly look sad." "I'm just remembering someone dear to me," I replied as I looked into Hecate's hazel eyes, which seemed to change colors as the sun reflected off their surface. Hecate's gaze softened before pulling me close to her chest. She then lightly patted my head and hummed. The melody she hummed was very familiar. It was the same melody that my first best friend would hum when we were together like this. Sometimes, I wish that Ramona was indeed Hecate. It was hard to not feel suspicious, and there were times that I entertained thoughts of Hecate being Ramona. But if she really was my best friend and had somehow found a way to meet us after hundreds of years, then why didn't she reveal her identity? If she was really Ramona, I'm sure that my brother and I would be extremely happy to be reunited with her. Still, after a week had passed, she didn't show any signs that she was the person I was hoping to see. "Don't worry," Hecate whispered as he continued to hug me. "One day, your wish will come true." "My wish is impossible to come true," I replied. "It's not impossible." Hecate pulled back and smiled mischievously. "After all, she loves you and your brother very much." Feeling my heart beat wildly inside my chest, I dared to ask the question, which I had been wishing to ask. "Is she alive?" I asked. Hecate then placed her hand on my chest, where my heart was beating. "She is alive in your heart," Hecate replied, "and the power of magic comes from the heart." Her words were like a prophecy to me, and yet, I didn't know if I dared to believe her or not. But her gentle gaze and mischievous smile, which reminded me of my friend long ago, made me wonder if it was really possible. "Please stop teasing me or I'll hate you," I pouted. Hecate giggled and simply held my hand. She looked at me as if daring me to hate her, which I was unable to do. At that moment, my brother arrived with Luna and Lillian. He was carrying 2 baskets, which I believed were filled with sandwiches and other food that we would be eating for our picnic. "Sorry for making you girls wait," Ethan said. "Shall we go?" Hecate and I nodded, following behind my brother and his lovers as we left Dud Manor. Just like always, I gave my new best friend a sidelong glance and saw her looking at my brother's back with a sad smile on her face. It was as if she wanted to touch him or hug him from behind. But Hecate never did anything like that. She simply looked at my brother's back, keeping her distance. Sometimes, I think that she was waiting for something or someone before finally showing her true colors. Suddenly, the image of a certain mermaid princess appeared inside my head, making my eyes widen in shock. What if no, this is impossible? Perhaps Hecate felt my gaze because she turned to look at me with a smile. She then gave me a playful wink, which made me wonder just who she really was and what her purpose was for coming into the academy to see me and my brother, who were seeing someone else whenever we looked into her beautiful hazel eyes. When Ethan was a first year, there were some classes he didn't take because he wanted to focus on his combat training, beast knowledge, and spell casting. However, now that he was a second year, he no longer took those 3 and decided to select other subjects. The classes he chose this time were herbology, astronomy, potions, and alchemy. These 4 subjects were typically part of the core courses for students from Dud Manor. Since the majority of them couldn't use magic properly, they were recommended to focus on something that would allow them to defend themselves whenever it was needed. The art of potion crafting was something that Duds really liked doing more than most wizards and witches in the academy. The reason why some wizards and witches didn't like the potions class as much was due to one simple reason. Potion crafting was expensive, while spells were free. What potions could do, spells could do better. At least that was their mentality. So, since the majority of wizards could just use spells, they were not really that interested in potion crafting unless they were healing potions, rejuvenation potions, and elixirs. But for the magically crippled members of Dud Manor, creating explosive potions, invisibility potions, stamina potions, and potions for running, jumping, and even breathing underwater was something they needed very much. So, right now, Ethan busied himself with crafting his first ever potion, which was none other than a stamina potion. Pour half a cup of elven spring water before adding a pinch of fairy dust, and carefully stir your cauldrons for at least 15 seconds, Professor Lilac Thornton instructed as she stirred the cauldron in front of her. After that, squeeze half a moonlit lemon and mix it well. All the students followed her directions and added the ingredients in their proper order. Add a pinch of sea salt crystals, golden turmeric, and finish it off with 2 drops of horntail blood, Professor Lilac added. But if you want your stamina potion to last for an hour longer, you can add up to 2 more drops of horntail blood to extend its effects. But as you already know, horntail blood is expensive, so unless you really need that extra hour, don't bother adding more than necessary. As the students carefully dropped the horntail blood in their cauldrons, a puff of red smoke rose from it, signifying that the ingredients were properly mixed together. Ethan sighed in relief because he successfully made his potion without a problem. Although potion crafting was a complicated subject, and the crafter would have to memorize many ingredients and recipes, he had to admit that it was a very fun and rewarding experience. Due to Mimir's legacy, his memory was good, and his concentration while crafting was above average. This made him one of Professor Lilac's favorite pupils. Ethan only needed to hear the recipe's ingredients and see the procedure for crafting at once, and he would be able to craft the potion by himself without fail. Congratulations to everyone who successfully created their stamina potion. Professor Liliac nodded her head with satisfaction. Especially Mr. Gremory and Ms. Rhodes. Both of your potions are of the highest quality. Excellent work. Ethan and Sabrina exchanged smiles with each other as the class gave them a warm applause. Even in potion crafting, the quality of the potion could vary depending on how proficient the crafter was. You may keep the potions you have crafted as a souvenir for this class, Professor Lilac stated. Remember, use it wisely. I'll see you again on Friday. Thank you, Professor. After the class bade their professor goodbye, Ethan and Sabrina walked side by side in the hallway as they headed to their next class together. Both of them were second years, and since Sabrina was from the Terra Manor, potion making and herbology were both key courses for her. Since Ethan was taking the same courses, the two of them had become classmates in these 2 subjects. I wonder what our lesson for today is. Ethan glanced at the young lady beside him. Do you know, Sabrina, since this is only our third class with Professor Jasmine, there's a high chance that she'll teach us how to replant mandrakes, Sabrina replied with a smile. I heard from George that you like mandrakes. Yes, I love them. They are one of the most misunderstood plants in the world. Ethan chuckled because he had already gotten used to Sabrina's uniqueness, which was probably the reason why she and George were incredibly compatible with each other. When they arrived at the herbology greenhouse, they saw rows of medium-sized pots lined up on the tables for students, which made Sabrina smile sweetly. A single glance was enough for her to identify the leaves of the mandrake, which was one of her most favorite plants to play with often. Settle down, everyone, Professor Jasmine Willow said with a smile. I know that some of you are already familiar with mandrakes, but the particular breed that we will be transplanting today is a mutated version of it. It's called the silent mandrake because it doesn't make a sound when you uproot them. However, this is not true. The scream of this mandrake is so high-pitched, our ears couldn't pick it up. You might think it's not making a sound, but it's there. I would like to add caution that this mandrake is especially dangerous. Its screams could knock you unconscious without you knowing what hit you. This mandrake is also known to instantly break glasses in close proximity, so if you are wearing a pair, please store them for the duration of our transplanting lesson. Those who were wearing glasses in the room didn't hesitate to remove their glasses, just as the professor had asked. Sabrina, on the other hand, who was seeing this mutated mandrake for the first time, looked very excited, as if she couldn't wait to pull it out of its pot. Everyone, remember this. We will not be using any spell to raise our resistance to the high-pitched scream of the silent mandrake. Ms. Rhodes, I know that you like mandrakes, but for the sake of your classmates, please transplant the mandrake as soon as possible. I will allow you to stay after class to experience it on your own, so for now, endure your urge, okay? Sabrina nodded her head in understanding. There was a time when she had left the mandrake wailing for such a long time that some of her classmates had to forcefully pry the screaming plant out of her hand so that they could shut its ear-piercing scream. Sabrina had a very bad reputation among the herbology students because of her love for dangerous plants that normal wizards and witches tended to avoid like a plague. Okay, everyone. On the count of 3, transplant your mandrakes to the pot beside you as fast as you can, Professor Jasmine ordered. Once again, Ms. Rhodes, no playing around this time, okay? You've transplanted as many mandrakes as all the second years combined, so I'm very certain you already know what to do. Yes, Professor, Sabrina replied. I won't let you down. Excellent, my dear. Now everyone at the count of 3, Professor Jasmine smiled. 1, 2, 3. Ethan grabbed the silent mandrake and pulled it out with one tug. Just like what the professor stated, the mandrake started to scream, but no sound came out of its mouth. However, Ethan immediately felt a ringing in his ears, which meant that the high-pitched sounds of the silent mandrakes in the room were affecting him. After glancing at the mandrake for 2 seconds, he hurriedly set the plant in a new pot and covered its body with soil. When he was certain that his mandrake had been properly transplanted, he looked at his classmates. To his surprise, some of them had collapsed on the ground and were clearly unconscious. Sabrina, who was right beside him a moment ago, could be seen transplanting the silent mandrakes of the unconscious students with great expertise. Out of the 30 students in the class, only 8 people were left standing. Aside from Ethan and Sabrina, all the other students had pale expressions on their faces. The young man was even worried that they might collapse if they didn't receive proper treatment right away. Suddenly, a unique fragrance reached his nose, making his mind and senses clear up. Professor Jasmine had blown some kind of purple dust off of her hand, filling the entire room with its scent. Although their faces were still pale, the students who had been barely hanging on felt a lot better after the professor's first aid was applied. For those of you who are still conscious, please help your unconscious classmates drink this recovery potion I have prepared, Professor Jasmine said with a smile. Every year, only a handful of students are able to stay conscious when handling the silent mandrakes, and your class seems to have more people resistant to it than most. I'm glad that I have more hands to help this year. Now, don't dilly-dally like sloth puffs. Help your classmates recover with the potions. Ethan took a potion from the professor's table and helped an unconscious teenage boy drink it. It took a full minute before the potion took effect. By the first student regained consciousness, Ethan had already helped 5 more of his classmates drink the potion. My head, the teenage boy groaned as soon as he opened his eyes. It hurts so much. Ugh, I feel like throwing up, a teenage girl commented as she covered her lips and closed her eyes, trying to ease the nausea that was assaulting her senses. Soon, more of the students woke up, and all of them suffered mild to severe headaches after regaining their consciousness. It will pass soon, Professor Jasmine assured everyone with a smile. Remember this, sometimes those that you cannot hear are more dangerous than those you can hear. The same can be said for those that you cannot see. There are many plants in the world that are known to be silent killers, and the silent mandrake is one of them. All of you may rest here in the classroom until our class ends, or you may visit the infirmary if you feel like you need to rest more. Ms. Rhodes, I'll give you the key to the greenhouse, so you may have fun with the silent mandrakes after classes. Thank you, Professor, Sabrina beamed in happiness. This is the first time I've seen a silent mandrake. How did you cultivate them? Oh dear. It is very tough to take care of these darlings because they need to be placed near another mutated mandrake to keep them calm. Another mutated mandrake. Sabrina's eyes widened in shock because she didn't have the experience to cultivate mutated ones. What kind of mandrake can be planted side by side with the silent mandrake? Come closer, dear, Professor Jasmine replied. What I'm about to tell you is for your ears only. Sabrina obeyed the professor's request and listened to whatever she had to say. No way, Sabrina looked at the professor in disbelief. I thought that those were just rumors. Are they real? They are not rumors, my dear Sabrina, Professor Jasmine said with a smile. They are as real as you and me. I had to purchase them from the black market since their distribution is not permitted by the ministry. These plants are rather special because of their uniqueness. Can I see them too? Of course. Even if you didn't ask me, I would have shared this information with you when classes ended. Ethan, who had heard about some shady things like the black market, pretended like he didn't hear anything and sat on his chair silently. The words that Professor Jasmine said earlier about the silent mandrake caught his attention. Those that you cannot hear are more dangerous than those you can hear. The same can be said for those that you cannot see. Seeing how potent the silent mandrake was, he thought that they might be a good deterrent for the wizards and witches who were not aware of their existence. George is right, Ethan thought. I guess choosing potions and herbology will greatly benefit anyone from Dud Manor. George had also told Hecate that she should consider joining the potions and herbology classes to help her complement the things she lacked when it came to magic. Hecate had extremely strong magical powers, but the only magic she could use were body-strengthening spells and summoning spells. Any other magic she cast would automatically summon an elemental, which had a very high chance of attacking her as soon as they were summoned. That was why she was in Dud Manor. Professor Barrett believed that if Hecate was able to control her wild magic, she would become an extremely powerful witch who would become one of the pillars that would help the Shire continent when it needed it the most. After herbology class ended, Ethan left. Sabrina was left behind, wishing to immerse herself in the soundless screams of the silent mandrake, which had knocked nearly their entire class unconscious. Right now, Ethan only had 4 classes to attend, which were astronomy, potions, herbology, and alchemy. The reason why he only took these subjects was because he was receiving special classes from Professor Barrett whenever his classes were over for the day. And he wasn't alone. After arriving at the Coliseum of the Academy, the young man saw the other elite students personally handpicked by the lingering wills of the founders of Brynhildr Academy. Ethan represented Dud Manor, Lily for Jaeger Manor, Nicole and Alice for Equus Manor, Luna's sister Rowan for Schwartz Manor. And to everyone's surprise, Marvin for Terra Manor. The first year, who had just entered the academy this year, was chosen by the will of Svend Terra. This was also why Professor Reinhardt personally processed his enrollment to the Brynhildr Academy. However, it wasn't just them. The other 4 pillars of the first years of the academy were also inside the Colosseum. Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett deemed that they were also needed for this special training. Joanne, Hecate, Lennox, and Heath had no idea why they were included in this special class. However, they would soon come to learn the reason why. All of you are gathered here today because you will play an important role in defending the academy against the threats that will come knocking on its doors, Professor Reinhardt said. All the kingdoms have already made an announcement, so most of you probably know that the Fomorians might attack the Shire continent in the near future. However, it may not only be the Fomorians who would pose a threat to the peace and stability of our land. Brynhildr Academy was built on one of the battlefields where the people of the Shire continent and the Fomorians fought each other to the death. We have won that battle with the help of our allies, but it has been a Pyrrhic victory. Now, history might repeat itself once again. Although there is no guarantee, there is a possibility that we will find ourselves facing the Fomorians on this very land. Because of this, we have decided to train all of you and a few other elite students to help defend the academy if ever we find ourselves in a precarious situation. Aside from Joanne and Hecate, the other first years were already aware that the Fomorians would attack the continent. Even so, none of the academies in the Shire continent planned to suspend their classes. With threats looming upon them, it would be most ideal to arm and teach their students to the best of their abilities. The combat and spell casting classes had even intensified their training regimen to prepare the students for war. I will be training Nicole and Alice, Professor Barrett stated, while the headmaster will train Lily, Rowan, and Marvin. Ethan, I know that this is sudden, but you will be training Joanne, Hecate, Lennox, and Heath. I believe you already have what it takes to teach them how to fight. Professor Barrett received a letter from Ethan's adoptive father, and the two of them met in Limeberg town for a private talk. Wallace had shared everything that happened during the school break with the ex-magistratus, detailing everything that happened to Ethan. Professor Barrett knew Wallace's secret, so he took the latter's words seriously. And when he saw how Ethan fought against the first years during the initiation ceremony, he confirmed that he had nothing more to teach the young man because he was already competent enough on his own. The only thing that Ethan needed right now was battle experience, which Professor Reinhardt planned to handle by giving Ethan special missions for the academy. These special missions were similar to the missions that Henry, the Mage Slayer, took during his 3rd and 4th years in the academy. This was also the reason the blue-haired young man was acknowledged as the strongest student in the academy. Of course, Ethan wasn't the only one who would be given these special missions. Lily, Nicole, Alice, and Rowan would also take them. As for the first years, they were still too young and inexperienced for these kinds of special missions. Ethan, I will allow you to use your domain to train them, Professor Barrett said with a smile. Don't hold back, okay? Yes, Professor, Ethan replied before shifting his gaze to the 4 first years, who were looking back at him with determined looks on their faces. Now, let's not delay everyone's training, Professor Reinhardt said before snapping his finger. Immediately, the headmaster, Lily, Rowan, and Marvin disappeared from the Colosseum. Professor Barrett also snapped his fingers, making Nicole and Alice disappear. Ethan understood that the 2 professors had activated their domain and had taken their respective students with them. Truth be told, Ethan still hadn't seen Professor Barrett's and Professor Reinhardt's domains. He was very curious to know what their domains were like, but he also knew that he must focus on the 4 first years who were looking at him with expectations. Before we start, do all of you know how to swim? Ethan asked. The 4 students nodded their heads at the same time. Okay, let's give it a try. Ethan smirked before imitating the 2 professors and snapped his fingers as well. Grand Arya, By the time the 4 first years regained their senses, they only had enough time to realize that they were about to fall into a stormy sea, where giant waves were about to topple over them. Joanne immediately unleashed a pair of black wings to fly in the sky and avoid the wave. Hecate, on the other hand, slammed her fists together before landing on the water's surface, treating it as a platform. A moment later, she sent a kick toward the upcoming wave, dispersing a small part of it, allowing it to wash over her without touching her body. Lennox cast the levitation spell, Leviticus, on himself and floated a few meters above sea level. Unfortunately, the waves still hit him, pushing him back and drenching his body completely. Heath, on the other hand, transformed into a white tiger. Using his speed and agility, he ran atop the water's surface, evading and jumping over the waves that surrounded him. "Our training for today is very simple," Ethan said. "All you need to do is survive for an hour. Flying is allowed, but for as long as you fly, you will face a monster that will make you regret flying." As soon as he said those words, 20 giant water snakes, which the first years had faced in the Colosseum, emerged from the sea. But it didn't end there. Dainsleif also appeared behind Ethan and eyed Joanne and Lennox, who were using spells to fly and float above the sea. Lennox, who felt the ancient Wendigo's hostility, couldn't stop himself from shuddering. This monster was simply out of his league. But since all the boy was doing was floating, Dainsleif ignored him for the time being. The water snakes could still easily target the teenage boy. His gaze then landed on his master's sister, who was looking back at the ancient Wendigo with determination. "Don't hold back, Dainsleif," Ethan stated. "Even if she is my sister, make sure to fight her seriously." "Yes, master," Dainsleif replied before turning into a black mist. As if waiting for that moment, the 20 water snakes attacked the first years as per the order of their master. Lennox, whose specialty was fire, found himself at a great disadvantage over the terrain, as well as his enemies. The stormy sea not only knocked him back with its giant waves, he also had to deal with 5 giant water snakes, which were attacking him from every direction. Earlier in the day, he had impressed his classmates in the combat training and spell casting classes because of his amazing firepower. But that same firepower proved to be useless against the water snakes, who could regenerate the damage they received from the sea. He realized that this test wasn't meant for them to fight and exhaust themselves, but to find ways to survive against a very disadvantageous situation. So that was what he did. He used everything in his power to survive by dodging and using various means to run away from his attackers. Hecate, on the other hand, approached this training in a different way. She punched and kicked the water snakes, sometimes using the waves or her enemies' bodies to move around the battlefield. A glance was enough to tell Ethan that she was able to use magic to allow herself to use the water's surface, as well as the water snake's body as platforms to move around. However, what impressed him more was that her blows were so powerful that a single hit from her would obliterate the water snake's head, or any part of its body that was hit by her attack. The young man then shifted his attention to Heath, who made him chuckle despite himself. The pillars of the Jaeger manor had transformed into a white tiger, and the only thing he did was to run away at great speeds. The water snakes were unable to close the gap between them. Also, the waves didn't pose a threat to him because Heath would only jump over them. In fact, Ethan had the impression that the teenage boy was having fun, treating the waves as hurdles and testing himself on how high he could jump. "I'm sure Hecate can do the same, but she chose to fight instead of running away," Sebastian commented. "That girl seems like someone who likes to face challenges head-on." "Or she could just be stubborn," Ethan's other half commented. "That Lennox boy is very pitiful, but he is still hanging on. I'll give him points for effort." Ethan shifted his gaze to Lennox, just in time to see the young man summon his flying broom. However, instead of flying high into the sky, he used his fire magic to attack the snakes and evade them by moving his flying broom at the right moment. Ethan, Sebastian, and Ethan's other half watched the teenage boy carefully and came to one conclusion. "He is suited for aerial combat with a broom," Ethan said. "Indeed," Sebastian nodded. "His broom handling skills are on another level. This boy is surprisingly talented." "Some wizards and witches fight in the air while riding their brooms," Ethan's other half commented. "With Lennox's skills, I believe that he could definitely outclass his opponents if given proper training. In fact, he might even give Joanne a hard time if they fought in the sky." Ethan agreed with his other half's statement because Lennox was using his flying broom as if it was a part of his body. Despite the fact that the water snakes surrounded him from all sides, none of them were able to land a hit on his body because of Lennox's amazing control over his flying broom. Ethan nodded in satisfaction because he discovered one of Lennox's strengths. He then glanced at his sister, who was fighting neck and neck with Daneslave. Joanne wasn't holding back and fighting with everything she had because she understood that she couldn't take her opponent lightly. "Joanne is being pushed back, but she isn't losing either," Sebastian said. "Granted, Daneslave is definitely holding back. It seems that he is testing your sister's limits." "It seems that she received something from you-know-who," Ethan's other half stated. "Although it's a bit rough on the edges, that fighting style is familiar." Ethan also received several fighting techniques from the patron of the Valentin family. In fact, the fighting style he used in the initiation ceremony was one of those techniques. Before they left Caerwhitian, Ashmedai asked Catherine to let Joanne meet him. The demonic progenitor had given Ethan's sister a few freebies, which he believed would prove useful to her. He was also the one who convinced Joanne to enroll in Brynhildr Academy so that she would know more about the outside world. Just like the rest of the Valentin family, he also spoiled Ethan's sister very much and made sure that she would be safe during her time away from Caerwhitian. As Joanne and Daneslave exchanged spells against each other, the young man noticed the look of impatience on his sister's face. "She's really stubborn," Sebastian chuckled. "I think she wants to be as strong as you, so she is getting frustrated that she is unable to overpower Daneslave. Even I would have a hard time fighting against Daneslave if the two of us fought seriously against each other," Ethan commented. "His gravity magic is the real deal." "Are you regretting that you didn't make that power yours?" Ethan's other half inquired. "Not really," Ethan answered. "Since Daneslave is strong, I can ask him to protect the people I cared for while I am away. As long as he is with them, I will have some peace of mind." The ancient Wendigo was no longer a simple monster that anyone could defeat easily. He had absorbed powerful Fomorians and even gained the gravity domain. During his battle with Seth in Soucher, Daneslave had proven himself as a powerhouse who could stand toe-to-toe with the Beast King. This was something that not many could achieve, which gave Seth a better understanding of his son-in-law's abilities. Half an hour later, the first one to be defeated was none other than Joanne. However, her defeat didn't mean that she was weak. In fact, she had fought against an extremely strong opponent, which not even the 4th years in the academy could hope to defeat. Still, she was very frustrated because she was the only one that didn't survive the 1-hour endurance test and asked her brother to start the training once again. However, Hecate, Lennox, and Heath vetoed her proposal because they were already feeling exhausted. "You have improved greatly," Ethan said as he patted his sister's head. "I was very impressed by your battle with Daneslave." Hearing her brother's genuine praise, Joanne felt happy and no longer insisted that they repeat the training a second time, making the first years sigh in relief. "I will train you inside my domain on Mondays and Fridays," Ethan said. "On Wednesdays, we will have one-on-one sparring matches so that you can refine your fighting abilities." After saying those words, Ethan approached his students one by one and told them the strengths and weaknesses that he had noticed during their first day of training. The 4 teenagers took his words seriously and thought of ways to overcome their weaknesses. Ethan had always been the one who was being trained by people, so having the opportunity of training others gave him some new perspective. He found it fun, and even gained some insights due to how the 4 first years dealt with the challenge that he had presented them. Maybe Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett asked me to teach them so that all of us can learn from each other, Ethan thought. What do you guys think? I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, Sebastian commented. I feel the same way, Ethan's other half. What those 4 kids showed you today were 4 ways to handle the same scenario. It just proves that there is more than one way to tackle a problem. As soon as his other half finished those words, Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett reappeared inside the Colosseum. The other students also appeared. All of them were lying on the ground and panting for breath. The young man had a strong urge to laugh, but he held it back and only helped his wife, Lily, stand up with a faint smile on his face. He could relate to what the other students were feeling because a year ago, he had suffered the same experiences that all of them had just had. A little girl with shoulder-length blue hair giggled and clapped her hands as the doll in front of her started to dance. Ethan estimated that the girl was around 2 to 3 years old because she was quite small and extremely young. However, there were shadows swirling around her, which were manipulating the doll to move in order to entertain the little girl. Suddenly, the other dolls inside the room rose and started to dance around the girl, making her giggle and clap even more. In the eyes of others, this might look like a scene from a horror movie. Truth be told, that was what Ethan was thinking at the moment. But the baby showed no fear, as if she instinctively knew that the dolls would never harm her. Suddenly, the door of the room opened, and a dashing middle-aged man entered the room with a big smile on his face. Noticing his arrival, the little girl hurriedly stood up and ran toward the man. Her arms were spread wide, and she had a smile on her face. The middle-aged man chuckled as he lovingly picked up his granddaughter, whose cheeks he peppered with kisses. Joanne giggled, enjoying the affection. "Did my granddaughter have fun playing?" the middle-aged man asked. "Yes," Joanne replied. "Grampy." "It's not Grampy, it's Grandpa." "Grampy." "Grandpa." Another chuckle spread inside the room as a middle-aged lady appeared behind the man. She gave Joanne a kiss on her chubby cheeks. "Who am I?" the middle-aged woman asked. "Granny," Joanne replied. "That's right." The middle-aged woman reached out to hold Joanne, stealing her from her husband. "How come she calls you Granny and me Grampy?" the middle-aged man sighed. "Maybe she loves me more." "Impossible. Joanne loves me more." As Ethan watched this scene, a warm feeling uncontrollably spread inside his chest. A few minutes later, the scenery started to fade, which meant that he had lost his connection with the dream. Back in the real world, Ethan slowly opened his eyes and felt something soft and warm in his embrace. It took a while for his sleepy brain to realize that he was hugging his sister, who had decided to sleep with him because she was feeling lonely. This was the 3rd time that Joanne had slept with him in Dud Manor, and it reminded him of the time they had spent in the Magdar Kingdom. Back then, it was Ramona who tried to help the siblings close their distance from each other. At first, Joanne was very hesitant to do it, but after a while, sleeping with her best friend and her brother had become a habit. 3 in the morning, Ethan thought as he glanced at the clock that was hanging on the wall. I believe they call this the witching hour, right? While he was thinking these thoughts, Joanne hugged him tighter and buried her head in his chest. Ethan smiled faintly and hugged his sister firmly before planting a kiss on her forehead. That kiss seemed to have an effect because a smile appeared on Joanne's face as she slept. Perhaps she reacted because her grandparents were kissing her in her dreams. Ethan remained still and simply held his sister close. Both of them had grown up alone, but they were both loved by their grandparents. While he didn't mean to see Joanne's dream, it seemed that his ability, Dream Walker, activated because they were sleeping together. He didn't expect that through his dream, he would be able to see his grandparents, whom he hadn't seen when he visited Caerwyddian. Aside from Catherine and his father, Lou, he didn't get a chance to see his other relatives. However, he believed that his grandparents had not met him on purpose. While he didn't know what their reasons were, he had a feeling that he would meet them when the time was right. Suddenly, Ethan felt someone hug him from behind, making his body stiffen for a brief moment because he was caught by surprise. "Sorry, did I surprise you?" Lilith whispered. "A bit," Ethan replied softly, making sure to not wake up his sister, who was having a happy dream. "Can't fall asleep?" Lilith asked using telepathy, which was the ability of the ring that Ethan had given her as an engagement ring. "Yes," Ethan replied. "I woke up feeling awake, but I want to sleep a little more." "Then close your eyes and just relax," Lilith said. "Dream of me, okay?" Ethan smiled as he closed his eyes. He had gotten to know Lilith better because he would often sleepwalk into her dreams, allowing him to know what kind of life his lover had lived before meeting him. Through it, he saw the harsh training that the catkins of the Orpheus clan had gone through, and also the missions that Lilith had undertaken. The Orpheus clan was the spy and assassin forces of the Valentin family. They would move to deal with threats that they believed would harm the Protector clan's interests, as well as the interests of their masters. Through her dreams, he understood the inner workings of the Orpheus clan, as well as the secret arts that they practiced. Sometimes, Ethan wondered if his dream-walking ability was a blessing or a curse. Everyone had their secrets, so he felt a bit guilty whenever he got a glimpse of these secrets through his lover's dreams. But as Ethan once again fell into sleep's embrace, he found himself dreaming his own dream. However, an unexpected visitor was there, giving him a pleasant surprise. "Well, it has been a while since we last met each other." A handsome middle-aged man with a devilish smile greeted Ethan. "I'm sorry to meet you like this, but I think you are ready to see some of the truths of the world, which many people don't know." Ethan blinked once then twice as he gazed at the founder of Brynhildr Academy, Fortis Dud, who had invaded Ethan's dream without his permission. "What truths are you talking about?" Ethan inquired. "Instead of telling you, it will be much better if I just show you," Fortis Dud replied before snapping his fingers. Immediately, Ethan found himself falling from the sky, diving headfirst into the center of an active battlefield from hundreds of years ago. An army of humans, beastkins, elves, dwarves, and the other races in the world were fighting against a middle-aged man who was riding on the back of a black dragon. The middle-aged man also had an army of his own, but instead of living creatures, his army was composed of countless shadow monsters and gargoyles. If not for the fact that he had first seen Joanne's dream, he wouldn't have been able to recognize who the middle-aged man was. "Hundreds of years ago, before you were even born, there was an existence that terrorized the world," Fortis Dud said softly. "Back then, everyone thought that he was an evil being who was meant to be purged. Even I thought the same way." Fortis Dud pointed to the left side of the battlefield, where his younger self was fighting against a giant shadow monster while riding on the back of his golden dragon. "Many feared him not because of who he was, but because of what he could do," Fortis Dud added. "An existence whose power broke the balance of the world. That's the reason why everyone was fearful of him." A mighty roar reverberated in the battlefield as Fortis Dud's golden dragon and the middle-aged man's black dragon simultaneously unleashed a dragon breath, which soon collided in the center of the battlefield, creating an explosion that blasted away everyone near the point of impact. "Almost everyone fears the unknown," Fortis Dud stated, "especially if that someone had the strength to conquer the world. Even if he didn't move, monsters and other ambitious individuals rallied to his side. Various people conquered cities, pillaged villages, and razed towns under his name. And yet, he never ordered any of that. Those who wished to see the world burn were the ones who used his name to do evil deeds. Soon enough, those evil deeds accumulated until the world could no longer tolerate them. Humans, elves, dwarves, beastkins, and even the Fae arranged a grand crusade. All of them rose up in arms and annihilated the monster armies who fought under his name. After subjugating those foul beasts, we marched to his stronghold, Elyon. It is a fortress like no other, and yet only shadow monsters and gargoyles lived in it. Back then, We heard rumors that there were 4 clans who were supporting this man. However, they were nowhere to be found when we started to siege the fortress of Elyon. Back then, I thought that they decided to escape while they still could and hid themselves from the world. It was said that these 4 protector clans were loyal to a fault, but many believed that their fear of death overcame their loyalty, so they abandoned their master, leaving him to his fate. Fortis Dud chuckled before shaking his head helplessly. We were fools back then, Fortis Dud sighed. Drunk by our consecutive victories, we thought we were invincible. After all, nearly all the heroes of the world gathered together on that fateful day. We asked for a battle, and a battle we did fight. But it was a battle that nobody expected. As if waiting for that moment, while the dragons, gargoyles, and other magical beasts were fighting in the sky. While the shadow warriors and the forces of all the races of the world waged war on the ground, a resounding crack sounded in our ears. When we raised our heads, we witnessed something incredible. The sky above our heads cracked. The crack spread until part of the sky shattered, falling on the ground like giant pieces of glass. The world seemed to come to a standstill as Ethan saw the changes on the battlefield. It was as if he was watching a movie, and Fortis Dud's narration was giving him a clearer picture of the event that was unfolding in front of his very eyes. And from that crack, they came. Fortis Dud said in a hoarse voice, as if the replay of that scene made him remember the horrors that followed him until he breathed his last. Horrors both familiar and unfamiliar to Ethan descended from the sky, forcing everyone on the battlefield to make the right decision. We all knew then and there that these creatures mustn't be allowed to roam the world, for they would destroy everything we held sacred. Fortis Dud's voice reached Ethan's ears, but the hoarseness was still there. It was as if he was forcing himself to say the words that he had kept for a long time. While everyone was still trying to comprehend whether we were dreaming or not, the demon lord, Balthazar Azel Valentin, let out a loud roar and commanded his army to fight the monsters who had invaded us from other planes of existence. Ethan watched as his grandfather charged at the biggest monster on the battlefield with a fearless grin on his face, holding a great sword the size of his entire body. The young man witnessed how the giant monster used his flaming sword to slash at the human who dared to face him. But that flaming sword was sliced in half, and a few seconds later, the monster's head was severed from his body. The gargoyles and the shadow monsters under Balthazar's command disengaged themselves from fighting the allied forces and concentrated their attacks on the invaders who had planned to conquer Midgard. Nightwalkers, Balor's Nephilims, Jinns, and many others found themselves facing off against an individual who possessed great strength akin to that of a demigod. It was the greatest war that was ever fought. Fortis Dud's voice once again reached Ethan's ears, making him glance at the founder of Brynhildr Academy, who was standing beside him. In hindsight, I think we were all deliberately gathered by the demon lord in that place so that we could fight that one great battle, Fortis Dud said. If the greatest forces of Midgard hadn't been congregated in that one place, we wouldn't have stood a chance. This world might have already fallen into their hands. Our most hated and feared person became our strongest and staunchest ally. If not for him and the heroes who sacrificed their lives on that fateful day, this world would have already fallen to ruin. This is one of the truths that only those who were present that day witnessed firsthand. However, it was also one of the secrets that we all decided to keep. And this secret is now known to you, Ethan. Fortis Dud made a gesture for the young man to continue watching, so that Ethan would understand what it was like to fight a battle that no one could afford to lose. Ethan often wondered just what kind of battle transpired between the heroes of the world and the demon lord who terrorized it. And now, he was seeing that battle unfold before his very eyes. Balors, shadow walkers, demons, infernal golems, abominations, and fiends from various planes of existence descended upon the land. A battle like no other erupted, making those who were once enemies become each other's strongest allies. Ethan watched as Fortis Dud, and his golden dragon wreaked havoc in the skies, breathing golden flames at the invaders. On the ground, one of the strongest weapon masters of that era, Eilefer Equus, massacred his foes left and right with his swords. Firmly holding a wand in his hand, Agmunder Schwartz unleashed the strongest dark magics in his arsenal, allowing him to move unhindered on the battlefield. Svend Terra, alongside his treant, sent giants and golems flying with a wooden club made from the branch of the world tree. Magni Jaeger transformed into a Cerberus and breathed fire, ice, and lightning at his enemies, killing them in the dozens. When this battle was over, they would found Brynhildr Academy and train the next generation of wizards and witches who would one day protect their world just like they were doing right now. The heroes of every race fought back to back, dyeing the battlefield with their blood and their enemies' blood. It was also then that Ethan saw him. No, he felt him approach before he even saw him. From beyond the horizon, a young man riding a giant wave appeared in his vision. He had long blue hair that fluttered in the wind, and he was holding a trident in his hand. The fortress of Caer Arianrhod was near the sea, allowing one of the strongest beings in Midgard to join the battle for the sake of the world's peace. However, he wasn't alone. Riding the giant wave with him were the Merfolk and the Nagas, who had come to heed his call. Grand Arya. The Tidebringer roared, summoning a thunderstorm over the battlefield. Countless lightning bolts rained down from the sky, illuminating the darkness as if it were daytime. Thunder sounded like the roars of thousands of lions and dominantly reverberated across the sky, making the allied armies shout their war cries as reinforcements arrived to help them in battle. Ethan's heart beat wildly inside his chest as he saw the person whose blood was flowing inside his veins fight like he was possessed. The mermaids, who were in the sea, all unleashed their water spells, dragging their enemies into the sea, where they would drown them. The mermen and Nagas stepped foot on land and fought side by side despite being territorial rivals. The Leviathan, the Krakens, the sea serpents, and the other monstrous creatures of the sea also joined the fray. Their attacks made everyone understand that even if the battle was on land, they were beings powerful enough to hold their own stand against enemies that came to invade them from another world. "Ah, the Tidebringer," Fortis Dud said with a smile. "He's a wonderful lad, kind and very easy to get along with. It's truly a pity that he rejected my proposal to have my daughter marry him. By the way, Ethan, I recently came to know that my great-great-great-great-great-granddaughter is 7 years old now. All you need to do is wait 10 more years, and we can finish the thing that your ancestors started. What do you think?" "I think I'll pass." The corner of Ethan's lips twitched, unable to tell whether the founder of Brynhildr Academy was joking or not. "A pity you were born too early," Fortis Dud sighed. "But then again, if you were born late, we wouldn't be having this discussion right now." Ethan ignored the founders, muttering, and simply focused on the battle in front of him. Although it was chaotic and extremely brutal, he had the strong urge to join the battle and fight to his heart's content. Such a scene was enough to make anyone's blood boil and stir their determination to fight. However, since he knew that this was only a memory, he endured this impulse and watched with bated breath as he waited for the outcome of the battle. After an hour of bloodshed, the crack in the sky started to mend. The invaders noticed this and understood that time was up, so those who still wished to return to their world retreated. Only those who couldn't retreat and those who wanted to continue fighting remained. Half an hour later, the crack in the sky had been sealed up completely, making it look as if nothing had happened. But if one looked down on the blood-soaked earth, one would see that the brutal and unexpected battle had left big traces. Balthazar Azel Valentin stood on top of a giant that he had personally killed. Suddenly, a voice spread in the surroundings, making them look at the sky. "What you experienced is something that might happen again in the future. If you wish to prevent this from transpiring once more, come to the lands of Sarakale and protect Midgard from these fiends. I will be waiting for all of you there." As soon as these words were spoken, Everyone on the battlefield suddenly felt a stream of information pass directly through their minds. It was instructions for how to get to the lands of Sarakale and join the fight to protect their world. "I will leave the lands of Midgard and fight in the lands of Sarakale," Balthazar declared, making the survivors gaze at him. "The terror of the demon lord ends here. All of you may spread the word that I have been killed in battle. I sincerely hope that this will bring all of you some peace of mind. I also pledge, on my name and honor, that I will no longer appear in this world unless a similar event were to transpire a second time. Shall any of you still wish to take my life, come to the lands of Sarakale. I will be waiting for you there." After making that declaration, Balthazar jumped on the back of his black dragon and flew away, disappearing into the horizon. True to his word, he was never seen or heard from again, Fortis Dud said. However, since people need an explanation for the death of their loved ones, everyone who survived on the battlefield spread the word to the world that the demon lord had been slain. Those who survived were hailed as heroes in their own lands and kingdoms. My comrades and I even became the celebrated heroes of the Shire continent. If only you had seen how much they praised and honored us back then, you would have definitely been surprised. Fortis Dud smiled faintly as he looked at the ruined fortress, which belonged to the demon lord Balthazar. It was also because of this incident that we decided to create an academy, which would teach the next generation of wizards and witches everything we knew, Fortis Dud stated. And from those students, we would choose our champions if a day came when the Shire continent would face another threat that could potentially harm its people. "And you believe that threat is upon us?" Ethan inquired. "Absolutely," Fortis Dud answered in a heartbeat. "There is no doubt in my mind that these are dark times. While it may not be on the level of the battle that I showed you earlier, it is still a battle that we cannot afford to lose." The founder of Brynhildr Academy snapped his fingers, making the scenery around them slowly fade away. "So, please, do your best, Ethan," Fortis Dud said. "I want my granddaughter to live her life in peace without worrying about monsters roaming around her home, threatening to destroy everyone that she loves." Ethan nodded. "I'll do my best, so if you have any treasures that you're not using, feel free to give them to me. I promise to put it to good use." The corner of Fortis Dud's lips twitched before he looked at the young man from head to foot. "Dear Lord, it seems that my shamelessness is rubbing off on you," Fortis Dud chuckled. "But maybe you're right. What's the point of having treasures if they're not put to good use?" The founder of Brynhildr Academy chuckled before giving Ethan a playful wink. "Go find Lyle in the forbidden section of the library," Fortis Dud said. "I gave him the key to where I hid a few of my treasures. Just tell him that I sent you, but he will ask you for a password." "And that password is?" Ethan asked. Fortis Dud summoned his hat and tipped it in Ethan's direction. "Just tell him this," Fortis Dud said. "If it still rains no matter what we do, then we just have to get wet." Another playful chuckle escaped Fortis Dud's lips as the world around them completely faded away, making Ethan abruptly open his eyes. Light slowly poured into his room, making him realize that it was already morning. Joanne was still sleeping, even drooling in his embrace, giving him the strong urge to chuckle. But he held it back as he remembered what he and Fortis Dud talked about in his dream. "I guess I'll drop by the forbidden section of the library later and look for Lyle," Ethan thought as he gently used the blanket to wipe the drool from his sister's lips. Joanne's face scrunched a bit, but it eased up after a few seconds. Today was not a weekday, so they didn't have to worry about classes. Because of this, he decided to let her sleep a bit more and allow her to dream a happy and peaceful dream. A dream that was free from Ballers, shadow walkers, demons, infernal golems, abominations, and fiends, who once tried to conquer the world and had become one of the hidden truths of the world. Ethan went to the forbidden section of the library to look for Lyle, but he was nowhere to be found. Of course, the will of the founder of Equus Manor didn't always stay in the library and wandered wherever he felt like going. Because of this, Ethan went to look for Nicole in the Equus Manor, but all the guys there barred him from entering. Their reason was that he already had a wife and fiancés, so he should not go after the ladies from their manor too. When the young man told them that he and Nicole were only best friends, a few of them gave him the middle finger and said they were not born yesterday. Since anyone who did not belong in the manor needed to gain permission from the head prefect before entering a manor, Ethan was unable to go in by force. In the end, he decided to just ask her at lunchtime in the dining hall of the academy. Since he was suddenly free, he went to the Colosseum, where Joanne and Hecate were currently sparring. The headmaster had given them permission to use the Colosseum as their training grounds whenever they wished for it. When Ethan arrived, there were a few students in the stands, watching the battle between the two. Joanne was casting dozens of shadow bullets, while Hecate evaded, deflected, and blocked them with ease. The Saintess of the Magdar Kingdom was wearing enchanted gauntlets and shoes, allowing her to match Joanne's firepower by punching and kicking her attacks. Hecate already told them that the only magic she could cast was body-strengthening magic. If she were to cast any spells aside from that kind of spell, she would end up summoning a random elemental spirit that was highly likely strong but would attack its own summoner. She even said that this was the reason why she came to Brynhildr Academy, to find the solution to this problem. At least, that was what Hecate wanted them to know. However, when Ethan visited the young lady's room, he saw a small portrait of himself, which was produced by the magic camera they had in the past. Of course, Hecate said that all the saintess before her carried the picture frame. This was to ensure that they would know who the Tidebringer was, so that they could assist him if ever he needed their help. Her excuse was foolproof, and frankly, Ethan and Joanne didn't want to pry into her private life. Hecate also didn't hide the fact that she had come to Brynhildr Academy because she knew that Ethan would be there. What she didn't expect was that Joanne would also be here, which came as a pleasant surprise. In short, she was their biggest fan and the only saintess who managed to see Ethan and Joanne outside of the Magdar Kingdom. As a fellow warrior, Ethan could tell that Hecate had been trained properly and that her understanding of her martial style was at a high level. This was only possible if someone had been trained since a young age. According to her, she had just turned 18, just like Ethan, and decided to go to Brynhildr Academy to study magic. As the battle reached its climax, Joanne unleashed countless shadow balls the size of a basketball. Hecate took a fighting stance before taking a step forward. In that brief moment, she transformed into a blazing comet that smashed through the shadow ball barrage. "I'll let you win this time," Joanne said, as Hecate's fist hovered a foot away from her chest. "I now have 18 wins and 17 losses." "Isn't it the other way around?" Hecate smirked before resting her hand on Joanne's shoulder. "I am the one with 18 wins and 17 loses." "Huh, do you know how to count? I have been keeping tabs, so I am on the lead." "Listen here, I have been keeping tabs as well." "HMPH, I am the youngest, so I am the one who's right." "How petty. This is rich coming from someone who always teased the first saintess. You always said that you are right because you are older than her, even if it's just a month." Joanne pouted. "I have no idea what you're talking about. I never used my age when it came to Ramona." You should read her diary then," Hecate commented. "She said that she was very frustrated because whenever you are at a disadvantage, you will always use the fact that you are older than her by a month to win the argument." "Nice try." Joanne crossed her arms over her chest. "It was Ramona who always said that she was older than me, so your argument doesn't count." Ethan shook his head helplessly because his sister was clearly lying. He had no idea that Ramona kept a diary. For some reason, he was very curious to read how she spent her life after they had left the Magdar Kingdom. As the two continued their argument, Ethan appeared beside them and handed hand towels to the two of them. "That was a nice fight," Ethan said with a smile. "Good job to both of you." Joanne accepted her brother's towel and wiped her face dry with it. Hecate did the same, and thanked the young man for his kindness. "Sir Ethan, when will we have our next battle?" Hecate asked. "I prepared something special for you, so look forward to it." "Same here," Joanne commented. "I prepared a killer move. You better be careful, brother, or you might accidentally kick the bucket when you fight us." "You plan to use a killer move on me?" Ethan didn't know if he should laugh or cry at his sister's declaration. "What will you do if I really die?" Joanne blinked once and twice before her eyes widened, as if coming to a realization. "You're right," Joanne exclaimed. "What was I thinking?" "Maybe you thought that Sir Ethan wouldn't die even if you used it," Hecate inquired. "Yes, that's it. I just don't think that it will be enough to take my brother down in a single hit. I need multiple hits to make it happen." "Don't worry, I will help you kill him when that happens." Ethan wiped the imaginary beads on his forehead as the two girls brainstormed how to kill him in front of him. In order to prevent their thoughts from going down the path of no return, Ethan decided to change the subject and asked his sister a question. "Joanne, can you tell me more about our grandfather?" Ethan inquired. "I want to know what he is like." "Grandpa?" Joanne asked. "He is the best grandfather in the world. He spoils me a lot." A single glance was enough to tell him that Joanne really loved their grandfather, whom he hadn't been able to see when he was still in Caerwhitian. He didn't know if Balthazar hadn't met with him on purpose, and whether the demon lord thought that now was not the right time for the two of them to meet. Even so, after seeing that great battle that Fortis Dud had shown him, he wanted to know how his grandfather was currently living his life. "Let's talk about it somewhere else," Joanne said before giving the students who were watching them from the stands a sidelong glance. Ethan nodded in understanding, and the three of them returned to Dud Manor. However, since the two girls had worked up a sweat, they decided to take a shower in Hecate's room together. The two of them had gotten close to each other, and Ethan knew that his sister might be treating Hecate like she treated Princess Ramona. Ethan couldn't blame her, because he thought the same. Although he no longer doubted that Hecate and Ramona were not the same person, his heart still thought that way, which was a weird feeling. While he was waiting for the two girls to return to the common room of Dud Manor, he heard the enchanted doorbell ring, signaling that there was a guest waiting in front of the door of their manor. Since Ethan was already in the common room, he decided to see who it was. "Were you looking for me earlier?" Nicole asked in a teasing tone. "Lennox told me that you came to the Equus Manor to find me but got chased out by my manor mates." Instead of replying, Ethan raised his palm and pressed it over Nicole's forehead. A few seconds later, a frown appeared on his face. But instead of saying anything, he held Nicole's hands and took her to his room. Although she greeted him in a teasing manner, her complexion didn't look that good, and the coldness of her body confirmed that his suspicion was right. Ethan and Nicole sat on the couch together, with the young lady resting her head on his shoulder. The two of them were just holding hands, and yet he felt as if he was holding a block of ice in his hands. Even so, he didn't feel uncomfortable or bothered by its coldness. Ethan also found this quite baffling, but if he was able to help ease Nicole's suffering, then he would not hesitate to do it. "I guess you're pushing yourself during your training," Ethan said. "I have also been trained by Professor Barrett, and I can tell you that he sometimes doesn't hold back his punches. I can't count the number of times I passed out during our training." Nicole smiled faintly after hearing Ethan's training story. Currently, she and Alice were being trained by the ex-magistratus, who had been hailed as the strongest wizard to take the position. And just as Ethan mentioned, Professor Barrett sometimes didn't hold back his punches. "Both you and Alice are ice users," Ethan commented. "Did you come up with a strategy to fight as a team?" "Yes, I transform my ice magic into a weapon, and that's what she uses," Nicole replied. "She inherited Eilefer Equus Weapon Master legacy." "Then she must be really strong right now," Ethan said. "Very. Can you win against her?" Nicole smirked. "If we are talking about pure physical combat, then I won't win against her. But when it comes to magic, I will win hands down." The young lady's voice was firm, and the confidence in her voice couldn't be denied. The two then chatted about their training, not noticing the time. Only when Ethan heard someone knocking on his door did he remember his agreement with his sister to talk about their grandfather. "Come in, Joanne," Ethan said. "It's not locked." The door of the room opened, and two beautiful ladies entered the room, making the surroundings look brighter. "Are you feeling cold again, Nicole?" Joanne asked as she casually sat on Ethan's bed. She looked at her brother's best friend, who was seated beside him and holding his hand. "Yeah, the usual," Nicole replied. "Do you guys have something planned?" "No," Joanne shook her head. "Brother just asked me what our grandfather is like." Nicole, who only saw Ethan's mother during the wedding ceremony, wondered why Ethan suddenly wanted to know more about his grandfather. Out of curiosity, she decided to ask Joanne a question. "What is your grandfather's name?" Nicole inquired. "Balthazar Azel Valentin," Joanne replied proudly. "Why does the name sound familiar?" Nicole pondered. "For some reason, I think I know who that name belongs to." Half a minute later, Nicole's eyes widened in shock before looking at Joanne in disbelief. "Are you talking about Demon Lord Balthazar?" Nicole asked. "That Balthazar?" "Yes," Joanne nodded. "That Balthazar." The smile on her face widened because this was the reaction she was looking for. The only reason why she answered Nicole's question was because she was someone her brother trusted. But Joanne could never say this to any of the other students of the academy because it might cause panic and chaos. This was why she also asked for Agnes' permission to use Gremory as her surname when she enrolled in Brynhildr Academy using the back door. Ethan's father, Wallace, the current head of the Magistratus, also pulled some strings to ensure that Joanne could enroll safely in the academy. "Ethan, I didn't know that you came from such a notorious family," Nicole said. "I also didn't know until a few months ago," Ethan replied. "In fact, I still haven't met him. The only ones I saw were my mother and father. My grandfather and grandmother weren't there when I visited the Valentin family's castle." "Castle? Well, in a way, he is indeed a king." Nicole nodded in understanding. "So, does that make you and Joanne nobles?" "Well, I don't know about me, but Joanne is a princess," Ethan replied before glancing at his sister, who looked very smug right now. "If she is a princess, then you are definitely a prince," Nicole commented. "Maybe I should consider moving to your lands. I'm not a very picky person. Just grant me the title of Viscount and give me a few hectares of lands to lord over. I'll be fine with that arrangement." Joanne nodded. "Sure, I'll ask my grandfather to do that." "Promise?" "Yes, promise." Joanne then shifted her attention to her brother, who wanted to know what their grandfather was like. "Grandpa is still very healthy," Joanne stated. "But there are times when the color of his hair changes. Sometimes it's black, other times it's gray, and it even turns white on certain occasions. Because of that, it's hard to tell how old he really is. There are even rare moments when he would look just as old as father. When I asked him about it, he said that it was just the magic that was left over after going to battle. Like getting an adrenaline rush, and your body becomes stronger all of a sudden." Joanne paused to close his eyes. "He likes to drink bitter coffee, and he is not a fan of sweet things. He only eats cookies or sweets baked by grandmother, and she only does that once a year when they're not too busy in the lands of Sarakale." Nicole's gaze became sharp after hearing about the lands of Sarakale. The Astaf family had records about it, and they were told that only the most powerful of warriors could go to those lands. As to what was happening in the lands of Sarakale, they weren't told much about it. The only thing they do know was that it was a place where wars with higher stakes were fought, and winners took everything. According to legends, the founders of Brynhildr Academy also went to the lands of Sarakale after making sure that the academy would stand strong against the tests of time. "Grandpa also likes it when I massage his shoulders," Joanne said with a smile, as if remembering something funny. "But his shoulders are hard as rocks, and the only thing I can do is pound them with my fists like this." Joanne showed a pounding action with her fists, making her look so cute and adorable. Grandpa likes it when I do that, and he often praises me and says that I give good massages, Joanne stated with pride. How about it, brother? Want to try my massage? Maybe some other time. Ethan did his best to not chuckle after his sister demonstrated her massaging techniques. It's your loss, Joanne replied. Grandpa said that I'm very good at it. I'm sure you are, Hecate commented. Nicole and Ethan glanced at her, because although she sounded sincere, they could tell that she was being sarcastic about it. If pounding someone's shoulder with their fists could be considered a massage, then many people would probably be sore all day after getting a massage from Joanne. Ah, Grandpa also likes music, Joanne said. He plays the lyre and sings well. He even said that he was able to win Grandma's heart by serenading her. That sounds romantic, Nicole smiled. I just can't see myself seeing the demon lord serenade anyone, especially since he is described as a very evil and merciless person. Joanne scoffed. That is how the ignorant think, but since that is the established norm, there is nothing I can do about it. People are able to sleep soundly at night knowing that the great demon Lord Balthazar is dead. Ethan's sister knew that she wouldn't be able to change how people perceived her grandfather. She wanted to tell everyone how kind, caring, and loving he was. But even if she did, no one would believe her. Perhaps out of anger due to the unfairness of it all, Joanne told her brother about her grandpa's adventures, which he would often tell her as a bedtime story. Through Joanne's stories, Ethan had a clearer picture of what kind of person Balthazar was. It was truly very different from the horrifying visage that was being spread in the history books. Joanne told them that in the imminent battle between the Allied forces and his grandfather, the Protector clans wanted to fight alongside their master. However, Balthazar forbade them and asked them to seek shelter in Cerwyddian so that they wouldn't get involved in the battle. Because of that, the Protector clans preserved their strength and served as Balthazar's eyes, ears, and nose as they wandered across Midgard and other distant lands. Ethan found his sister's story quite fun to listen to because Joanne was animatedly telling the story about her amazing grandpa. In her eyes, Balthazar wasn't the great demon lord, but the greatest hero who protected the world, even to this day. After hearing Joanne's story and making sure that Nicole was warm and toasty, Ethan went to the forbidden section of the library to look for Lyle. Fortunately, all he needed to do was shout 3 times, and the childlike ghost finally flew through the wall he was standing near. I heard you call me earlier, but I was too busy to come, Lyle said. So, why are you here? Don't tell me that you're looking for me because you want to have my treasures. I'll tell you now, they're only meant for Nicole and Alice. I did come here for treasures, but I am not interested in your treasures, Ethan replied. Fortis Dud sent me. Did he now? Yes. Lyle smirked before circling the young man twice, looking at him from head to foot. Then what's the password? Lyle asked. If he really sent you, then surely you know the answer, right? If it still rains no matter what we do, then we just have to get wet, Ethan answered. Lyle clapped his hands together and chuckled. Would you look at that? The stingy Fortis decided to part with one of his treasures. Unbelievable. He almost took literally everything to his grave. Fortunately, he was afraid that Agmundr would not hesitate to dig up his grave, Lyle said. You see, our dark magician is a grave robber, but only a handful of people know that. He even advised all of us to not bury any of our treasures in our graves, because he would only feel guilty for 3 seconds before he pried them away from our corpses. Oh, our dear friend Agmundr, always tinkering with cursed artifacts and making sure that we were the ones who got cursed in the process. I love and hate that guy, even to this day. Lyle spoke of his friend fondly and looked at the distance as if reminiscing his memories. However, Lyle's body stiffened when he saw Agmundr's ghost pass through the place he was looking at. What are you looking at, huh? Agmundr asked. An ugly dog who eats his own poop, Lyle replied in an arrogant tone. Ethan thought that Agmundr would get offended, but the ghost merely snorted before flying to the deeper area of the forbidden section of the library. "So childish," Agmunder commented before disappearing from sight. Lyle clicked his tongue and muttered, "Killjoy," under his breath, but Ethan was able to hear it due to his exceptional hearing. "Well then, let's ignore that grouch and return to treasure hunting." Lyle tried to grab Ethan's hand, but since he was a ghost, his hands passed through harmlessly. For a brief moment, a look of disappointment flashed through Lyle's face, but this disappeared the next second before he chuckled and scratched his head. "I forgot that I am a ghost," Lyle said with a smile. "Well then, follow me." The ghost of the young boy flew in the direction where Agmunder had flown earlier. Ethan followed behind as fast as he could, without endangering the rows of bookshelves in front of him. Agmunder noticed the two passed him, but aside from a glance, he didn't bother to investigate what they were planning to do. Since they knew that Ethan had received permission from the headmaster to enter the forbidden section of the library, the will of the four founders didn't kick him out of one of their personal domains. Lyle stopped in front of a painting and waited for Ethan to take a good look at it. Under the frame, the words "Destiny's Chosen" were written in fancy lettering. "Fortis is someone who likes to add flair to everything he does," Lyle said. He believed that the person whom he would end up choosing as his successor would be one that destiny prepared for him. The painting was made from magical paint, and Ethan couldn't see much aside from the fact that it was raining inside the painting. "His treasures are scattered all over the academy inside his commissioned paintings," Lyle explained. "Only those who know his password will be able to enter them. Since the password that Fortis gave you is the password for this rainy painting, it meant that he only wanted you to gain the treasure in this painting." Ethan nodded in understanding before asking a question. "How do I get the treasure?" Ethan inquired. "Make a guess," Lyle answered with a mischievous smile on his face. "I need to enter the painting and get wet," Ethan replied. "Bingo," Lyle gave Ethan a thumbs up. "Enter the painting and look for the treasure inside it. But like I said, Fortis has a flair for being overly dramatic, so you need to complete a quest once you are inside before getting the treasure hidden inside it." Ethan frowned before poking the painting with his finger. Immediately, his finger went through it. When he took it back, there were droplets of water on it, which meant that it was hit by the rain. By the way, just like what the password said, you can try to use any spells to prevent the water from falling to your body, but I will tell you now that it will be useless, Lyle stated. "If it still rains no matter what we do, then we just have to get wet. This passage means that even if you have the power to manipulate rain, in the end, you will have no choice but to get wet. I'll give you one last clue before you enter. Look for the Doppelbanger Tavern and ask the barkeeper if he has heard any rumors about treasures. Now, off you go, Tilda." Lyle snapped his fingers, and the painting increased its size up to 2 meters. Ethan took a deep breath before taking a step forward. The moment he entered the painting, his senses were immediately assaulted by the sound of heavy rain and the coldness of the water droplets that were washing over his body. The young man instinctively tried to manipulate the rainwater with his ability. But just like what Lyle said, his powers didn't work in the rain. Ethan then looked at his surroundings in order to get a better understanding of where he was. Currently, he was standing on an elevated piece of land, and in the distance, he could see a small town where he believed he should be going next. The first thing he decided to do was to run. However, it didn't take long for him to realize that the most he could do was jog. For some reason, he couldn't run very fast, which was probably another restriction that the founder of Brynhildr Academy had created for this particular mission. "I don't know if Fortis Dud enjoyed the suffering of others," Ethan grumbled as he jogged towards the town as fast as he could. "But he sure likes to make things difficult for people." But even though he had a mouthful of complaints to say, Ethan was wondering what kind of magic was used to create such a world. It felt as if he had stepped into some kind of domain, and truth be told, he wanted to investigate it a bit so that he could better understand how something like this was created. After nearly half an hour of jogging, He finally reached the gate of the small town, only to be stopped at the entrance by the soldiers, who were looking at him in a very suspicious manner. "Sirs, I am not a suspicious person," Ethan said. "I just need a place to seek shelter from the rain." "That's what all suspicious persons say on a rainy day," the guard captain replied. "Tell us your real reason for coming all the way to Fortis town." Ethan almost cringed after hearing the name of the town, which he planned to enter. Just out of pure curiosity, do any of you know someone named Fortis Dud?" Ethan inquired. "But of course," the guard captain replied. "He is the esteemed mayor of this town. However, he is currently away on a business trip, and no one knows when he will return. The town is being managed by his daughter." "Actually, he is the one that sent me here." Ethan decided to use the fact that the mayor was away to make a bluff. "He said that I should go to the Doppelbanger Tavern and ask the barkeeper if he heard any rumors about treasures. I'm a treasure hunter, you see." "Ah, another one of those folks," another guard commented. "We have been getting a few of them as of late." The guard captain nodded in agreement and looked at the soaked teenager in front of him from head to foot. "Fine," the guard captain said. "Since this is your first time in Fortis town, I don't want you to have a bad first impression. Go to the Doppelbanger Tavern and get yourself a change of clothes, good food, and a drink that will warm you up. You may pass." "Thank you, sir," Ethan replied gratefully before finally entering the town where he was supposed to go. If he could only use his power, he wouldn't look like a soaked puppy in the rain. Fortunately, he didn't have a hard time finding the tavern he was looking for. He could hear the sound of merry making from outside the door, so the moment he entered it, he saw people dancing, laughing, and generally having a good time. It reminded him of the harvest festivals they had back in the countryside, where people would sing and dance around a bonfire and celebrate a good harvest. "Oh dear, look at you, soaked through and through," an old lady said as she offered Ethan a towel. "Come in and dry yourself." "Grandma," Ethan blinked in surprise because the old woman that had talked to him was none other than his grandma, Agnes. "Yes, dear, I am a grandma," the old lady who looked like Agnes answered. "You can call me Agnes." Ethan blinked once then twice, before finally realizing that this painting might be using people from his memories. "Thank you," Ethan replied as he allowed himself to be pulled near the fireplace, where he would feel warm. "So, will you be staying the night?" Agnes asked. "We have a few rooms available." "Yes, I will be staying for the night," Ethan replied. "Perfect," Agnes smiled. "Then, how about some food? You can have it in your room. Also, do you wish to take a proper bath? We offer a pail of warm water for a few copper coins." "That will be wonderful," Ethan smiled back. "Good," Agnes nodded before walking towards the counter to pick up a key. "You'll also be having some food, right? Currently we have stew and bread. Are you hungry?" "Yes," Ethan answered. "Excellent," Agnes replied. "Now come with me." The young man followed the innkeeper, who held a lamp in her hand, up the stairs to the second floor of the tavern. They stopped at the room at the end of the hallway. The room wasn't that big, but it was spacious enough to have a comfortable stay. There was a bed, a chair, and a small table with a candlestick. It also had a separate bathroom, which was a good thing. "I'll come back later with some hot water and food," Agnes said. "I'll leave you to change into some dry clothes." "Thank you, Grandma," Ethan smiled, because the old lady truly reminded him of his grandmother with how she talked and acted. After Agnes bid Ethan farewell, the young man closed the door and summoned his wand. "Lux Eterna," Ethan chanted. Immediately, a small light that was enough to illuminate the room hovered on the tip of Ethan's wand. The young man tried other simple spells like Leviticus to check if his magic was working properly. "I guess the only thing I can't use is my power to manipulate water," Ethan muttered. "The rest seems to be working." After the round of spell casting was over, Ethan took off his robe and used a spell to dry it. He then took a bathrobe from his storage ring and put it on. Since he still hadn't confirmed if the town he was in was a town of Ordinarius, He couldn't possibly let Agnes see that his robes were already dry when he was soaking wet earlier. Half an hour later, a knock was heard on the door, and Ethan hurriedly opened it. Agnes came in holding a tray of food, and right behind her was a young lady carrying a bucket of hot water. "Chloe," Ethan asked after seeing his cousin and lover enter the room. "Have we met?" Chloe asked in confusion. "I don't recall meeting you before. How did you know my name?" The young lady looked at the young man with suspicion, making Ethan smile bitterly. "I mistook you for my cousin, Chloe," Ethan replied. "The two of you share a few similarities, so I said her name out loud without meaning to." "I see," Chloe nodded, but her expression was still in doubt. Fortunately, Agnes was there to help sort out things, so the atmosphere wouldn't become awkward. "Well then, I'm sure that you must be very tired," Agnes said. "Eat, drink, take a bath, and rest. If you need someone to guide you around the town tomorrow, you can ask my granddaughter to do it." "But Grandma, we will be busy tomorrow," Chloe replied. "I need to buy a few spices and ingredients tomorrow at the market. We are almost out of stock." "That's fine, Mrs. Agnes," Ethan interrupted the conversation. "I can explore the town by myself. If I really need to know a few places, I can just ask Ms. Chloe when she's no longer busy." Agnes smiled faintly before nodding. "Good. Just be careful not to go to the abandoned church on the north end of the town, especially at night. Rumor has it that ghosts appear during the night." After giving that piece of information, Agnes and Chloe finally left the room, leaving Ethan to ponder his next move. Currently, it was still raining very hard, so he didn't want to go out anytime soon. "I'll just investigate tomorrow when it stops raining," Ethan thought before going to the table to eat. Since he could use magic, he used it to clean himself using the warm water that was brought to him by the old lady and her granddaughter. It would be too suspicious if they came to collect the bucket, and it hadn't been used by the time morning came. After taking a nice, relaxing bath, Ethan laid down on the bed and fell asleep in just a few minutes. He believed that the rain would stop when morning came, so he put his plan to explore the town on hold for the time being. But when he woke up the next day, it was still raining, making him wonder if he was currently in a world where the rain would continue to fall till eternity. Ethan looked at the rain from his window and sighed in his heart. The rain was raining just as hard as when he arrived in the world inside the painting. Maybe this is the reason why the password is like that, Ethan thought. If it still rains no matter what we do, then we just have to get wet. The young man sighed a second time as he pondered whether he should wait another day before he started investigating the town. I should have asked Lyle about the time difference inside the painting and the outside world, Ethan thought. Ethan had spent a year in the lands of Alester, and only a month had passed in the outside world. During the time when he and Joanne spent half a year in the Magdar Kingdom, only a month had passed when they returned. Since he had no idea about the time difference, he decided to no longer wait and start his exploration. I just have to get wet, Ethan muttered as he walked towards the door. After leaving his room, he descended in the tavern room and saw Agnes and Chloe hard at work, delivering platters of food to their customers. We have sausages and bread, Agnes said as soon as she saw Ethan. Interested? Very, Ethan replied. Agnes nodded and went to the kitchen to handle Ethan's order. Chloe, who had just finished serving their customers, approached Ethan. Did you have a good sleep last night? Chloe asked. Yes, Ethan nodded. I slept like a baby. A faint smile appeared on Chloe's lips, as if she was happy to hear that the young man was able to sleep comfortably in their rooms. By the way, does it always rain like this? Ethan asked. No, Chloe replied. Rumor has it that this rain is caused by the Lady of the Lake. Lady of the Lake? Ethan's interest was piqued after hearing the young lady's reply. Can you tell me more? Chloe pondered for a bit before nodding her head. Actually, this rain started a week ago, Chloe said. But before it started raining, we heard a very beautiful yet sad song coming from the lake. Grandma said that she never heard something so beautiful in her life, and I have to agree with her. There is an ethereal charm to the voice, which plucks the heartstrings. When I first heard it, I felt like I was about to burst out crying. Fortunately, the impulse wasn't that strong, and I was able to fight it off. But some were affected by it and unable to stop themselves from crying. Actually, we can still hear her sing. All we need to do is face northwest, where the lake is located, during sunrise and sunset. If you really focus your attention, you will be able to hear it as well. At first, it will be faint like the sound of heavy rain. But the moment you lock your attention on that sound, it will become clearer, and you will hear her. Ethan sighed. I guess I missed my chance. It's way past sunrise already. Well, it's really hard to tell with all this rain if the sun has risen or not because it's still dark outside, Chloe replied. But why don't you try it? The lake is in that direction. Chloe pointed at the clock that was hanging on the wall. Ethan didn't know if he should give it a go or not, but since he had nothing else to do, he decided to give it a try. Shifting his attention to the window where Chloe was pointing, Ethan closed his eyes and extended his senses. The only thing he could hear was the heavy rain that was falling in the town. He listened for nearly a minute before he felt like giving up. But at the last second, he heard something different. Like the downpour was still heavy, and yet there was a different sound that separated itself from the rest. Ethan locked on to that particular sound and focused all its attention to it. Slowly but surely, the sound of the heavy rain slowly disappeared and was replaced by a song. At first, it was faint, but the longer it went, the clearer and the stronger the voice became. The sadness born today soars high into the sky. The sky awakens and stirs the wind, making my chest tremble. I want to protect you. I want to touch destiny. The tears you have shed, the hole in your chest, I want to fill it with happiness. May this song I sing reach you wherever you are. No matter how far apart we may be, I believe that it will reach you. Singing in the rain. The drops of the rain will shine beautifully. And when the sadness is all washed away, the world will come to life again. Just like Chloe had said, the song was so beautiful it plucked at his heartstrings, making him feel breathless after hearing it. But more than anything else, it was a very sad song. The pain of the singer was evident in her song, giving the listener the strong urge to cry. However, Ethan wasn't an ordinary person. So, even though he felt extremely sad after hearing the song, he was still in full control of his emotions. When the song finally ended, Ethan slowly opened his eyes, only to see that Chloe was no longer around, and the food he ordered had already been served to his table. Still immersed in the afterglow of the song, Ethan made his decision. He ate the food he ordered, taking time to enjoy it. The food tasted the way his grandma cooked the food in their house. He had thought the same after eating the food that he had been given last night. So after eating another meal that reminded him of home, he understood that this world might really be using his memories to complete the missing puzzle pieces of the world inside the painting. After paying for his meal, Ethan left the tavern under the heavy rain. His destination was set, and it was none other than the lake located northwest of Fortis town. Since he had no idea where to go, he decided that going to the lake might give him a lead on where the treasure he was looking for could be found. It didn't take long for Ethan to figure out the restrictions in the world inside the painting. Although he could use magic, there were a couple of spells and abilities that didn't work. For example, ones that could manipulate the water, flight magic as well. Ethan had also pieced together the details of the setting. Although the people in the town weren't ignorant of magic, there were only 2 magic wielders that lived in Fortis town. The first one was none other than their mayor, Fortis Dud. And the second one was a witch who lived in a cottage by the woods located on the east side of the town. Ethan had come to know this when he talked to the guards stationed at the northern gate of the town. For the time being, he decided that he would not introduce himself as a wizard. He stuck to his background story of being one of the many treasure hunters who came to Fortis town after hearing the rumors about the treasure that could be found near its location. After getting a general direction of where the lake was, Ethan walked through the heavy rain, wearing a raincoat that he thought he would never need to use ever again in his life. When Professor Ophelia helped him get supplies from Limburg town, she also got him a raincoat. She did this so that he would have something to use just in case he would need to travel outside of the academy through heavy rains while on a mission. After 40 minutes of walking, Ethan believed that he should reach the lake very soon. However, something unexpected happened. A white fog suddenly descended upon him, reducing visibility to 0. Ethan stopped walking and tried to dispel the fog with wind magic, because he might go the wrong way if he walked carelessly in his current condition. But just like the rain, he was unable to repel the fog, even with powerful gusts of wind. After casting all the spells he knew that might help in his current situation, he finally gave up. Think, Ethan, Ethan thought. How do I get to the lake from here? It had been a while since the young man felt alone. Sebastian and his other half weren't replying to his questions, which usually happened whenever he entered a special domain. It only happened to him very rarely, but he had been so used to their company that whenever he didn't hear their voices, he felt truly alone. Ethan closed his eyes and tried to use his senses to hear any traces of the singing he heard earlier. As long as he could get a general understanding of where the singing was coming from, he believed that he would be able to reach the lake without problems. Just as his senses were being pushed to the limits, Lady Luck finally smiled at him. Ethan heard the song, albeit very weakly. It's coming in that direction. Ethan narrowed his eyes as he took a step forward. Following the direction where the sound was coming from, Ethan walked slowly just in case he would fall off over a ledge or hit a tree on his way to his location. Step by careful step, he walked and walked, not mindful of how much time had passed. He had lost track of time within the fog, so he didn't know how long he had been walking. The only thing he did know was that the sound was getting stronger and clearer the longer he walked. He didn't notice it earlier, but after hearing the voice of the singer clearly, he realized that he knew the owner of the voice. However, since he still hadn't seen the singer for himself, he didn't want to assume anything. He just continued to walk and wished that he would be able to confirm his suspicions sooner rather than later. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, he finally saw her. Standing dozens of meters away from the lake shore, a beautiful young lady with long blonde hair was singing a sad song with her hands clasped over her chest. She was wearing a white, one-piece dress that almost looked like a wedding dress without the veil. Her eyes were closed. Looking at her, the young man couldn't tell if it was rain or tears streaming down the sides of her face. But just as he expected, the young lady in front of him was someone he knew. As if sensing his presence, the lady of the lake slowly opened her eyes. "Lillian," Ethan muttered. As he looked at those mesmerizing blue eyes that belonged to his lover, he felt the strong urge to wipe the tears that were falling from them. The young lady continued to sing, not caring about the intruder who had come to her domain. Her sad, angelic voice made Ethan feel an ache in his chest. He didn't know if Lillian could sing, and if her voice would be the same as the lady in front of him. But he made a mental note to ask her if she could sing a song for him after leaving the world inside the painting to confirm his suspicion. When the lady of the lake finally stopped singing, she walked over to the water's surface and approached Ethan. Only when she was 7 meters away from him did she stop. "Who are you?" the lady of the lake asked. "How did you know my name?" Ethan was very tempted to say something like, "You look exactly just like my fiancé," but decided that it might backfire on him. In the end, he chose the safest options and answered the young lady's question. "You look like someone I know," Ethan replied. "Her name is also Lillian." "I see," Lillian said softly. "What brings you to my abode?" "I came to Fortis town because I was looking for treasure," Ethan replied. "Then I heard the story from the townsfolk about you. Some of them believed that this heavy rain came from you and your singing." Lillian didn't reply right away and simply looked at the young man in front of her. Although this was the first time she had seen him, She felt like they shared some kind of connection. A connection that tugged on the missing piece of her heart. After a few minutes of silence, the Lady of the Lake confirmed Ethan's statement. "You're right," Lillian said sadly. "Yes, this rain is indeed my doing." "Will this rain stop anytime soon?" Ethan asked. "I don't know," Lillian replied. "But right now, I feel like there's a hole inside of my heart that won't close no matter what I do. The only way I can relieve the pain in my heart is by singing. If I don't sing, I feel like I'm going to go crazy and lose myself completely. If that happens..." Lillian sighed and closed her eyes, not wanting to continue what she was going to say earlier. "Can you tell me what the problem is?" Ethan asked. "Maybe I can help you." "You can't help me," Lillian answered in a heartbeat. "Are you sure?" Ethan inquired. "I am a wizard. I can use magic." Lillian's sad expression was making him feel sad as well. He at least wanted to know what was causing her pain. As long as he knew of the cause, then he could find a way to deal with it right away. "The Witch of the East took something very important from me," Lillian answered after a minute of silence. "What did she take from you?" Ethan asked. "I'll take it back right away." The Lady of the Lake sighed a second time before walking towards the teenage boy once more. When she was only a step away from him, she reached out to hold Ethan's hand. "This was what she took from me," Lillian said as she held Ethan's hand and looked at his wedding ring. "The ring of promise, a ring that would give anyone dominion over me. The only reason why I am not under her control is because she doesn't know my true name. Don't worry, I promise you, the ring will be returned to you without fail," Ethan said firmly. "Don't start promises you can't keep," Lillian replied before reluctantly letting go of Ethan's hand. "The witch will not return the things that she has managed to get her hands on. Not in the past, not now, not in the future. Those who try to steal her treasures will only die a gruesome death." After saying those words, Lillian turned around and walked away, slowly submerging herself back into the lake. "Leave this place while you still can, stranger," Lillian said softly. "Because if you remain in these lands long enough, you will also lose things that are important to you, just like how I lost what is precious to me." The Lady of the Lake finally disappeared, leaving Ethan to ponder the words of warning that she had left to him. The fog that had prevented him from reaching the lake earlier also disappeared. Ethan stood on the lake's shore for a few minutes, looking at the place where Lillian disappeared before turning around to return to the town. Since he might have a confrontation with a powerful witch, he believed that he needed to know all available information about her. This was a sensitive topic, so he planned to ask Chloe and Agnes in private about it. He hoped that the two of them would be able to answer some of his questions about the Witch of the East, who had stolen Lillian's ring of promise. There were no unexpected mishaps on his return trip, so he was able to return faster than he had expected. When he returned to his lodging, he asked Agnes to have his lunch delivered to his room. He still needed to sort his thoughts, and it was also a good opportunity to ask his questions in private. But instead of Agnes, the one who delivered his food was Chloe. Ethan thanked her and didn't hesitate to ask her the question that he had been meaning to ask. "Is the Witch of the East a good or evil witch?" Ethan asked. "Can you tell me anything about her?" Chloe's face immediately turned pale after hearing Ethan's question. She even looked around the room as if trying to check if there were any eyes or ears listening to their conversation. "You shouldn't casually ask people about the Witch of the East," Chloe whispered in Ethan's ear, as if afraid that the witch would hear her. "Then, can you tell me what you know about her?" Ethan asked. A look of hesitation appeared on Chloe's face, but after he assured her that he would keep it a secret, the young lady finally relented. Chloe took the other chair from the table and placed it beside Ethan's chair. She then leaned close and whispered what she knew about the witch, whom none of the townspeople dared to talk about in the open. "The Witch of the East is said to be one of the prodigies of this era," Chloe whispered. "However, her pursuit of knowledge has led her to perform inhumane experiments. As long as she is able to get the results she needs, she is willing to do anything." She and our town mayor don't really see eye to eye. But since Lord Fortis is a powerful wizard, the witch doesn't dare to confront him head-on. But a week ago, Lord Fortis left for an important business trip. It should have only taken a few days at most, but it's already been 8 days since someone last saw him. The heavy rain also started around that time and has been pouring since then, even to this day. I overheard the guards talking when I went shopping this morning. They said that the witch might have ambushed our town's mayor on his way back to Fortis Town. Of course, no one knows if this is true or not. However, I have this nagging feeling that things might only get worse. I just hope that we are just overthinking things, and our mayor's business trip has merely suffered a minor mishap, making him unable to return right away. The witch is also a well-known magical artifact collector and an artist. She sells paintings to noble families. There are times when she will ask some townspeople to pose for her paintings. But after getting their image painted by her, everyone who returned from her cottage seemed to have changed into a different person. Because of this, no one wants to become her model anymore. Ethan's frown deepened because the more he heard about the Witch of the East, the more he felt that she was a formidable character. After Chloe finished telling him everything she knew about the Witch of the East, Ethan thanked her and promised that he would not tell anyone what he had heard from her. When the young lady finally left, Ethan sighed and laid down on the bed. He needed to organize his thoughts so that he could plan properly on how to deal with this matter. First, I'll try to infiltrate her cottage and see if I can find the ring without confronting her directly, Ethan thought. Fighting her will be the last resort. I guess I should find a place to practice what kind of spells I can use for combat. Ethan was unable to summon his tridents. He was also unable to call forth Daneslave. He didn't know if his domains would activate inside the painting or not. But he needed to get a better picture of what kind of spells he could and couldn't use. A single mistake during a duel could prove fatal for him, so he planned to better understand the spells that the world wouldn't restrict. While the young man was thinking about this, a certain witch who lived inside a cottage in the woods calmly sipped her tea as she looked at the crystal ball in front of her. Displayed inside, it was a handsome young man with long blue hair and eyes that made her smile. I didn't know that such a good model had appeared in this dreary town, the beautiful witch smiled sweetly. I better add him to my collection. The many paintings that hung on the cottage walls all trembled, as if dreading that another innocent soul would fall prey into the witch's hands. Ethan, who was unaware that he was being spied on with a crystal ball, closed his eyes to rest. He was feeling drained and very exhausted, which made him wonder if he'd caught a cold. However, he tossed this thought aside, thinking that it was an impossible thing to happen. But just as he was starting to fall asleep, he once again remembered Lillian's words. If you remain in these lands long enough, you will also lose things that are important to you, just like how I lost what is precious to me. Ethan felt that those words sounded like a prophecy. Unfortunately, those thoughts soon disappeared from his head as he slid to sleep's embrace, not knowing that the Witch of the East already had her eyes on him. When Ethan woke up, the sun had just set, and he was feeling very hungry. The rain outside was pouring as hard as ever, making him wonder if he should spend the night inside the inn or explore a bit more after he finished eating dinner. I'll think about it once I've eaten, Ethan thought. He then left his room to go down and eat in the tavern. Just as he expected, the tavern was almost full and very lively during the night. Since people really couldn't do anything outside due to the rain, they just drank, ate, and chatted with their friends, making the atmosphere quite lively. "What's for dinner, Grandma?" Ethan asked as soon as he saw Agnes approaching his direction. "Leek and potato soup," Agnes replied. "Or you can settle for bread and cheese." "Sounds good, I'll get both, thank you," Ethan nodded. Agnes chuckled. "Looks like someone is hungry. Very well, just wait for a few minutes." The old lady left Ethan alone as she went to the kitchen. Chloe was serving mugs of mead to some old customers who were bragging about their adventures when they were still young. Ethan casually listened to their stories and found some of them quite interesting. Of course, he believed that some of them exaggerated their tailies, but that didn't change the fact that they were all very interesting. After serving her customers, Chloe approached Ethan and asked if he wished to try some of their mead, which was very popular in Fortis town. "Will I get drunk if I drink one mug?" Ethan asked with genuine curiosity. He used to avoid drinking because he was still underage. However, there was one time when he and Lily decided to drink in the lands of Alester. It was during a feast held in their honor. Ethan didn't remember much of what happened that night. But when he woke up the next day, the bed was a mess, with their clothes scattered around the room as if a tornado just went past it. Lily's body was littered with kiss marks, and his seed had stained the sheets right below her thighs. The amount of it was enough to make Ethan feel very embarrassed, so ever since then, he decided to not drink again, or at least for a long while. "That depends on how well you can hold your liquor." Chloe smirked with her arms crossed over her chest. "Be warned, though, our mead isn't for the faint of heart." Ethan arched an eyebrow. "Is that a challenge?" "I'm just stating facts," Chloe replied. "Drink one mug, and if you feel like you're getting tipsy, you should stop." "Then, how many can you drink, Chloe?" "I'm still sober with 3, but if I drink 4 to 5, I'll definitely get pretty drunk." Ethan thought for a while and decided to just drink after he had finished eating his dinner. The food in the world tasted very real, so he thought that it might not be a bad idea if he drank a mug or 2, just to test how much alcohol he could handle in his system. While looking for the lake earlier, he also tested more of his magic, and it seemed that he could also not use the power of his legacies. The Tidebringer's legacy and Mimir's wisdom weren't working. Because of this, he decided that it would not be a good idea to face the witch until he had properly tested all of his spells and abilities. "I guess I need to go out tonight," Ethan thought. "Chloe said that there's an abandoned church at the northern end of the town. That will be a good place to practice my spells." After finalizing his plan, Ethan ate his fill and drank 2 mugs of beer. The mead was surprisingly good, and he liked its honey-like flavor. "I can now understand why it's popular," Ethan said to Chloe after he finished his second mug. "It's indeed a good mead." "I know, right?" Chloe replied with a smug smile on her face. "Want one more mug?" "Maybe after I return," Ethan answered. "I need to go somewhere tonight." "In this rain," Chloe frowned. "Are you sure? It's very dark outside. I doubt you'll be able to see your way." "Don't worry, I'm a treasure hunter, remember?" Ethan smiled. "I have my way to see during the night." Although the power of his legacies wasn't working, the blessing he got from Ashmedai, dark vision, still worked perfectly. After assuring Chloe that he would be back before midnight, Ethan put on his raincoat and walked into the darkness of the night, headed for the church located at the north. The church wasn't located inside the town, but half a mile away from it. According to Chloe, only the devout would leave the town to listen to the priest's sermons. Because of this, he had created a tight-knit community of followers. However, when the priest died due to old age, the church had long been abandoned. There were even rumors that the spirit of the priest still haunts the church, and that sinners would be attacked whenever they entered its doors. Ethan, who had met a few ghosts in Brynhildr Academy, wasn't that afraid of them. Also, if things really got dicey, he believed that an ordinary ghost would not be a match for him. As he walked on the muddy ground, Ethan kept his wits and senses around him. His wand was already in his hand, and he was ready to blast any wild animal if they were to suddenly attack him out of nowhere. He also made sure to listen for any signs of Lillian's singing. However, since he didn't hear the sad song, he assumed that she was still under the lake. Among Ethan's lovers, Lillian held a special place in Ethan's heart. At the start, they were not necessarily enemies, but they still stood on opposing sides. After that, the young lady made her intentions to pursue Ethan public, to the point that she even transferred to Brynhildr Academy to be with him. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't moved by her determination. In fact, it was why he had given her and himself a chance to nurture their relationship. Perhaps, Another deciding factor was the compatibility of their legacy. Whenever he was near Lillian, Ethan could feel his Tidebringer powers resonating with her legacy of rivers and lakes. He also gradually grew fond of her personality. Lillian had a fierce side like Chloe and a bold personality like Nicole. And yet, she would be shy like Luna when it was only the two of them together, making her look very endearing in his eyes. When it came to doing intimate things, he found her the most delicate among his lovers. So, whenever he made love to her, he made sure to be very gentle because he was afraid of breaking her or making her pass out. If it weren't for his strong self-control, he might have been unable to prevent himself from becoming a bit rough due to the sound of her pleasure-filled sighs. However, it was also during those moments that he could feel how intense and determined she was when it came to certain things. Behind her blue eyes that matched his own hid a fiery beast that would go all out if Ethan and her loved ones were to be harmed by others. While thinking of his lover, Ethan found himself standing at the doors of the church, which was surprisingly in good condition. He thought that it would truly be in ruins, but aside from the obvious wear and tear due to the elements, it still looked strong. After he unlocked the doors with a spell, he also used a cleaning spell to clean his shoes, which had become muddy. Just like he expected, the inside of the church was still in good condition. However, once his gaze landed on the altar, his body subconsciously stiffened because he realized that he wasn't alone. "Well, hello to you, stranger," a young lady, whom Ethan was very familiar with, greeted him with caution. "Are you also here to pass the night?" Ethan stared at the young lady who sat beside the altar, where a lamplight was shining. Her long pink hair glistened faintly in the light, and from what he could tell, it was still wet with water. However, her unwavering gaze and the fact that her right hand was holding the handle of a sheathed dagger proved that if Ethan were to do anything funny, she would not hesitate to use it against him. "Nicole," Ethan muttered the young lady's name before he could even stop himself from doing so. Just like he expected, the young lady fully raised her guard, ready to draw her dagger. "And how did you know my name?" Nicole asked. "Don't tell me you know someone who looks just like me and coincidentally has the same name as me, right?" Ethan couldn't help but smile bitterly because, unlike the Lady of the Lake, the young man believed that the lady in front of him would need a bit more effort to convince him that he meant her no harm. "I see. So you're also a treasure hunter, huh?" Nicole said as she filled Ethan's mug with mead. "You guys really know your stuff. Too bad, it's been raining like cats and dogs for the past week. You guys can't really do any treasure hunting in this weather." Ethan, who thought that he would have a hard time convincing the young lady that he was harmless, found himself sharing a drink with her. "Yes," Ethan replied after taking a sip from his mug. "This weather is not ideal for treasure hunting." Unlike the balanced sweetness of the mead he had in the tavern earlier, the one he was drinking right now was also sweet, but there was a sour, fruity aftertaste. Nevertheless, it wasn't bad and was good enough to drink. "This mead is only a month old," Nicole said after pouring herself a mug and making a toast with Ethan. "But this weather makes me want to not wait for a few more months to enjoy it. I just want something to warm me up, especially when the nights are cold." Out of habit, Ethan almost touched Nicole's forehead to check her temperature. However, this time, he managed to hold himself back just in time because he didn't want to make the young lady become suspicious of him again. "You brewed this mead by yourself?" Ethan asked after drinking a bit of his mead. "It's not bad. You have talent in brewing." "I bet you say that to all girls," Nicole replied in a teasing tone. "Well, I learned a bit from my father before he passed away. One of the joys of his life is brewing, and it rubbed off on me." Ethan wanted to ask Nicole if the father she was talking about was the priest of the church. But in order to not make the atmosphere awkward, he decided that it would be best if he didn't pry on the matter any longer. "So, do you live here in the church?" Ethan asked. "No," Nicole replied, "but I visit it twice a week to clean. This church is made to honor the goddess of the earth, and since I am one of her few existing believers in this town, I make it a point to clean it regularly." "Isn't it hard to clean this place on your own?" Ethan inquired. It is, but that's just how it is, Nicole replied. Sometimes you just have to do what you have to do. Nicole then drank everything in her mug before pouring herself a second serving. Drink up as well, Nicole said as she refilled Ethan's mug. It's very rare for me to have company, especially on a dark, cold, and rainy night like this. Ethan sighed helplessly before drinking the mead that was offered to him. The two then chatted about many things. About the obnoxious town mayor and the recent scandals that he had, which forced him to leave the town and use a business trip as an excuse for it. Ethan chuckled because Nicole's story was quite funny, and he was also feeling a bit down about the world inside the painting. Since the young lady was dissing the mayor, Fortis Dud, Ethan decided to diss him together with her, making the two chuckle like good drinking buddies. Their talks flowed, just as smoothly as the mead that the two of them were drinking. Before Ethan realized it, he was already drunk, no longer in the right condition to return to the inn. You've drunk too much, Nicole said apologetically. Come, let me take you to the bedroom to rest. Although his thoughts were already a little hazy at that point, he was still pleasantly surprised because Nicole was strong enough to support his wobbling body. Fortunately, the bedroom wasn't that far of a walk because it was just located on the right side of the room. Nicole made him sit on the bed first and then helped him take off his shoes. Ethan's head was already nodding off at that point, but he could still faintly sense that Nicole was removing his robe. You're so defenseless, Ethan, Nicole whispered. Coming here was worth it. That was the last thing that registered in Ethan's head before he felt something soft press against his lips, followed by a sweetness that was sweeter than honey. A moment later, he blanked out, and soon, the rustling of clothes echoed silently inside the room. The cold body pressed over something warm, igniting the heat that spread like wildfire. When the flames finally settled down, the lingering sparks shone for the last time. Ethan finally closed his eyes to sleep. When he woke up the next day, he felt a bit fatigued, as if his magic and vitality had been sucked out of his body. Even so, he shrugged it off and looked at the unfamiliar room that he was in. It took him a while longer to realize that he was only wearing his underwear, while the rest of his clothes were properly folded on top of the table. He tried his best to recall what happened the night before, but every time he did, he only felt an ache inside his head. I drank too much, Ethan thought. I should have controlled myself a bit more. Ethan poured himself a glass of water and drank it to feel better. But just as he was about to wear his clothes, the door of the room opened. Nicole entered, holding a tray of food. It's not much, but I made porridge for the two of us, Nicole said as she placed the tray on the table. Do you have a hangover? I have medicine here for that. Do you need it? Yes, please, Ethan replied. He then slowly put his pants and robe on as if he wasn't embarrassed to do it in front of Nicole. The young lady then handed him a small bottle and asked him to drink its contents. Just drink it slowly. It's a bit bitter, Nicole stated. Ethan nodded and drank the bitter liquid that made his face contort for a brief moment before returning to normal. Come, let's eat, Nicole said as she patted the chair beside her. Ethan thanked her and sat beside her. The porridge was simple, but it was warm enough and the volume was big enough to fill his stomach. By the way, what are your plans for today? Nicole asked. Ethan stopped eating and pondered what his plans were today. He felt like he needed to do something important, but no matter how hard he tried to remember it, the thought would slip into his hands, making him unable to recall anything. While the memory he was trying to recall slipped away from his fingertips, a new memory willingly allowed itself to be caught, making Ethan remember what he was supposed to do. Weren't we supposed to pick up edible plants and herbs in the forest? Ethan asked. With this rain, our food supply will run out if we don't stack up soon. Nicole smiled faintly before nodding her head. Let's go together after breakfast. It's hard to look for edible plants at night. I can still look for them at night, Ethan answered. And leave me alone, Nicole answered. Are you sure about that? Maybe not. Ethan shook his head. It's too dangerous to leave you alone here in the church. We don't know if someone with ill intentions will suddenly barge here when you're alone. Nicole smirked before whispering something in Ethan's ear, making the latter arch an eyebrow. You really are adventurous, Ethan commented. Since it's already raining, why not get wet together? Nicole said as she gave Ethan a mischievous smile. It has been a while since I bathed in the rain. Will you accompany me? Why not? Ethan replied. But you better prepare yourself, okay? If you invite a wolf into your home, you should be prepared to get eaten. Oh, there's no need to worry about that, Nicole said as she affectionately caressed Ethan's cheek. Last night, I invited a good wolf to enter my home, and I am the one who ate him. Ethan's eyes became dazed for a brief moment before it returned to normal. What did you say? Ethan asked as he pinched the bridge of his nose. I think I really drank a lot last night. I didn't hear what you said earlier. Don't worry, it's nothing important, Nicole assured him. All you need to do is enjoy our date in the rain later. Sounds like a fun date indeed, Ethan smiled. Indeed, Nicole agreed. It will be fun indeed. The smile on her face widened as he looked at the handsome young man, who was happily eating the food that she prepared especially just for him. The two teenagers had been picking what herbs they could find for the past few hours. Although it was hard, they still managed to get a decent amount of them. It's really hard to see the found herbs in this rain, Nicole said as she and Ethan wandered deeper into the forest together. It's much easier to pick up mushrooms. At least we know which place to look for them. Edible ones? Ethan asked. I don't really know the difference between ones you can eat and ones that could kill you if you eat them. Nicole giggled. Well, you really have to be careful because some can really leave you a nasty aftertaste. Fortunately, the mushroom I had last night tasted very good. You ate mushrooms last night? Yes, a very good one. Nicole said these words in a teasing tone, which for some reason made Ethan's cheeks feel like they were burning despite the cold, heavy rain around them. He had drunk too much last night, so his memories were hazy. However, that didn't mean that he didn't consider the possibility that something happened even though he had no recollection of it. Let's go to that tree and rest for now, Nicole said. Good thing I brought a bottle of mead to help warm us up. Do you always carry those bottles around? Ethan asked in curiosity as he looked at Nicole's basket, which had 2 bottles of mead in it. No, Nicole replied. Today is special, so I decided to take them with me. After getting shelter from the rain, Nicole handed Ethan a bottle and took the other for her own. The young lady took a few sips and sighed as she looked at the pouring rain around them. Ethan did the same and felt his body warming up due to the alcohol content in it. The two chatted like 2 old drinking buddies as they finished their drinks together. After finishing her drink, Nicole slowly removed her robe, which made Ethan look at her in surprise. What are you doing? Ethan asked. What else? Nicole asked. I'm going to bathe in the rain. Ethan, who was supposed to look away, found herself unable to avert his gaze as Nicole's seductive body was laid bare for him to see. The young man subconsciously swallowed as his gaze wandered over her body. Seeing her reaction, Nicole grinned and held his hand. Come, join me. As if unable to disobey her words, Ethan found himself disrobing, not feeling any shame in it. The young lady whistled after seeing the young man in front of her and didn't hesitate to pull him to bathe in the rain. Just like children who were experiencing it for the first time, the two allowed the rain to fall upon them without a care in the world. A few minutes later, Nicole wrapped her arms around Ethan's neck and pulled him closer to him for a kiss. Ethan didn't resist and welcomed her advance. Despite their bodies being wet from the rain, they weren't feeling cold. The two of them kissed and kissed and kissed some more, pressing their lips and bodies against each other. They were like Adam and Eve, all alone in a world of eternal rain, sharing passionate kisses that made them forget where they were. After a few minutes, Nicole was the first one to pull back. But she still clung on to him and looked at his beautiful blue eyes, which were looking only at her. She could feel his shaft pressed against her abdomen, sensing its strength and masculinity. "I guess it's time to eat a mushroom," Nicole said in a teasing tone. The young lady pulled Ethan back to the tree, where they had taken shelter earlier, and pressed his back on its bark. She then crouched down, and soon, Ethan found himself sucking in a deep breath as she blew on his shaft, sending shivers down his spine. Then he felt her soft and wet lips, taking him in and making his breathing ragged. Although she was a bit clumsy in doing it, it didn't change the fact that it made him feel really good. The moment he reached his peak, his body shuddered uncontrollably, as if the young lady were taking everything from him, including his soul. When everything subsided, he felt the wave of fatigue he felt earlier during the day, making his knees feel weak. "Come," Nicole said. "I know a cottage nearby. We can stay there for the time being." Nicole then pulled Ethan's hand, leaving behind their clothes and the basket filled with herbs. The cottage was only a 3-minute walk from the tree where they stayed, hidden behind a row of trees, making it nearly invisible to the naked eye. Upon entering the cottage, Nicole gently pushed Ethan onto the bed and kissed him once more. With every kiss they exchanged, he felt as if his thoughts were being scattered like clouds. The only person that he could think about was Nicole, as if his entire world revolved around her. Soon, they joined their bodies and tumbled on the sheets together. Just as he was about to reach his peak, Ethan felt something prick the side of his neck, making him feel a state of euphoria. As if waiting for that moment, his body once again shuddered, finding release. At that brief moment of clarity and ecstasy, Ethan felt as if something very important from him was being taken away. He soon collapsed over Nicole's body, panting for breath. Nicole lightly patted his head and held him close to her. She could feel his heartbeat and his consciousness slowly fading. The young lady smiled as she relished the taste of Ethan's blood and seed, basking in the afterglow. Once she was certain that the young man had finally lost consciousness, she glanced at the ring that was now in the palm of her hand. The moment she bit Ethan's neck and drank his blood, she had also taken the wedding ring on his finger, taking it as her own. "It looks the same as the ring I stole from the Lady of the Lake," Nicole said softly, as she compared it to the ring on her finger. The smile on her face widened before she licked the bloodstain on Ethan's neck, loving everything about him. His face, his body, his blood, and his seed. All of them were perfect, making her feel that she had found the person she was looking for her entire life. After using magic to heal Ethan's neck, she licked the remaining blood that seeped out from it. She then gently laid him on the bed. A brush appeared in her hand, and a canvas materialized out of nowhere. Soon, she began to paint, painting the young man, who was now sleeping soundly on the bed. She wanted to capture his face, lips, his body, his everything. She wanted to draw it to perfection. But after only managing to draw the foundation, she felt someone enter her domain, making her stop whatever she was doing. "Fortis!" A hiss escaped the young lady's lips before she summoned her wand. Waving it around her, she was once again fully clothed, and her face held a determination that she hadn't had in years. "This is the last time that I will let you interfere with me," Nicole said, almost growling. "Never again." Giving Ethan one last glance, Nicole left the cabin to confront the mayor of the town, who had been her adversary for years. Perhaps due to her haste, she didn't even bother to close the door as she left her sanctuary without another glance. A few minutes later, the door slowly opened. Wet boot prints appeared on the floor, step by step heading toward the bed where the young man was lying unconscious due to the evil machinations of the Witch of the East, who had planned everything from the beginning. "I knew it," Chloe said as she took off the invisibility cloak that covered her body. "That damned witch." The young lady frowningly looked at Ethan's helpless figure before shifting her attention to the painting that was on the side of the bed. "Not on my watch," Chloe stated as she took out a wand from her pocket and unleashed a burst of flame from her wand, burning the canvas completely. After burning the canvas, she took the crystal ball on top of the table and stuffed it into her magical pouch. She then scanned the room to see if there were other ways how the witch could track them, but after making sure that there were no other points of interest, she pointed her wand in Ethan's direction. Leviticus. Ethan's body floated on the bed, making the blanket covering his lower half slip to the side. Chloe almost dropped him on the bed out of shock, but fortunately, she was able to regain her composure in time. With a beach-red face, she hastily covered his body with a blanket. The eye candy was too much stimulation for an innocent maiden like her to see. I better hurry, Chloe thought. The mayor will not be able to distract her for a long time. Taking out a small potion bottle from her robe, Chloe poured out its contents into Ethan's mouth. A few seconds later, his entire body faded from view due to the effect of the invisibility potion. Chloe hesitated for a bit before taking off the floating robe in front of her. He's invisible, so it doesn't really matter since I can't see it, Chloe muttered. She then carefully held onto Ethan's body as she dragged him outside of the cottage. Wearing her invisibility cloak, she moved as fast as she could with Ethan in tow towards the river connecting to the lake. The Witch of the East could easily find them if she took the normal route, so she had no other choice but to use an alternative. Due to the heavy rain, the river's torrent was fast, and it would be suicidal for her to jump on it with Ethan. However, she wasn't alone. "I'm here," Chloe said before removing her invisibility cloak. The Lady of the Lake, Elyon, hovered above the raging river and nodded in understanding. With a wave of her hand, Chloe and Ethan were covered in a bubble, which flew toward the river, disappearing from its depths. Elyon glanced in the direction where she could faintly hear the sound of battle, her eyes filled with killing intent. However, she also knew that she would lose most of her power if she were to fight on land. "This time, you will have no choice but to come to me," Elyon said before slowly submerging in the river. "You took something precious to me, so I'll take something precious to you. Let's see who will have the last laugh." Using her powers, she hid the two teenagers' presents and brought them to her home. The footprints that Chloe had left behind were washed away by the rain, removing any and all traces of her escape. While the Lady of the Lake was helping Chloe and Ethan escape, a battle was taking place at a clearing in the forest. "What's wrong, witch?" Fortis Dud laughed as he held his wand at the ready. "You think you've gotten rid of me, have you?" "You're a hateful man," Nicole sneered. "Why are you getting in my way?" "Because it's fun," Fortis Dud replied in a heartbeat. "Don't worry, I won't ask for any compensation from the time you tried to ambush me. Better luck next time, okay?" Nicole hatefully unleashed her killing spell, which she had personally created in order to kill Fortis Dud's ghost. However, the founder of Brynhildr Academy was slippier than an eel, dodging her spell as if he had known that it was coming. "Nice try," Fortis Dud chuckled. "Are you feeling anemic today? Have you not drunk enough blood? This is what you get for not going out in the sun." "Gelida Rignum," Nicole shouted, and the world around her turned into a frozen field. Even the rain falling from the sky turned into countless pin-like ice shards, which soon surrounded Fortis Dud and formed a spiny cage. "Die!" Nicole shouted as she waved her wand, sending countless ice needles that seemed unending toward her adversary. "Contigo!" Fortis Dud created a blue barrier around him, preventing the ice needles from turning him into a pin cushion. A second later, he pointed his wand toward Nicole and chanted another spell. "Repello!" The ice needles that were falling toward him were blown away and were sent flying back to Nicole. The Witch of the East simply stomped her foot, creating an ice wall to block the attacks that had been returned in her direction. She then waited for the next attack to come, but after waiting for a few seconds, nothing happened. A frown appeared on her face as she undid the ice wall in front of her. She half expected that Fortis Dud would launch his attack as soon as she lowered her guard, but to her surprise, the annoying wizard was nowhere to be seen. Thinking that her foe was just hiding to launch a sneak attack at her, she made sure to scan her surroundings with her wand at the ready. But no matter how long she waited, the hateful wizard never appeared. Suddenly, a thought came to mind, making her eyes widen in shock. She then hastily retreated and returned to her cottage, intending to confirm whether her suspicion was right. The moment she entered her cottage and saw that Ethan was no longer on the bed, an angry scream escaped her lips. She then glanced at the ashes of her canvas, as well as the muddy boot prints on the floor. Thinking that there was still hope, she tried to follow the traces that were left behind. But after stepping out of her cottage, there were no longer any tracks she could follow. It was as if they were hidden away by magic. Once again, a scream filled with frustration escaped her lips. The person whom she had been waiting for, who would realize her dream, had slipped away from her grasp and was nowhere to be found. Perhaps laughing at her circumstances, thunder boomed continuously in the sky, making the Witch of the East angrier with each passing second. "Is he okay?" Chloe asked the Lady of the Lake, who was checking Ethan's condition. "Will the witch be able to control him to do her bidding?" "He is safe. However, the witch absorbed a lot of his blood and essence, so he probably wouldn't wake up until tomorrow," Lillian replied. "Besides, you already destroyed the unfinished painting. He would not completely fall under Nicole's control. But what?" Chloe asked. "It seems that he has also lost something precious to him," Lillian said softly as she held onto Ethan's hand. The wedding ring on his finger, which she had seen the first time she met him, was nowhere to be seen. Chloe's face turned solemn after hearing what the mermaid princess had to say. She had heard stories about people falling under the witch's control after they had their paintings drawn by her. However, the witch had only targeted maidens in the past. Ethan was the first male victim, making Chloe assume that the teenage boy must have had something the witch wanted. "Can he recover what he lost?" Chloe inquired. "That depends on him," Lillian replied. "He can probably take back what he lost, and on his way, there is also a possibility for him to take back what I had lost as well." "So, will you help him?" Chloe asked. Lillian didn't answer right away, but her blue eyes shone faintly as he looked at the sleeping young man lying on her bed. "I'll wait for him to wake up before I decide," Lillian answered after a minute. "As for you, you should return to the tavern. The witch will certainly try to look for Ethan in the town. If she finds you suspicious, you will probably be targeted next." "I understand," Chloe nodded. "Please create a fog to cover the path I will take so I won't be discovered." Lillian nodded and slowly rose up to the surface. She conjured a fog that covered not only the path toward the lake, but also the town. "Go," Lillian stated. "You will be able to see through the fog. Do not come here to the lake. Let me handle the rest. If there's an emergency, I'll call for you through the rain." "Understood," Chloe replied as Lillian enveloped her in a bubble to send her to the surface of the lake. Even after the young lady had left her domain, Lillian continued to watch over her to ensure that she wouldn't be discovered as she returned home. Once Chloe had finally returned safely, Lillian pondered if she should keep the fog active or not. In the end, she decided to let it stay for half a day and make it dissipate naturally. She didn't mind if the witch came looking for her, because that was exactly what she wanted to happen. As long as Nicole was within her spell range, she would be able to teach the Witch of the East a lesson. Lillian then walked toward the bed and sat on it. Her gaze lingered on Ethan's face before shifting toward his neck, where the faint mark of puncture wounds could be seen. The wound had already healed to a certain extent, but since it hadn't been that long, some of its traces still remained. "You should have been more careful," Lillian said softly. "But then again, she is known for being good at deceit. Even I had fallen to her schemes." Lillian sighed before raising her hand to summon a goblet made of blue crystal. She then gently placed it on Ethan's lips and tilted it a little, allowing him to drink 3 drops of the water that came from the spring of life. A few seconds later, Ethan's pale face regained a bit of its color. Seeing the changes in his expression, the Lady of the Lake knew that he was on his way to recovery. "He looks a little like him," Lillian thought as he brushed away the strands of hair that stuck on Ethan's face. Or maybe he will look at him if he was given the opportunity to grow up. Lillian looked at the young man, but her gaze seemed to be seeing someone else. A boy who seemed to be around 10 to 12 years old wandered far from the town and ended up in the lake. Not only did he have the same hair and eye color as Ethan, but they shared similar features too. The lady of the lake lowered her head and took a whiff of the young man's scent. They smell the same as well, Lillian mused. It seems that fate is making fun of me right now. But for some reason, she felt sleepy after looking at Ethan's peaceful expression. A being like her didn't really need to eat and sleep. And yet, for the second time in her life, she felt like sleeping beside the young man, who reminded her of a distant past. A past when she was still happy, regardless of how fleeting it had been. The lake was under a very powerful spell, and even the Witch of the East was unable to break through it easily. Besides, the moment she appeared, the Lady of the Lake would be able to sense her presence no matter how much she tried to hide it. Giving into her nostalgic memories, she laid down beside Ethan and hugged his cold body. Ethan slightly stirred from the bed, as if reacting to Lillian's hug. Since Luna and Lillian were also in the same manner as him, the two of them would often sneak inside his bed to sleep with him. Because of this, his body remembered the sensation, making him slowly open his eyes to look at the young lady beside him. Seeing that it was his lover, Ethan wrapped his arms around her and pulled her closer to him. He then kissed her forehead before once again closing his eyes to sleep, just like what he always did whenever his lovers decided to sneak on his bed at night. Lillian, who didn't expect such a scenario to happen, fell into a daze as she stared up close to Ethan's sleeping face. Although the arms hugging her were still a bit cold, she felt something warm spread in her chest. For the first time in the past few decades, she felt calm and at peace. Because of this, she too closed her eyes and fell asleep. She might have lost something important to Nicole. But right now, she felt as if she had regained a bit of that happiness. Her heart, which had become cold with time, showed signs of thawing, which she had yet to realize at this point in time. Ethan dreamed. A dream of Lillian playing with a boy who seemed to be around 10 to 12 years old beside the lake shore. "Lillian, I'll marry you when I grow up," the boy, who looked just like Ethan when he was younger, said with a smile. "Marriage?" Lillian tilted her head in confusion. "Why would you marry me?" "Because Mother said that when I grow up, I'll marry an amazing lady just like her," the boy replied. "Lillian is amazing, so you must be my wife when I grow up." "What kind of logic is that?" Lillian smiled faintly. "You humans sure are funny, but when you grow up, I'm sure you will forget about these things." "I won't," the boy said. "I even have this." The boy took something out of his pocket and presented it to Lillian with a big smile on his face. "A ring," Lillian observed the ring on the boy's hand. "This blue gem is quite mysterious. I can feel a faint power emanating from it." "This is our wedding ring," the boy said. "Mother said that my father picked up this ring in a place called a dungeon, but instead of selling it, he said that it might be a good dowry for a girl I will marry when I grow up." "Did you steal this from your mother?" "No, they gave it to me 2 years ago, so it's mine, but it's yours now. You will be my wife anyway, right?" "I never agreed to be your wife." The boy, who looked like the young Ethan, didn't expect that he would get rejected. Even so, he decided to be stubborn and asked for Lillian's hand. "Give me your hand," the boy said. "Hand? You humans sure are funny." But even though the Lady of the Lake said those words, she reluctantly did as the boy said and placed her hand on the palm of his hand. With a big smile on his face, the boy slid the ring on her finger. "Now it's a done deal," the boy stated. "The two of us will get married when I grow up." "This marriage is so one-sided. I didn't even get a choice." "Because you don't need to make a choice. I made the choice for you." Lillian lightly flicked the boy's forehead, making the latter cry out in pain. "You're already this pushy when you're still a boy," Lillian said. "When you grow older, you will definitely be more pushy." "I won't," the boy firmly shook his head. I promise that I will take good care of you." "We'll see about that," Lillian smiled. "We'll see if you can keep that promise." The years passed by, and the boy became a teenager. Their relationship became closer, and Lillian, who knew that she would outlive the teenage boy, decided that it might not be so bad to spend a few decades with him. She even temporarily left the lake to go to Fortis Town, where she got to know the boy's mother, who was his only family. Even though her strength greatly diminished whenever she was far from her lake, she thought that it would be all right as long as they built a small cottage near her home so that they could spend their time together. Just as she thought that her happiness wouldn't be that short-lived, tragedy struck. A bandit group that had come from another region had decided to raid the town. The guards were overpowered by them, for they had planned their raid properly, allowing them to attack from outside and within the town. When the guards were finally defeated, the bandits gathered the women to be sold to slave traders, keeping the more beautiful ones to become their playthings. Since Lillian was an exceptionally beautiful lady, the bandit leader had his eyes on her ever since he entered the city. Now that he had succeeded in subjugating the town, he decided to take the young lady as his woman and make her submit to him. Tied up with ropes and unable to muster her power, Lillian felt incredibly helpless. However, the young man, whom she was about to marry, saw an opportunity to free her before the bandit leader could have his way with her. As the two made their escape, the angry bandit rallied his men and ran after the pair of lovers who had just managed to leave the town. The young man had managed to get a horse, allowing their escape to be faster. Unfortunately, he wasn't proficient in horse riding. He and Lillian were also riding on the same horse, with the young lady riding in front of him. The young man did what he could do and made the horse run at a moderate, evading the risk of getting thrown off from its back. Because of this, the bandits managed to catch up to them, with the bandit leader drawing on his bow to shoot at the fool who dared to take his woman away from him. The arrow shot swift and true, hitting the young man's back. But instead of falling from the horse, the young man urged it to go faster, hiding his injury from the lady whom he wanted to protect. Fortunately, the lake could already be seen in the distance. Lillian also felt her power returning bit by bit as she got closer to the lake. "We're almost there," Lillian said, feeling hopeful because she no longer felt powerless. "Just a little more." However, just as salvation seemed to be at hand, the young man riding behind her fell off from the horse's back, making Lillian scream. Since she was only looking forward, and the young man assured her that he was fine, she thought that they could escape together. When the lady of the lake saw that the young man had 4 arrows sticking from his back and was barely hanging to life, she immediately made the horse stop and jumped off from it, making her fall onto the ground. But she didn't care. The pain she felt was nothing to the horror that was gripping her heart as she propped herself up to run to the young man despite her injuries. "Sorry," the young man said as his life slowly ebbed away. "I wasn't able to keep my promise." After saying those words, the light in his eyes disappeared, and his body stiffened, making Lillian feel as if her heart was about to burst from her chest. "He should have just stayed put," the bandit leader said after his horse stopped beside the crying young lady, who was holding onto the dead body of the person whom she had opened her heart to. "Don't cry about the dead," the bandit leader said as she pulled onto Lillian's hair. "Soon, I'll be making you cry in joy. A day will be enough for me to make you forget about this loser. So stop struggling if you don't want to get hurt." "Boss, do you mind sharing her after you're done with her?" The other bandits laughed as they eyed the beautiful lady with lustful gazes. "Do you want to die?" the bandit leader growled, making the bandit who talked earlier scratch his head in apology. Seeing that his subordinate understood that he didn't plan to share Lillian with any of them, the bandit leader decided to drag her with him by force. Suddenly, something wet fell on his face, making him frown. The skis, which were clear a while ago, were now covered by rain clouds. Heavy rain started to pour, making the bandit leader click his tongue. "Let's go back." The bandit leader grabbed Lillian's arm forcefully, intending to take her away. To his surprise, the lady didn't budge. making him frown. "If only you didn't come," Lillian said as she continued to gaze at the young man, whose blood soaked the ground. "If only all of you didn't come." "Boss, I think she lost it," one of the bandits commented. "You should knock a bit of sense into her, if you know what I mean." The bandit lord snorted and was about to use brute force to carry his woman away like a sack of rice. Unfortunately, it was already too late. One of the bandits cried out in pain and disbelief as the rain that hit him became as heavy as lead, puncturing his body. The other bandits also suffered the same fate, making them panic. Some of them even attempted to escape, but they, too, were struck down by the rain, which had turned into countless bullets that pierced through their body without mercy. The bandit leader finally realized that something he had never dreamed of was happening. Out of fear, he even forgot about taking Lillian back with him, let alone his goal to have his way with her. He ran toward his horse so that he could escape from the town as soon as possible. When he was only a few steps away from his horse, the bandit leader found himself falling face first toward the muddy ground. He immediately tried to stand up, but realized that no matter what he did, he couldn't seem to stand up. That was when he realized that his legs were cleanly cut off from his body, making him fall from the ground. "Nu woo-woo," the bandit leader shouted. "Spare me, I don't want to die." A sad chuckle reached his ears, making him shudder uncontrollably. "You don't want to die?" Lillian asked. "And what about him? Do you think that he wanted to die?" I was wrong," the bandit leader pleaded. "I will turn over a new leaf. I will never steal or kill people again. Please have mercy." "Mercy?" Lillian gazed at the scum in front of her and laughed. "Even death will not be enough punishment for you." Lillian then snapped her fingers, and the water around her transformed into water spears. "I will not kill you quickly," Lillian said icily, her gaze filled with madness. "I'll make you wish that you were never born." The screams of the bandit lord reverberated in the surroundings as Lillian's tears fell like rain. Ethan, who saw everything from start to finish, stared coldly at the bandit leader, whom he wished he could have personally killed with his own 2 hands. After the dream scene ended, Ethan slowly opened his eyes and saw Lillian sleeping in his embrace. His mind was still hazy, but he was certain that he was with Nicole just a while ago. Memories of their lovemaking flooded his consciousness, making the young man's body heat up after he remembered what transpired between them. He didn't know what had come over him back then, but at that time, he felt that doing intimate things with Nicole was a natural thing to do. Even now, he still felt that way, making him wonder if she had used a charm spell on him. Since his legacies weren't working right now, there was a possibility that he might have been affected by a mind-controlling spell. That spell might have made him strongly attracted to her, to the point of losing his common sense whenever he was with her. The real Nicole would not eat me up like that, Ethan thought. Or would she? Just the thought of helping her remove the coldness from her body again made him subconsciously shudder. In the past, he didn't really feel that their time together was a problem. After all, she was his best friend. He respected that and never put too much thought into their skinship. But now, he was having second thoughts, especially after experiencing something like that. "I don't think I will be able to look her straight in the eye when I return to the academy," Ethan thought. After tasting the forbidden fruit, he knew that it would be hard for him to remain calm during their bedwarming sessions. While he was thinking along these lines, Lillian stirred in his embrace and slowly opened her eyes. Their gazes met, and they stared at each other for nearly half a minute before she pressed her hand on his chest and lightly pushed him away. Ethan, who had seen Lillian's memories, couldn't help but sympathize with her. Still, getting pushed away by someone who looked like his lover made him feel a slight pain in the chest. "I miss Lillian," Ethan thought as he looked at his surroundings. It was only then that he realized he was completely naked, forcing him to take out a set of clothes from his storage ring and put them on in a hurry. After regaining his composure, he finally asked the question that was nagging inside his head. "Where am I?" Ethan asked, "and why am I here?" Before I answer that question, let me first tell you everything that happened before you came here, Lillian replied. You have been marked by the Witch of the East. If you still don't know who she is, she's that lady who goes by the name Nicole. She's the Witch of the East, Ethan asked in disbelief. But I met her in the church in the north. Just because she is called the Witch of the East doesn't mean that she only stays in her cottage in the forest located in the east of the town, Lillian replied calmly. She often goes to the church, which belonged to her late father. Technically, the church is also part of her territory. Now it makes sense, Ethan replied. It seems I can't think properly when I'm with her. Unfortunately, you are still under her charm, Lillian stated. If Chloe hadn't come to your rescue and Nicole had succeeded in painting you, then you would have become her slave for life. Mindless following her orders, allowing her to freely take your blood, seed, and vitality, strengthening her powers even more. You got lucky this time. The young man broke into a cold sweat after hearing the Lady of the Lake's explanation. I'm still under her charm, Ethan asked. Yes, Lillian replied. If she comes within your certain range, she may be able to manipulate your thoughts. This will also make you think that we are your enemies. Also, I am sorry to say this, but she has also taken something very important to you. The young lady raised her hand and pointed at her ring finger, making Ethan look at his own hand. When he realized that he was no longer wearing his wedding ring, a surge of anger rose from his chest because that ring was truly precious to him. It was a symbol of his promise to his lovers that he would spend the rest of his life with them. Calm down. Lillian, who saw the anger flash in Ethan's eyes, walked toward him and placed her hand on his chest, channeling her power to forcefully calm him down. The rage that Ethan felt suddenly disappeared, making him feel as if cold water had been poured over his heart. If you meet her right now, you will only revert to your former state and move according to her will, Lillian stated. If she gets her hands on you, she will be more cautious and make sure to finish her painting of you quickly to prevent any future troubles. Our priority right now is to remove the charm spell that she had cast on you when she bit your neck and drank your blood. Ethan sighed and nodded in understanding. What should I do? You need to cleanse yourself starting now, Lillian replied. You will start fasting, only drinking the water from the spring of life. 3 to 4 days should be enough for your body to get rid of her influence. So I'll just stay here until then, Ethan asked. What will we do if she comes to your domain? She can do that, but she won't, Lillian answered in an icy tone. She understands that fighting me in my domain is an extremely difficult challenge. Also, now that Fortis Dud has returned, she won't risk herself getting seriously injured or weakened. Fortis Dud has returned. Ethan, who had a lot of things to say to the founder of the academy, wanted to meet with the man right now. But Lillian's icy gaze made him reconsider this idea. During the 3 days that you are undergoing purification, you will learn something else, Lillian said with a determined look on her face. Learn what? Ethan inquired. My legacy, Lillian answered. The legacy of the rivers and lakes. Ethan wanted to say that he had already gained a portion of the power of the legacy of the rivers and lakes after becoming one with his lover Lillian. But he also understood that since this power didn't really belong to him, he didn't know the full extent of what it could do. How can I learn your legacy? Ethan inquired. Drink this first. Lillian summoned a crystal goblet in her hand. Let's talk after you drink it. Ethan nodded and took a drink from the goblet that was only half filled with water. The moment the water entered his lips, a refreshing feeling spread through his entire body, making him feel revitalized. It was as if he drank a high-quality rejuvenation potion, except it was more delicious and more effective. After returning the goblet to Lillian, the Lady of the Lake asked him to sit cross-legged on the ground. To better understand what this power can do, you must wield it on your own, Lillian said. I will now merge with your body and teach you how it's done. The Lady of the Lake transformed into a jewel that resembled a raindrop. It was half the size of Ethan's thumb, and it hovered in front of him for a few seconds before it passed through his forehead. Suddenly, an influx of information surged into his head, causing him to feel overwhelmed, while also allowing him to better understand the true powers that those who could wield the legacy of rivers and lakes were capable of. There was a saying that all rivers lead to the sea. This was why Lillian's and Ethan's legacy were very compatible with each other, resulting in a resonance effect that amplified their powers. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say that this union was a match made in heaven. This was also the reason why whenever Ethan and Lillian did intimate things together, her body's sensitivity would be heightened drastically, making her unable to last more than 2 rounds with him. Most of the time, Lillian would faint because she was not the only one making love with Ethan. Every fiber of her being was also making love with him. As a result, her powers flowed naturally to Ethan, allowing him to wield a portion of it freely and without any consequences. After they became one, Ethan was able to conjure a storm even if he wasn't in the sea. He could also manipulate any water in his surroundings, regardless of its nature. But that was all that he thought he could do. Even Lillian, who possessed the legacy of rivers and lakes, still hadn't unlocked all of its secrets. Although she was able to tap into its power, allowing her to strengthen her water and weather-based spells, aside from that, she was completely clueless about what kind of power she truly possessed. And now, Ethan was slowly learning the true ability of this legacy. The young man sat cross-legged at the bottom of the lake and remained unmoving. He was so still that it didn't even look like he was breathing at all. Minutes passed, hours passed, until finally a whole day passed. After absorbing the information that flooded his head, Ethan's thoughts became clearer. He could even see the red blob of energy that was hiding within his sea of consciousness. It was the charm spell that Nicole had left in his body, allowing her to manipulate his thoughts and make him feel strongly attracted to her. Ethan couldn't really do anything about it, so he left it alone. He had noticed that the red blob of energy was slowly getting smaller with time. Since Lillian already said that he needed 3 days to completely purify his mind from Nicole's control, he focused on the information that he had just finished comprehending. With his eyes still closed, Ethan extended his senses outward. The power of this legacy was quite terrifying. Every drop of water, no matter what form it took, could serve as his eyes and ears to spy on his surroundings. Every drop of rain, every dewdrop, any puddle of water, any nearby river and lake served as his eyes and ears, and could be manipulated remotely according to his will. Of course, this ability had restrictions, but even its restrictions didn't feel like complete restrictions. I bet that if I share this information with Lillian, she will be shocked silly, Ethan mused as he thought of his lover, whom he wanted to see very much. The legacy of rivers and lakes had complete control of all the water within the 3-mile radius of its wielder. If the one who possessed this power used it for evil, then the consequences would be catastrophic. Ethan finally understood why Lillian was making it rain nonstop. Right now, the entirety of Fortis town and its surroundings were under her control. Even if she didn't leave the lake, she would be able to freely use the rain to attack anyone whom she wished to attack. However, since she didn't do it, it only meant one thing. The current conditions weren't enough to defeat the Witch of the East. Looking at Lillian's memories, Ethan finally understood why. Just like Nicole in the real world, the Nicole in this world also used the power of ice. But it wasn't ordinary ice. This ice also contained the power of a legacy. Simply put, the Lady of the Lake and the Witch of the East were a bad matchup for each other. Both of them could cancel each other's strength, which would make their battle end in a draw with no winner between them. Even so, Lillian continued to make it rain, soaking the land with water and increasing the water levels of the rivers and lakes. All she needed was something that would tilt the victory in her favor, which was where Ethan came into play. The witch needed Ethan for reasons only she knew. But as long as Lillian was merged with Ethan, she would be able to protect him from her influence. Simply put, The one who would fight against the witch was none other than the young man, with Lillian supporting him from within his body. These thoughts passed through Ethan's head, allowing him to understand the gist of Lillian's plan. "Still, we need Fortescue to make this work," Ethan said. "Yes," Lillian replied, "but there is also a chance that he will not cooperate. Just in case he doesn't help us, you need to think of a way to overcome Nicole during the battle. That is the only way we can win against her. Also, you should know the name of her legacy." Ethan nodded. "I was just about to ask you about it. Could you tell me what the name of her legacy is?" "Absolute Zero," Lillian replied. "A power so great that it eats her from the inside out. The only reason she has been able to survive it all this time is because she has taken the warmth of extremely powerful individuals. With how cold her body can become, she always needs to absorb the warmth of others. A single touch from her can turn a person into a block of ice. Fortunately, she also doesn't kill indiscriminately. Because of this, she decided to simply manipulate people to supply her with warm blood on a regular basis. She only drinks the blood of chaste maidens, and her favorite prey is witches who possess strong powers. I had a feeling that she would set her sights on you, but I never thought that you would survive making love to her. You should have completely turned into a block of ice when the two of you became one, but you didn't. This means that you have something that counters her powers, and this is something that you need to discover so that we can win against her." Ethan nodded in understanding as he continued to comprehend Lillian's legacy. He hoped that, when he finished understanding what her power was able to do, he would also understand what Nicole wanted from him, which might also help him find the cure for his best friend's frequent bouts of coldness that she was unable to endure on her own. The longer Ethan stayed under the lake, the more his understanding of Lillian's legacy grew. He was like a sponge, absorbing the knowledge that was being given to him by the Lady of the Lake. Before he knew it, he was able to understand the 5 levels of Lillian's legacy. The first level of this power drastically increased the effectiveness of all water spells. The second level of the legacy focused more on water manipulation. Any water source within a 3-mile radius of the legacy holder would bend to their will. If mastered to the fullest, even the water spells of those around her could be manipulated as well. The third level allowed its wielder to control the weather, summoning storms that could potentially flood and even drown entire cities if she wished for it. This was also the stage where one would be able to unleash their own domain. A world similar to Ethan's Grand Aria, where there was nearly an inexhaustible supply of water she could use to fight. The fourth level of this legacy allowed its user to transform into the avatar of the rivers and lakes, making her nearly invincible. In this state, even progenitors would have a hard time fighting her. As long as there was a water source within the range of her powers, they would not be able to kill her. Finally, the fifth level. At this stage, Lillian would not need to worry about progenitors, for the power she possessed would be equal to them. In this stage, she would be the personification of the rivers and lakes throughout the entire world, making her truly invincible. In order to defeat her, the other progenitors would need to dry up every river and lake in the world. As long as they existed, she couldn't be killed. Also, if she and Ethan used their legacy resonance, they would be able to drown entire continents and kill everyone on land. Ethan shuddered, remembering how every religion in the world had a flood myth. It was a cataclysmic event that wiped out nearly all the land creatures in the world tens of thousands of years ago. Some called this era the Younger Dryas, a time when the world was reset to a clean state, starting life anew. According to the legends, it was caused by the progenitors who wielded the power of water. If the flood myth was to be believed to be real, then it was highly possible that Ethan and Lillian were one of those handful of beings who had the power to create a second worldwide calamity. Once I return, I will pass this information on to Lillian, Ethan thought. Why would you pass this information on to me? Lillian asked. I'm the one who is passing this information to you. Ethan almost facepalmed. For a moment, He had forgotten that the Lady of the Lake had merged with his body so that he could better comprehend her powers. "What's wrong?" Lillian asked. "Nothing," Ethan replied. "Just daydreaming a bit." Ethan closed his eyes once more, and once again entered a state of enlightenment. Now that he had more or less grasped the power of the legacy of the rivers and lakes, all that was left was to understand why Nicole needed him. According to Lillian, he should have turned into a block of ice when he and Nicole joined as one. But since that didn't happen, it meant that he had something that prevented her power from affecting him in such a manner. After careful consideration, Ethan believed that it had something to do with his bloodline. According to Illumina, he was part demon, part celestial, and part fae. In a rare coincidence, these three racial traits were more prominent inside his body. Ethan didn't even know if he had a human bloodline in him. The young man was even concerned about the probability of him not being human. However, when he consulted his mother, Catherine, about this, she just smiled and told her son, "What's wrong with that? I'm not a human either." His mother was part fae and part celestial. His father's side was the source of his demon blood. Although Baltazar was once a human, his blood had been tainted by demon blood in his pursuit of power. It just so happens that Ethan had a thicker concentration of demon blood instead of human blood. As for his sister, Joanne, she had all four bloodlines. But that didn't make her stronger than Ethan. Since the powers of celestials, fae, and demons were thicker in his blood, his ability to wield their powers was stronger as well. "Lillian, I think the reason why I am able to resist Nicole's power is due to my bloodline," Ethan said. "That's the only thing that I can think of." This time, it was Lillian who suddenly became quiet, making Ethan wonder what was wrong with her. "She's coming," Lillian said softly. "She's almost here." Ethan didn't have to be told who was coming, because there was only one person who could make Lillian react this strongly. The young man shifted his focus to his sea of consciousness so that he could check the mark that was left behind by the Witch of the East. The red orb that was the size of a golf ball inside his sea of consciousness was shaking, as if something was trying to forcefully awaken it. At that point in time, Ethan heard the sound of his beating heart. It was beating faster and faster, as if synchronizing with the red orb that had started to shake like crazy. "Ethan, come here. I command you to come to me." At that moment, Ethan felt as if something had snapped inside his head, making him fall into a daze. But just as his consciousness was about to fade, a pair of soft, delicate hands hugged him from behind. "Don't worry," Lillian said. "I am here. There's nothing to be worried about. She won't be able to take you from me." Ethan felt his consciousness starting to clear up, making him sigh in relief. He turned around to face the Lady of the Lake, who had also entered his sea of consciousness out of worry for him. "You're safe here." Lillian wrapped her arms around Ethan's body and pulled him closer to her. Since both of them were naked inside his sea of consciousness, he could feel the warmth of her body. He could also feel the calm beating of her heart, which made his own heart calm down. Ethan wrapped his arms around the waist of the young lady, who looked and felt like his lover. Nicole's voice echoed inside his sea of consciousness through the red orb that contained her powers. But no matter how much she demanded for Ethan to return to her side, the most it did was make his body shudder from time to time. Lillian was helping him resist Nicole's influence, and with a bit of effort, he was able to fight it off to a certain extent. While the young man was doing his best to endure the temptation to listen to the witch's command, he felt something soft touch his lips, making him open his eyes. Lillian had stood on tiptoe and kissed his lips, passing her strength directly to him. The young man felt as if his legs turned to jelly, making him unable to stand up properly. Because of this, he and Lillian fell into the sea of his consciousness and slowly sank deeper into the crystal-clear waters. Nicole's voice grew fainter the deeper they sank, giving Ethan greater control over his body. Lillian kissed him again, and this time, Ethan returned her kiss. It was simply impossible to resist because right now, His and her hearts had started to beat as one. As the two of them sank to the deepest part of the sea, they began to embrace each other, no longer caring about the witch, whose influence could no longer reach them. Ethan didn't know if he just wanted to cleanse his body from the witch's influence, or perhaps he simply wanted to embrace Lillian at that time. He understood that the young lady in front of him was not his real lover, but everything about her reminded him of Lillian. Her voice, her kisses, her gaze, as well as the shape of her body. Even now, he was struggling really hard to control himself. "It's fine," Lillian said as she cupped Ethan's face. "You and I both wish to forget the sad things that have happened to us. There's no need to hold back. You look at me as if I am your lover. You even call me by my name. But did you know, I also feel the same." Lillian smiled sadly as her thumb gently brushed over Ethan's lips. "When I look at you, I am reminded of him," Lillian said softly. "Your eyes, your hair, and your touch, they are the same. Unfortunately, he died before the two of us could get married." Tears glistened in Lillian's eyes, but they slowly dissolved into the crystal-clear waters. "Fate is cruel," Lillian said. "Just as I thought I was able to move on, my ring was taken from me. Then you appeared and made me remember the feelings that I had hidden in my heart. Tell me, what am I supposed to do with this pain in my chest? Why must you appear now of all times? Why?" Ethan couldn't bear to see the hurt on her face, so he wiped her tears away and moved to kiss her lips. He no longer knew what was right or wrong. He didn't know if fate was also playing a prank on him by using the faces of the people he knew. But right now, he couldn't bear to see Lillian hurting and held her tightly. When she finally calmed down, she and Ethan joined as one. They sought each other, and they craved each other's touch. And as if reacting to their union, the power of the rivers and lakes, which Ethan had received from Lillian months ago when the two of them finally decided to take their relationship to the next level, stirred to life. It was faint at first, but as he and the lady of the lake tumbled on the seafloor, the power he didn't truly understand in the past finally became a true part of him. Just like the raging river that flowed into the sea, their union felt completely natural, as if it was meant to be. The lady of the lake had given her first to Ethan, but since they were doing it in a spiritual world, she didn't feel any pain. On the contrary, she felt as if she had found her place. His lithe and strong body, which was pressed against her own, made her heart flutter as he made her understand things that she only had a faint idea about. But she also understood that she could no longer turn back. She had given herself to him, yet she felt as if she had been born for this very moment. But the thing that she noticed was that, deep inside Ethan's heart, she could feel her own power stirring, which surprised her. This familiar power, which was hers since birth, was radiating from the young man raining kisses on her body. When they were finally finished, they lay in each other's embrace, feeling at peace and sated. Even without looking at it, Ethan knew that the red orb Nicole had planted in his sea of consciousness was no more. Perhaps his union with Lillian had purified it completely, which meant that he no longer needed to worry about the witch's ability to manipulate him. "Are you all right?" Ethan asked with concern as he looked at the young lady who lay limp in his arms. "I am," Lillian replied, "but I didn't expect that it would feel that intense. I thought I was going to pass out." Ethan smiled faintly, familiar with Lillian's sensitivity, drastically increasing whenever they made love with each other. "You know, I think I understand it now," Ethan said softly. "Understand what?" Lillian asked. "I understand how to defeat the Witch of the East," Ethan replied. The Lady of the Lake's eyes widened, as if her exhaustion disappeared without a trace. "Are you sure?" Lillian inquired. "There is only one way to find out," Ethan answered. The Lady of the Lake nodded in understanding. Indeed, there was only one way to find out, and that was none other than finally facing off against the witch who was feeling extremely annoyed because her connection with Ethan had been severed completely. It was right after sunset. The usually crowded tavern was awfully deserted, and its doors were firmly closed. No light could be seen on the first floor, and only one room was faintly lit on the second floor. But this room was located at the very back of the tavern, so the regular patrons weren't able to see it. It was also raining hard, just like always, so people didn't really want to stay outside and get soaked by the rain. Fortunately, there was a scroll plastered on the door that said temporarily closed, doing renovations, and will reopen in 2 days. The tavern's regular customers found this notice very unusual. But since a proper notice was posted, they decided to just come back after 2 days to see the renovations that Agnes and her family were working on. While everyone was feeling disappointed because they couldn't have fun at their usual hangout place, the candle light inside Ethan's room flickered from time to time. Chloe hung limp in Nicole's embrace, as the latter slowly licked the blood that was oozing out from the 2 puncture wounds in the young lady's neck. After she felt her connection with Ethan fade, Nicole went to the town and entered the tavern while it was still closed. As a witch, it was very easy for her to do something like this. She had caught Agnes, Chloe, and Benjamin completely by surprise. Nicole didn't hesitate and turned Agnes and Benjamin into ice statues, forcing Chloe to submit to her. The Witch of the East promised her that if she cooperated willingly, her parents would be freed from their imprisonment. Faced with a difficult choice, Chloe chose to submit and allowed Nicole to drink her magically endowed blood. This allowed the witch to temporarily endure the coldness that was spreading inside her body, due to the power of her legacy. "Did you really think that I would not know that you were the one that helped Ethan escape?" Nicole asked softly as she raised Chloe's chin with her finger. Chloe was in a daze and was unable to give her answer because she was currently under Nicole's control. Truth be told, the young lady was the next one among Nicole's targets before Ethan arrived. But since she found better and more delicious prey, she had left her alone. However, that all changed when the Witch of the East was able to trace her magic as it slowly leaked out of her crystal ball. She found out that it was coming from the tavern, which made her connect the dots. Because of this, she didn't hesitate to confront Chloe's family and make her submit to her by force. And now, she had succeeded in putting the hateful tavern girl under her control. While Nicole was thinking of ways she could humiliate and ruin the girl who had foiled her plans, she felt a presence enter the tavern, making her eyes widen in shock. A faint smile appeared on the witch's face because she was very familiar with this presence. She didn't do anything and simply waited in Ethan's room, lightly caressing Chloe's back while paying close attention to the door. Nicole could hear his footsteps, and from what she could tell, it seemed like her late-night visitor didn't plan to hide from her. Finally, the door of the room opened, showing the young man who had escaped from her grasp a few days ago. Ethan frowned after seeing Chloe being held by the witch. The faint traces of something red could be seen on the girl's neck, and he could tell that Chloe was in some kind of trance. The young man had been in a similar position as her in the past, so he was feeling guilty that she had to suffer the consequences of saving him. "Welcome back, Ethan," Nicole said with a smile. "Perfect timing. I was just about to ravage this beauty in my arms. Why don't you join me? She's still a maiden, so if you like, I can let you eat her first. How about it?" Nicole didn't know why Ethan suddenly appeared before her, but this was the perfect opportunity to make him fall for her a second time. This time, she was confident that the young man would not be able to escape her clutches a second time. She had made her preparations, and even if Fortis Dud got in the way a second time, he wouldn't be able to do anything to stop her. Since Chloe had come to save him, Nicole knew that using her as a hostage would have an effect on him. She wasn't afraid. Even if Ethan were to suddenly run away with Chloe, it wouldn't matter because the young lady was now under her control. There were many scenarios that were going on inside Nicole's head, and depending on how Ethan reacted, she would choose the appropriate method to deal with him. However, Ethan's reply was completely out of her expectation, making her wonder if she had misheard it. "Sounds fun," Ethan replied. "Then shall we ravage her together?" The young man then slowly approached the bed, making Nicole raise her guard. "Stop where you are," Nicole ordered. "Don't come a single step closer." Ethan didn't hesitate and raised his arms in surrender, as if telling Nicole that he didn't plan to resist. However, the more he acted like this, the more Nicole raised her guard. "What are you planning?" Nicole asked with a frown. "Didn't you invite me to join you in ravishing Chloe?" Ethan asked back. "I found this proposal very enticing, so I decided to join you." The frown on the witch's face deepened because Ethan was being casual about it. His carefree attitude was making her feel as if something was terribly wrong, and he was planning something that could potentially harm her. "Toss me your wand," Nicole ordered. "Do it now." Ethan summoned his wand and placed it over the palm of his hand. Nicole then used her wand to pull Ethan's wand towards her, securing it in her hand. She inspected Ethan's wand to make sure that it was genuine. When she had taken control of the boy for a day, she had familiarized herself with his wand, so she was certain that the wand in her hand right now was authentic. "Raise your hands up," Nicole commanded. "I want to make sure that you're not hiding anything funny." Once again, Ethan did as he was commanded, raising both of his hands in surrender. Chloe then rose from the bed and walked towards Ethan in a daze. She then slowly removed his clothes one piece at a time, while Nicole's wand remained pointed in his direction. If the young man did anything funny, she would not hesitate to use a spell to incapacitate him. A minute later, Ethan was standing naked in front of the two ladies. Although Chloe was in a trance, a tinge of pink was slowly rising up her neck to her cheeks, as if she was blushing from what she was seeing. Nicole circled Ethan, maintaining a safe distance with her wand, ready to strike. She carefully observed his lithe and muscular body, which had embraced her own, making her body start to heat up as she remembered those passionate memories. After circling him a third time and seeing that nothing was out of place, Nicole smirked and cast a spell on his body. "Dibelito!" The spell hit Ethan's chest directly, making him stiffen and fall backwards helplessly. Chloe, who was standing beside Ethan, immediately caught him just before he fell completely, holding him in place. Nicole looked at the young man triumphantly before ordering Chloe to make him lay down on the bed. Although she was still feeling a bit uneasy, she was also unable to resist the temptation of starting her conquest. A moment later, she pried his mouth open and poured the contents of a potion inside his mouth. As if not feeling secure that one was enough, Nicole took out another bottle and made him drink this one as well. Only when Ethan's eyes glazed over did she truly feel that she had finally succeeded. Not only was she able to make Chloe fall under her control, but she was able to reclaim her precious partner who made her feel complete. "Welcome back, Ethan," Nicole said softly before planting a kiss on his lips. "I will not lose you a second time." She then decided to finish what she started, and once again bit the young man's neck and drank his blood. Meanwhile, Chloe started to kiss the young man's body as per Nicole's instructions. Although Ethan had been subjugated, he was still not under her full control. Because of this, she planned to use Chloe to check for any hidden traps that the young man might have planted in his body. Chloe kissed and caressed him all over, checking every nook and cranny for anything out of place. Nicole even ordered her to have a taste of Ethan as a precaution. But even after taking his shaft inside her soft and warm lips, nothing out of the ordinary happened, which finally put Nicole at ease. Meanwhile, as the rain fell on the windows of the room, Lillian watched everything that was happening with a calm expression on her face. However, she was clenching her fists very tightly, especially after seeing how the two girls were taking advantage of her man. Ethan's plan was reckless, to say the least, exposing himself to great danger. It was a gamble, a very dangerous one. But if he won, they would be able to finally end this battle once and for all with the most minimal sacrifice. It was Lillian who told Ethan that Nicole had infiltrated the tavern that belonged to Chloe's family. Because of this, the young man decided to put his plan into action. He knew that if he hesitated, something worse might happen to Chloe and her family. She was the one that saved him from Nicole's grasp, so he couldn't sit idly while she was in danger. As Nicole drank Ethan's lifeblood, making him weak and unable to resist her, Chloe had finished taste testing him, informing Nicole that there were no dangers whatsoever. "You did well. Now stand to the side," Nicole ordered. Chloe obeyed and stood to the side. She watched as Nicole undressed and straddled Ethan. The witch looked at him with the face of someone who planned to conquer the young man's body, heart, and soul. She held his shaft and greedily took him until he was fully sheathed inside of her. "Kiss me," Nicole ordered as she lowered her lips and Ethan obeyed. He wrapped his hands around her delicate body and ravaged her lips, which Nicole liked very much. The two kissed and kissed and kissed some more. Nicole lost count of how many times the two of them kissed because she felt very good every time they did it. She was feeling delighted that Ethan was now fully under her control. With his member fully embedded inside of her, she focused on the passionate kisses that made her heart feel warm. But as time passed, Nicole suddenly felt her body feeling heavy. She felt alarmed, but by the time she knew that something had gone wrong, it was already too late. Ethan, who was in a daze a while ago, pecked her lips 3 more times before cupping her face. "What did you do to me?" Nicole asked. "Why do I feel so weak?" "Don't worry, you just ran out of magic power," Ethan replied. I what?" Nicole looked at the young man in disbelief because she didn't understand what he was talking about. Ethan smiled faintly before planting a kiss on Nicole's forehead and pulling her head to his neck, lightly patting it. "If you're hungry, you can drink my blood a little more," Ethan replied. "Just be careful. My blood is more potent than you think." Ethan then glanced at Chloe, whose face was completely beet red by now. Nicole's control over her had been temporarily dispelled, and she had regained her freedom. At least for a while. "What did you do to me?" Nicole asked. "Answer me." "I don't want to," Ethan replied before closing his eyes. He was about to make an important decision, and depending on his decision, there would be consequences that he might not be able to reverse once he took action on that decision. Ethan had thought long and hard about why Nicole's power didn't work on him, and he came to an answer. It was also the same reason why Ashmedai and the progenitors wanted him. When Ethan kissed a witch, he would gain a fraction of their magical power, allowing him to catch his own spells. And after he made love with his lovers, his magic circuits slowly healed. It even reached the point that, if he were to make love to another maiden who possessed magic in their body and blood, he would have the ability to generate his own magic power. However, once that happened, the progenitors would finally be able to sense him, which would lead to a manhunt that even he didn't know how it would come to pass. He wasn't strong enough to protect himself from the progenitors and their followers, especially if they all teamed up to capture him. After thinking through his options carefully, Ethan decided to take a gamble. If his power was merely able to absorb a fraction of a witch's power, then it was not something that progenitors would go out of their way to acquire. No, Ethan's power was much more sinister than that. If he wished for it, he could drain a witch's entire magic reserve through kisses, making them unable to use magic. But this was still not the reason why the progenitors wanted him. The real reason he was so sought after was because of his true ability. Ethan could steal the legacy of others and make them his own. If the progenitors could successfully take over his body and make him their vessel, they would be able to gain a power that would make even the other progenitors afraid of them. The ability to steal one's legacy was a dangerous ability, which was why anyone who gained it could potentially destroy the balance of the world. Even if the legacy they absorbed wasn't compatible with them, they could just bestow it upon their loyal subordinates, increasing the power of their faction. For progenitors, this was a very tempting possibility, which would allow them to conquer worlds in the lands of Sarakale and put them under their command. And right now, Ethan needed to make a choice. He needed to decide if he should take Nicole's legacy or not. Although he might not be able to take this power back to the real world, it might affect his mentality. Right now, Nicole was completely at his mercy. All he needed to do was make love with her one last time, and the threat of the Witch of the East would disappear from the land once and for all. Nicole lay limp in Ethan's arms, with her head resting on his chest. Here, earlier confidence was gone, and was replaced by a helplessness she never thought that she would experience at this moment of her life. But even though she was feeling anxious, there was nothing she could do about it. She was still connected with him, and even though neither of them was moving, she could still feel how hard and hot he was inside of her. Earlier, she thought she had won and successfully conquered the young man, and that he would forever be her loyal slave. But the tables had turned, and Nicole was now the one at the young man's mercy. She couldn't even move her body because she felt drained, not only of her magic power, but also of her physical strength. The Witch of the East had always been the one playing with the fate of people on the palm of her hand. Yet things had now come to this, and she felt uncertain about her future. Just as she was thinking about these things, Ethan wrapped his arms around her body and lightly patted her head. "Tell me, if you were given the choice of losing your legacy and living your life as an ordinary witch, would you accept it?" Ethan asked. His voice was calm, as if genuinely wanting to know the young lady's answer to his question. Nicole didn't answer right away. Instead, she pressed her hand on Ethan's chest and tried to use it as support to raise her head so that she could look straight into his eyes. "I never chose this power," Nicole replied. "It chose me." She then slowly lowered her head, as if she had already exhausted all of her strength just saying those words. Ethan continued to pat her head, as if telling her that everything was going to be fine, making Nicole's anxiety decrease a bit. A few minutes later, she once again found her strength and said what was on her mind. "This power I have eats away at my life with every passing day," Nicole said softly. "Because of this, I don't think I have long to live. If given a choice, I'd rather live as a normal witch instead of one who possesses a power that is not compatible with me." "Are you sure about that?" Ethan inquired. "If I tell you that I have the power to take your legacy from you, will you agree to it?" A helpless chuckle escaped the young lady's lips after she heard the young man's question. "You're asking me whether I want to live or die?" Nicole asked back. "I think the answer is obvious. I want to live. There are still many things that I need to do. If you really have the power to take this damnable legacy from me, then do it. I have suffered enough, living every day, drinking the blood of others just to feel warm. My heart is already frozen. Perhaps in 2 to 3 years, it will shatter like ice, and I will finally be free of this suffering." Ethan's hand, which was lightly patting Nicole's head, trembled and came to a complete stop. "Understood," Ethan replied. "I will save you." The young man then gently moved his body to the side so that he could lay Nicole on the bed properly. He looked at her pale, yet beautiful face and knew that she was indeed suffering. His gaze then wandered over her body, which was as white as cream. He took this scenery, and a part of him wished to burn it in his memory. However, the young man knew that he shouldn't do such a thing. But it was already too late. Things had already been set in motion, and Ethan needed to keep his promise to save her. Lowering his lips, he gave Nicole a soft and lingering kiss. "I want to do it right this time," Ethan said as he caressed the side of her face, "and entirely at your word." Nicole looked back at him in confusion, but soon, this confusion disappeared as Ethan used his hands and lips to pleasure her body. When they made love with each other the first couple of times, he was under her influence and wasn't thinking properly. But now, he was the one in control, and with it, he started to use the power that was given to him by birth. As his hands and lips explored every nook of her body, glowing ancient runes started to appear on her skin for a brief moment before disappearing completely. These symbols contained ancient magic power, and Nicole could feel her body tingling, making her body shudder from time to time. "It's time," Ethan declared before he spread her legs and kissed her one more time. The moment he slid inside of her, a gasp escaped Nicole's lips. A tingling sensation moved from her head, and all the way down her spine, as if she had been electrocuted. Suddenly, she felt the power of her legacy stir inside of her chest. But this time, she no longer felt pain. Her heart, which had been frozen solid, started to thaw as Ethan used his body to warm her up. With every thrust, Nicole could feel her legacy leaving her. A tear streamed down the side of her face at this realization, feeling sad and happy at the same time. Sad because she was about to lose something that had become an important part of her life. And happy because it was also the start of a new beginning. Yes, this was a new chance at life, and this time, she would finally be able to live it to its fullest. When a bit of her strength finally returned to her, she wrapped her arms around Ethan's neck and pulled him to her, kissing his lips in gratitude. Ethan returned her kiss, and they kissed for nearly half a minute before he resumed the movement of his hips so that both of them could find release. As she neared her limit, Nicole no longer bit her lip to stop her voice of pleasure from leaking from her lips. Soon, both of them found sweet release, their voices overlapping with each other. When Ethan finally spent himself inside of her, Nicole's body trembled before she lost consciousness. On her chest, a crystal flower bloomed. Within it, a white crystal that had the design of a snowflake slowly floated toward Ethan. The young man reached out to hold it in his hand, and the moment he did, the information about the legacy flowed inside his head. Ethan blanked out for a brief moment due to the massive information overload that he received. By the time he regained he found himself in the act of swallowing the crystal snowflake. Everything happened so fast, and before he knew it, he had already taken the legacy of absolute zero inside of his body. He felt its power briefly, before it disappeared completely. Closing his eyes, Ethan knew that the reason why it disappeared was due to the fact that the legacy he acquired wasn't real. Only one version of a legacy could exist at a time. Since the real legacy of absolute zero existed outside of the world of the painting, there couldn't be a copy of it anywhere. Ethan then looked down at the unconscious lady under him and sighed. He thought that he would feel addicted when it came to absorbing the legacy of others, but he only felt relief and sadness. Relief because he knew that he would be able to help his best friend if the situation called for it. And sadness because once the progenitors and their champions sensed the power he possessed, his carefree days would finally be over. Now that everything was finally over, Ethan remembered something very important that he had forgotten earlier. This realization also made him feel as if his cheeks were burning. He didn't think of it much earlier because he got carried away by his desire to help Nicole by taking away the legacy that was making her suffer. Turning his head to the side, Ethan looked at the young lady. Her clothes were disheveled, and she was leaning on the wall of the room, panting for breath. Her face was flushed, her breathing was ragged, and her hand glistened faintly in the candlelight. Clearly, Chloe had been there from the beginning and saw how Ethan made love with Nicole. Instead of leaving the room, she watched it till the end and even pleasured herself while they were having a go at it. Did you have fun?" Ethan asked in an awkward tone, which made Chloe look at him with unfocused eyes. Clearly, she was still basking in the afterglow of her solo play and was not in the right state of mind to answer his question. "Young people these days sure know how to have fun," Agnes commented as she looked at the young man, who was casually sipping the coffee she brewed for him. The old lady then gave Nicole a sidelong glance before shaking her head to the side. "You're slow, so the early worm was eaten," Agnes said to Chloe. "Next time you should eat the worm first and not let other birds eat it. Do you understand?" Chloe's face immediately turned red after hearing her grandmother's meaningful words. Nicole, who was also drinking coffee beside Ethan, smiled faintly. She looked like she had won something instead of someone who had lost her legacy a few hours ago. "The rain has finally stopped falling," Agnes commented as she looked outside of the window. "It seems that the sun will be coming out any time today." After hearing the old lady's words, Ethan glanced at Nicole and presented his palm to her. The witch looked at it for a few seconds before understanding what Ethan wanted from her. Although reluctant, she placed 2 identical rings on the palm of his hand. These rings were the wedding rings that belonged to Ethan and Lillian, which contained strong magic power. "So, what are you going to do now?" Chloe asked Nicole, who had returned the rings that she had stolen from their owners. "Maybe travel around for a while," Nicole replied. "I've been cooped up in this territory for a long time, and frankly, I want to see other places." "Good riddance," Chloe muttered under her breath, but Ethan was still able to hear it due to his heightened senses. Ethan couldn't help but smile after hearing their playful banter. The 2 of them seemed more like friends, instead of enemies who were at each other's throats just half a day ago. "Well then, I need to go," Ethan said as he pocketed the rings in his hand. "You're going to the lake?" Nicole asked. Ethan nodded. "Yes, I need to return Lillian's ring." Nicole seemed to want to say something, but decided that it wasn't worth it. Chloe, on the other hand, spoke her mind. "Will you be staying here for a while longer?" Chloe asked. "We still have free rooms, you know." "Perhaps next time," Ethan replied. "Maybe I'll drop by here again one day." "Make sure to send me a raven if you are coming," Nicole said with a devilish smile on her face. "Since you took something precious from me, you need to take responsibility for it like a man." Ethan didn't affirm or deny Nicole's words. Truth be told, he had a nagging feeling that he would return to the world of the painting again one day. This was also why he didn't want to burn bridges with the Witch of the East and chose to find a compromise instead. "Goodbye for now," Ethan said as he waved goodbye to Chloe, Nicole, Agnes, and Benjamin. "If fate wills it, our paths will cross again." After saying those words, Ethan left the tavern and headed straight to the lake. The travel was smoother this time, and it only took Ethan 20 minutes to reach his destination. The rain clouds were slowly dispersing, and the light from the sun was shining through the gaps in the clouds. One of those light beams shone over a young lady with long blonde hair who was wearing a white dress, similar to that of a wedding dress. The scene looked so picturesque that, for a moment, Ethan could only look at her as if embedding this scene in his memory. Lillian smiled faintly and beckoned for him to hurry up to her side. Ethan did, as she wanted, and walked in her direction. "When you told me about your reckless plan, I thought you just wanted to have a good time with that witch," Lillian said in a disapproving tone. "Fortunately, you were not only using your lower head to think. Your gamble paid off, and the witch has lost the power that she was unable to control." Ethan nodded before reaching out to hold Lillian's left hand. He then slowly, but gently slid the ring into her ring finger before raising her hand toward his lips, giving it a kiss. Something stirred deep within the young lady's eyes, which disappeared just as quickly as it came. "You're leaving, right?" Lillian asked. "Yes," Ethan replied. "Will you return?" "I think I will." As if finding his answer satisfactory, Lillian smiled. This smile was different from the sad smiles that he usually saw. It was a genuinely happy smile that made Ethan feel as if his heart was melting inside his chest. "Before you go, I want to say one last thing to you," Lillian said as she rested her hands on Ethan's shoulders and stood on tiptoe. "You should treat her better," the lady of the lake said with a serious expression on her face. "You should treat your Lillian better." "I will," Ethan replied. "Promise," the lady of the lake arched an eyebrow. Ethan nodded. "Promise." The lady of the lake, then, gave Ethan a kiss on the lips that only lasted for 3 seconds before she reluctantly pulled back. "May the road rise to meet you, and may the wind be always at your back," the lady of the lake said. "May the sunshine always warm your face, the rain fall soft upon your fields, and until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of his hand." The lady of the lake then gently gave Ethan a push toward the lake, making him fall over its surface. "Goodbye, Ethan," the lady of the lake said with a smile. "See you soon." Ethan found himself lying on his back and looking at the familiar ceiling of the forbidden section of the library. He slowly propped himself up from the floor and looked at the painting in front of him, which had returned to its normal state. A few words, which hadn't been there before, appeared at the bottom of the painting, which confirmed Ethan's suspicion. Painting of Enlightenment. While Ethan was remembering everything that happened inside, a familiar voice spoke from behind him. "Well, look who's back," Lyle chuckled before circling Ethan, trying to see if something in him had changed. "You sure took your time inside the painting. It's been a week since you went in there, and things have been getting a tiny bit difficult in reality." "A week," Ethan blinked. "So a day inside the painting is a day in the outside world as well." "More or less," Lyle replied. "People have been looking for you, you know. Fortunately, I informed the current headmaster that you're inside the painting. He quickly made up an excuse and told everyone that you were currently undergoing a special mission for the academy." "Ah, before I forget, don't go out yet. I need to inform Professor Reinhardt that you have returned. That way, the story that the two of you will tell will match each other." Without even waiting for Ethan's reply, Lyle had already flown toward the wall, leaving the teenage boy behind. "I want to see them," Ethan said while looking at the wedding ring on his finger. "I just hope that they didn't worry too much about me." Ethan would know, after he left the library, that his lovers were indeed very worried about him because he disappeared without telling them anything. Although Professor Reinhardt told them that he was on a special mission outside of the academy, the girls were feeling doubtful because Ethan wasn't someone who would leave them without bidding them goodbye. Fortis Dud told him that he had left a treasure inside the painting, and he was right. The treasure Ethan got wasn't a physical treasure. It was something more precious, which would change his life in more ways than one. 3 days after Ethan left the world of the painting, the young man looked at the two ladies, who were hugging him on the bed with an affectionate gaze. Lillian and Lilith, whose turn it was to sleep beside him, were sleeping peacefully. They had missed him terribly, and since his return, his lovers had decided to have a rotation of who would sleep beside him every night. However, it wasn't only his lovers who would have a turn to be with him. Joanne had also become very worried when her brother suddenly disappeared without any warning. Although she was used to being alone in the past, it all changed when they were sent to the Magdar Kingdom. Since the young lady had gotten used to sleeping with her best friend, Princess Ramona, she would feel like being with someone at least once or twice a week. There was even a time when Joanne had asked Hecate if she could sleep inside her room, while her brother was missing. Of course, Hecate agreed, but with 2 conditions. Joanne would not comment about the paintings inside her room, and she would not tell anyone about it. At first, Joanne didn't understand what her new friend was talking about. But after she entered the Saintess room, she understood instantly why she set those 2 conditions. There was a 2-meter-tall painting that was hanging on the wall of Hecate's room, and it was none other than Ethan without his top on. This was the thing that Ramona had asked him to do when he was posing for a photograph for the Temple of the Tidebringer. Since Hecate was the Saintess, she had taken this picture from the temple with the excuse that she needed to worship their Lord, even if she was far away. Naturally, the elders of the Order of the Tidebringer didn't have any problems with it. On the contrary, they were extremely happy that their saintess was very devoted to their cause. Even so, Joanne kept her word, and even felt that her brother was always with her because Ethan was smiling in the painting, as if telling anyone who saw it that everything was going to be fine. That was the mood that the painting was showing, and it also lifted Joanne's spirit, making her less anxious about her brother's disappearance. Ethan lightly planted a kiss on Lillian's cheek, making sure to not wake her up. He did the same to Lilith before going back to the thoughts inside of his head. He had already shared with her the knowledge he gained from the painting of enlightenment, how to utilize the full power of the legacy of the rivers and lakes. This method of transfer was done inside Lillian's sea of consciousness through intimate means, allowing her to grasp everything in one round of lovemaking. But just like always, Lillian passed out after just one round, allowing Lilith to get Ethan's full attention afterwards. Now, both of his lovers were sleeping peacefully due to exhaustion. Lillian's body and mind were exhausted due to the information transfer, while Lilith was exhausted because of their many rounds of lovemaking. There is also the issue with Nicole, Ethan thought. He had only shared the reason for his disappearance with his lovers, and not with his best friend. Truth be told, Ethan also wanted to tell her what happened inside the painting, but he was hesitating due to 3 reasons. First, he didn't want to give Nicole false hope. Telling her that he had found a way to make her not feel cold again was one thing, but he was unable to do it because Nicole might not like to have her legacy removed. Unlike the Nicole in the painting, the real Nicole wished to have power. He had a feeling that even if it eventually killed her, Nicole wouldn't want to let go of the power that allowed him to fulfill the goals she had set for herself. Also, even on the rare chance that she actually agreed to let him help her, he couldn't because of the threat of the progenitors. This was why Ethan didn't want to give Nicole false hope, because, right now, he didn't feel ready to face the true powerhouses of the world. His fight against Era's avatar was still vivid in his memory. That was merely an avatar, and he had to do everything in his power to survive. If he met the real deal, then wouldn't he just be dying a dog's death? Ethan knew that he currently didn't have the power to protect himself against these powerful beings. This was why he kept what happened inside the painting a secret from Nicole, and asked his lovers to not tell her anything about it. But he couldn't escape her forever. In fact, Nicole had asked him yesterday that if he was free, he should help her warm herself up. Ethan didn't agree right away, because everything that had happened in the painting was still fresh to him. However, knowing that his best friend was suffering made him agree to her request. "I just hope my body doesn't betray me at the crucial moment," Ethan sighed internally. Since he had already seen and experienced things inside the painting, it was impossible to unsee and erase from his memory what had happened. Even now, he could still vividly remember how wonderful it felt to embrace her. But this was a line that Ethan didn't want to cross. Sorry children. At least not now. As the darkness of the night slowly lightened up, Ethan remained awake as he waited for his lovers to wake up. Today was the start of the weekend, so there was no problem if they overslept, and he also had no pressing matters to address at the moment. But just as he was thinking of taking the rest of the day easy, he sensed a presence inside his room, which made him frown. Ethan slowly propped himself up in a sitting position, making sure to not wake up the 2 sleeping ladies beside him. "Oh, you can feel my presence now." The Cheshire cat appeared on top of the table with a smile. "It seems that you've grown a little bit stronger inside the painting of enlightenment." Chessie was truly impressed that Ethan had grown to the point that he could feel the faint traces that his body emitted. Because of this discovery, the chubby cat remained silent for a few moments, causing Ethan to wonder if something was amiss. "Is there something wrong, Chessie?" Ethan asked. "Every time you come to see me, you are either pranking me or something important has happened. So which is it, the latter or the former?" "How rude," Chessie replied. "Do I need a reason to come and see you? For your information, sometimes I just want to talk to people because I feel lonely, you know." Ethan nodded in agreement. "True. So did you just want to have a chat with me about random things?" Something like that." Chessie averted his gaze, which made Ethan sigh internally. The world is a big place after all. There are many things that happen in places where our eyes couldn't see. "So something did happen?" Ethan asked. "You wouldn't be reacting this way otherwise." Chessie eyed Ethan for a while before laying on top of the table, while looking in his direction. "You see, my 4th cousin told me about some of the things that are happening in Midgard," Chessie stated. "The various leaders of the Fomorians are gathering at the border of the lands of Anon. If you don't know what the lands of Anon represent, it is a land where hellish creatures roam. Even the Fomorians don't want to cause trouble to the Lord of Anon, Aaron, who lives in the 4-peaked fortress." Chessie licked his paw for a bit before continuing his tale. "Well, as I was saying, my 6th cousin." "You said 4th cousin earlier. How the hell did it become 6th degree now?" Don't sweat the small stuff, Chessie replied. You'll be able to live longer if you don't focus on the unimportant things. Ethan said a silent prayer in his heart for Chessie's unimportant cousin, who had given the chubby black cat very important information. As I was saying earlier, my cousin named Timmy, who lived in that fortress, saw the big shots of the Fomorian race, Chessie stated. Oh, before I forget, do you remember those Fomorians who were sent here as a scouting party to find the Stone of Kings? It was the Lord of Anon Aron who sent them here. Ethan nodded. I know. So, since the scouts have been killed, the leaders believe that it would be a good idea to no longer send scouting parties to look for the stone, Chessie explained. They want to send their full force and destroy all opposition before they look for any leads concerning the stone. After 6 days and 6 nights of argument, a decision has been made. They are going to send one last scouting party to Southshire. If this party fails, then they will no longer hesitate to wage war with the people living in these lands. Ethan frowned because the Fomorians that he had faced in the past were truly cunning and vile individuals. If another party of these beings was sent to their continent, he might not be able to deal with them as easily as he did the last time. Since the enemy already knew that there would be people who would stop them, they were bound to act more cautiously from now on. Well then, do you know the location of the Stone of Kings? Ethan inquired. If we know where it is, then we could definitely protect it from the Fomorians. Chessie shook his head. You don't have to worry about the stone. Currently, it is in the safest place in the Shire continent. The safest place, Ethan frowned. Where is that place? Here in Brynhildr Academ. The body of the chubby black cat stiffened because it made a slip of the tongue. Ethan, who had heard Chessie's reply, narrowed his eyes and demanded that the cat tell him everything he knew. Seriously, you don't need to worry about Leah Fail, Chessie said firmly. I just came here to inform you that the Fomorians are moving, and you should prepare yourself to fight against them if they ever set foot in the continent. Have you told this to the headmaster? Ethan asked. Yes, Chessie replied. Even Professor Barrett knows about it. Actually, I just left their rooms and was wondering where to go next. Suddenly, I felt a strong urge to visit you, and now I am here. Since the chubby black cat could go anywhere it wanted in the academy, no walls, doors, or enchantments were able to block its path. Ethan's room wasn't an exception, despite the many layers of security that every manor had to ward off potential intruders. Very well, thank you for this information, Ethan replied. What does the headmaster plan to do with this news? What else? Chessie shrugged. Inform everyone that needs to know about it. This means that the kings and queens of Eastshire, Westshire, Northshire, and Southshire will know about this before the sun sets today. Last time we got lucky because those who were sent here were too full of themselves, thinking that they would be able to do what they wanted. Unfortunately for them, things didn't end the way they planned it. But know this, if the next batch of Fomorians are any smarter, they will definitely keep an extremely low profile. It will be nearly impossible to detect them until it is too late. Ethan nodded in agreement. The previous Fomorians were also quite powerful. However, 2 of them thought that they could do whatever they wanted, which led to their existence being discovered by the elves and the patriarch of the Astaf family. Does the professor have a way of finding these Fomorians the moment they land on the continent? Ethan inquired. Professor Reinhardt is not a god, you know, Chessie replied in an amused tone. While he is strong and many other things combined, he is not exactly someone that specializes in finding people, or monsters for that matter. It will be Professor Garrett, the Magistratus, as well as the other experts of the different Shire kingdoms, who will think of a way to discover them. All you need to do is be ready to strike the moment. These Fomorians are captured in the net that we have cast for them. Ethan nodded in understanding. Very well, thank you, Chessie. Keep me updated about these things. Fine, Chessie replied before once again turning invisible. Be careful, Ethan. Things might not end as smoothly this time around. After saying those words, the Cheshire cat's presence disappeared, as if it had completely vanished into thin air. Ethan, who was left alone with his lovers, sighed in his heart. Why can't everyone just live in peace? Ethan thought before shaking his head helplessly. Although he and many other people didn't want a life filled with conflicts, he had no choice but to react to any threat that would disrupt the very peace that he, as well as the other champions of the Shire continent, fought so hard to protect. There was a saying that said, "In the midst of chaos lies opportunity." Ethan didn't know what kind of opportunity he could get from these chaotic times. But one thing was certain. For the sake of all the things he held sacred, he would not hesitate to fight anyone who wished to destroy the lands that he now called home. "I'm sorry to call you here during the weekend, but there's an important announcement I need to make," Professor Reinhardt said as he addressed the dozens of students whom he had called to Brynhilder's tower. Everyone had just finished eating lunch, so the majority of them were wondering what their headmaster wanted to say to them. However, Ethan had a hunch that Professor Reinhardt would inform them what Chessie had told him a few hours ago. The dozens of students that were gathered in the tower were no ordinary students. They were the students of Brynhilder Academy, whom Professor Barrett had chosen to be part of the Peacekeepers. The Peacekeepers were Brynhilder Academy's elite squad, who did undercover missions for the Academy. They were the students who dealt with rogue wizards and witches, as well as any other individuals who sought to harm the students of the Academy when they went outside to do their missions. Henry and Nicole were part of the Peacekeepers when they were still first years. The headmaster had deemed them capable and strong enough to help their fellow students in their time of need. The head prefects of each manor had also been gathered to hear the headmaster's announcement. "Forces from outside the Shire continent have once again decided to trespass on our borders," Professor Reinhardt stated. "But they are no ordinary trespassers. They are a race that once terrorized the world and had gone into hiding after they were defeated by the Tuatha De Danann. Unfortunately, after keeping a low profile for the past hundreds of years, it seemed they decided that it is now time for them to resurface once again." The professor scanned the faces of the students before continuing his explanation. "The name of this race is the Fomorian," Professor Reinhardt declared. "While not all of them are savages who like war and carnage, the majority of them are. This race will be sending their scouts into our domain, and their goal is to find the Leah Fail, which is also known as the Stone of Kings. But it also goes by another name, and that is the Stone of Destiny. Legend has it that it is able to recognize individuals who are meant to be a true king, people who are destined to rule their respective races and usher them to greater heights. And now, the Fomorians, who lost their kings hundreds of years ago, are seeking this stone. They want to find their one true king who would lead all of them to war so they can recover what they lost and gain even more. We must not allow them to succeed. Right now, they are scattered into many tribes and factions. As long as they are divided, we stand a chance. Once they are united under one banner, then the difficulty of defending our land will increase drastically. For now, I want everyone to keep this news to yourselves, because we need to use the utmost caution when it comes to dealing with these creatures. Once they find out that we are aware of their presence in our domains, they might do something reckless and begin to kill those who cannot defend themselves. So, we must become vigilant and remain discreet while addressing this issue." Professor Reinhardt then made a gesture for Professor Barrett to continue the explanation for how they would detect and deal with the Fomorians. "Bear in mind that the scouts the Fomorians will be sending are very powerful. Do not face them alone unless you are confident in your strength," Professor Reinhardt said as he gave Ethan and George a sidelong glance. "We will give you bracelets capable of detecting their presence. Its maximum range is a 100-meter radius around you. If you discover that there are Fomorians in your vicinity, do not engage them at any cost and immediately report it to us. Unless you are forced to fight them, do not fight them. If you really think that you are able to fight them, then ask this question to yourself first: can I defeat Ethan Gremory? If you believe that you are capable of doing that, then you may engage them as a group or as an individual. But if the answer is no, Do not provoke them and just call for reinforcements. You are the elite students that our academy has high hopes for. We do not wish for any of you to perish just because you think that you will be able to gain fame and glory once you have dealt with the Fomorian yourself or as a group." After Professor Barrett's explanation finished, everyone glanced in Ethan's direction. They already knew that Ethan was strong, and his strength had become more evident during the initiation ceremony of the first years. Now that Professor Barrett had used him as a standard on how strong Fomorians were, some of the students no longer wished to fight these Fomorians head-on. "Know that you will not be the only ones who will be on the lookout for these monsters," Professor Reinhardt explained. "The other academies, as well as the other Shire nations, will be doing something similar. Let us all work together to protect our lands and ensure that your fellow students and the population of the Shire continent will remain safe from harm. Please form 2 lines," Professor Barrett ordered. "We will be giving you the bracelets that can detect Fomorians. Once again, keep everything you have heard today a secret. The less people who know, the better." The pillars of the first years were also there to receive the bracelets from the professor. Among Ethan's lovers, Lily, Chloe, Lillian, and Emma were there. Nicole was also present, and to everyone's surprise, Sabrina was there too. George's girlfriend, who many thought of as eccentric, didn't strike Ethan as someone strong. However, Sebastian and his other half had a different opinion. "Have you not wondered why Sabrina is not afraid of handling dangerous plants?" Sebastian asked. "It's because she has a knack for them. While she may not be a strong spellcaster, she is very formidable as a herbalist. Sometimes, these individuals are the most dangerous because they have a wide range of attacks, including plants that secrete poison, cause paralysis, induce sleep, as well as other debuffs." Ethan nodded in understanding. After taking the herbology classes, he learned that there were many magical plants that were just as dangerous as powerful wizards and witches because of their characteristics. "What are you dozing off for, Ethan?" Professor Barrett asked. "Everyone already has their bracelets. Take yours as well." "Sorry, Professor." Ethan apologized and hurriedly took a bracelet made of black bone. Ethan wondered what kind of bones were used to create these bracelets. But since this was not the time and place to ask them, he decided to keep silent for a while. "Does everyone have their bracelets?" Professor Reinhardt asked. "Yes." "Good," Professor Reinhardt nodded. "Wear them at all times. Last but not the least, make sure that you don't tell anyone what you have heard here today. I'll see you all on Monday. Everyone is dismissed." Ethan and the rest left the Brynhilder Tower together, but parted ways after exiting its halls. But just as he was about to return to Dud Manor with his lovers, Nicole approached him with a smile. The young man already knew why Nicole approached him and nodded his head in understanding. Lily, Chloe, Lillian, and Emma, who had been told what Ethan had seen inside the painting of enlightenment, looked at Nicole with sad expressions on their faces, making the pink-haired beauty blink in confusion. "Why are you all looking at me as if I'm about to die?" Nicole asked in a teasing tone. "Well, sometimes I do feel like dying, but I'm very stubborn, so I cling to life with every fiber of my being." Nicole then playfully grabbed Ethan's arm and winked at his lovers. "I'll be borrowing him for a bit," Nicole stated. "Don't worry, I'll make sure to return him in one piece." Nicole had done this to Ethan countless times, and the young man didn't even react back then. But now, a slight tinge of red crept up his face as he felt Nicole's chest press over his arm. "Good luck, Ethan," Lily said. "Please do your best to help Nicole." "Understood," Ethan replied. "I'll see you later at the manor." Without another word, the young man walked toward the library with Nicole. He still didn't know if he should tell her about what he saw inside the painting. But depending on how their session would end today, he might open up a bit and tell her the things that he had been keeping inside his head ever since he left the world of the painting behind. "Where are we going?" Nicole asked when she saw the library in the distance. "Don't tell me we are going to do it there. I didn't know you had that kind of preference." "We're not going inside the library," Ethan replied. We are going behind it. Nicole smirked because she knew what was behind the library. A small grove of trees grew there. Although she liked a more private setting for her cold therapy sessions with Ethan, she didn't mind doing it out in the open. But contrary to what she expected, Ethan lightly knocked on the trunk of a tree in front of them, and a door opened. Nicole, who knew that there were many hidden secrets in Brynhildr Academy, thought that Ethan had discovered one of those secrets and took her there. After entering the secret door, she found herself in a cozy cabin made up of wood. "Nice hideout," Nicole commented. "I didn't know that something like this existed in the grove of trees behind the library." "Let's go to the second floor," Ethan said as he gently pulled Nicole's hand, guiding her to the master bedroom, where he would help warm her up from the cold that was eating up her heart. Ethan removed his shoes before lying on the bed. He then patted the place beside him, telling Nicole that she should lie as well. Nicole nodded in understanding and also took off her shoes before laying on the bed with Ethan. Just like always, the young man hugged her close to him, allowing his warmth to seep into her body. But it only took Nicole half a minute to realize that something was very different from the usual cold therapy sessions that they had. His heart is beating so fast, Nicole thought. His body is also warmer than usual. Since her head was resting on Ethan's chest, he could feel his heartbeat getting faster, which didn't happen in the past. "Hey, is something wrong?" Nicole asked as she placed her hand on Ethan's forehead. "Are you feeling unwell? You're really hot right now." "I'm fine," Ethan replied. "I'm just..." Nicole arched an eyebrow. "I am a boy, you are a girl," Ethan said, doing his best to keep a calm expression on his face. "Can I make it any more obvious?" Nicole blinked once, then twice before a giggle escaped her lips. "Well, thank you for stating the obvious," Nicole replied. "Geez, have you been seeing me as a boy all this time? No wonder you're so indifferent whenever we are together. Did something happen during the week you went missing from the academy? Why the sudden change in perception?" Nicole pressed her body closer to Ethan as if teasing him. However, that was a bad move because she hit something hard on the lower part of his body, which made her turn stiff. The playfulness in Nicole's face disappeared the moment she realized that Ethan was reacting strongly to her, which was something that never happened in the past. "Ethan, what happened to you?" Nicole asked in a solemn tone, no longer trying to be mischievous. "Tell me." The young man sighed as he weighed the pros and cons of answering Nicole's question. However, after thinking about it carefully, he realized that it might be better for his best friend to know what happened to him. That way, she would understand why he was reacting so strongly to her touch, her voice, as well as the fragrance that was currently reminding Ethan about that sinful time when he had embraced Nicole in the painting of enlightenment. "What I am going to tell you might be hard to believe, but I swear that everything that I tell you is the truth," Ethan said. "No, I think it is better if you see it for yourself." Ethan then lightly pressed his forehead over Nicole's forehead and activated the memory sharing that he had unlocked as part of Mimir's legacy. He didn't know how Nicole would react to the truth, but he decided that this was the best course of action to take so that there would be no awkward moments between them. Perhaps once she understood, the two of them could work out a compromise on how he could help her better when it came to dealing with the legacy that was slowly eating her life away. Nicole remained unmoving as Ethan shared his memory of what had happened inside the painting of enlightenment with her. Ethan initially wanted to omit the things that happened between him and the Witch of the East. But in the end, he decided to bear everything to her. This way, his best friend would understand his sudden change in perception when it came to having a close skinship with her. Several minutes later, Ethan pulled back and looked at the young lady, whose eyes were still closed, deeply immersed in the memories that he had shared with her. Nicole stayed in that state for nearly half an hour more before she opened her eyes. Her gaze was unfocused at first, but as the seconds passed by, clarity returned to them. She then looked at Ethan. And to the young man's surprise, the young lady only smiled at him. It seems that someone had the time of his life, Nicole said in a teasing tone. Tell me honestly, did you enjoy it? Ethan sighed after seeing the mischievous smile on his best friend's face. It seemed that instead of making Nicole feel embarrassment the same way that he did, the memories he passed over to her only served as her blackmail material against him. At that time, I wasn't thinking of enjoying it, Ethan replied honestly. But yes, I would be lying if I said that I didn't enjoy embracing the YOU from that world. Happy now. Nicole nodded. It's fine. It's not a big deal since the one that you embraced wasn't the real thing. The real one is more amazing, you know. Ethan subconsciously glanced at Nicole's chest before shaking his head to clear out the thoughts that suddenly emerged in his mind. Don't let your dreams remain dreams, young man, Sebastian said in a mischievous tone. Immortality is there. Take it, it's yours. Ethan's other half, on the other hand, just laughed because he was finding his comrade's antics quite funny. Okay, come here and let me give you a hug, Nicole spread her arms wide. That way you can continue to become my bed warmer. Forget it, Ethan sighed as he moved to hug his best friend. Here I am feeling troubled about it, and you just shrug it off as if it is just a passing breeze. Well, it's not like I'm indifferent or uninterested in the act itself, Nicole replied as she hugged Ethan. She then moved her lips beside his ear and whispered, Right now, I don't have any intention of relinquishing this power that I possess, Nicole whispered. However, when I am about to kick the bucket, I will think of you. There is also something else that I need you to know, Ethan commented. He then told her about the progenitors and the danger his body was currently facing. The look of amusement on Nicole's face turned to shock, then to dread in less than a minute, making Ethan smile faintly. But know this, Ethan said as he held Nicole's hand firmly. If I am given a choice between saving you and avoiding a fight against progenitors, I will choose you anytime. So don't worry and do your best to master your legacy at your own pace. After absorbing Nicole's legacy of absolute zero in the world of the painting, he gained a bit of information about it. He made sure to pass this information to Nicole as well, so that she could use it as a guideline to be able to master her legacy. Thank you, Ethan, Nicole said. I didn't know I meant that much to you. Of course, you mean that much to me, Ethan replied. I would not be here where I am right now without your help. In this lifetime, you are one of my teachers who has taught me how to fight. Nicole smirked before laying down on the bed. My head still hurts a bit due to that memory transfer, Nicole said. Now, be a good hug pillow and let me hug you for a while. Such a slave driver. But Ethan obeyed the young lady's request and allowed her to use him as her hug pillow. A few minutes later, Nicole's sleeper breaths reached Ethan's ears. Truth be told, ever since he disappeared, Nicole had not been able to sleep peacefully at night. Part of it was due to worry. The other was because the gift that Ethan gave her had stopped working when the teenage boy disappeared. Because of this, the coldness she was feeling accumulated, and the feeling became more intense than before. It was like using a maintenance medicine and then suddenly stopping taking it. The absence of the medicine made the symptoms return, and the ailment became much worse than it was before. Now that Ethan was back, Nicole was finally able to feel relief, allowing her to fall asleep in his arms like a baby. Lilith, go to the Dud Manor for a while and tell the others that I will be a bit late, Ethan said to Lilith using telepathy. I'll wait until Nicole wakes up on her own. It seems like she hadn't had a good rest for the past week. Understood, Lilith replied before jumping out of Ethan's shadow in her cat form. Since Nicole might be sleeping for several hours, Ethan decided to sleep with her as well. The heavy load in his chest was lighter now since he decided to come clean and tell his best friend everything that he knew about her legacy, as well as the things that he experienced in the painting. For some reason, Ethan felt more at ease as he held the young lady in his arms. Although his body was still heating up due to her softness, and although her fragrance still reminded him of those intimate moments in the painting, his heart was no longer troubled and conflicted. It's just a normal physical reaction, Ethan thought. As long as I don't think about it much, it will go back to how it was before. With these thoughts in mind, Ethan fell asleep without a care in the world. Perhaps because he was too tired, he had a dream. A dream where he and Nicole were doing intimate things together. But unlike the one in the painting, the young lady in his arms was indeed more amazing and more spirited, making Ethan feel as if he had met his match in the ways of passionate lovemaking. A few hours later, Ethan and Nicole parted ways, both feeling refreshed after having a heart-to-heart talk with each other. As for the young man's dream last night, he thought it was because he was still thinking of what had happened in the painting of enlightenment. The Nicole in his dream was clumsier and seemed inexperienced in the art of lovemaking, but he was patient enough to teach and make love to her, which lasted for several rounds. I should really move on for both of our sake, Ethan thought as he safely locked the passionate memories away inside of his heart. He knew that, with the threats of the Fomorians, he would need to keep his wits about him. The sun was already setting, giving the clouds in the sky a beautiful purple and orange hue. When he finally arrived in the Dud Manor common room, the only people he saw were Luna, Lillian, and Hecate. Lily, Emma, and Joanne had already returned to their respective manors to have dinner with their manor mates. That took longer than expected, Luna said with a smile as Ethan sat between her and Lillian. Yeah, the two of us fell asleep together, Ethan replied. Did you tell her everything? Lillian asked. Yes, Ethan nodded. I shared my memories with her. Including that, Lillian inquired. Yes. How did she react? Ethan smiled because Nicole's reaction was so casual that it made him feel that he was worrying over nothing. She said that the real one is more amazing, Ethan replied, and that I shouldn't worry about it too much since it's not real. Well, I expected that kind of answer from her, Lillian chuckled while covering her lips. In the end, she made sure to say that she's much better, right? Indeed, Ethan held Lillian's hand. How about you? Do the memories I passed over to you help you better understand your legacy? Lillian nodded. It allowed me to gain a bit of enlightenment, but I still need time to organize what I learned inside my head. However, I am certain of one thing. She moved closer and whispered something in Ethan's ear. Right now, I believe that both of us can unleash a legacy resonance together, Lillian whispered. But this is not the best place to test it. Ethan nodded, because he also didn't know what would happen if both of their legacies created a resonance. The last thing they wanted was to accidentally destroy part of the academy if their powers went out of their control. Then let's try it next weekend, Ethan said. Let's go on a short vacation with everyone. Sounds like a plan. Lillian kissed Ethan's cheeks because she was looking forward to spending some quality time with him and her sisters. Luna, who was right beside Ethan, lightly tugged on his robe, making the young man glance at her. The headmaster called you and the others, Luna said. Did something happen? Yes, Ethan replied, but let's not talk about it here. Professor Reinhardt had said that they shouldn't spread this news to others because he didn't want the students to panic. However, Luna was different. Ethan trusted her completely, and they had known each other long enough to keep each other's secrets. Most of his lovers were called to the meeting, except Luna, and he didn't want to make her feel that she was purposefully being kept out of the loop. If not for the fact that Luna could only use her magic on the days of the full moon, then she would definitely be one of the strongest, if not the strongest witch, in the academy today. Hecate, who was silently watching Ethan interact with his lovers, smiled faintly. She had heard stories that the Tidebringer had many lovers back in his own time, but seeing him with them made her understand that the young man was a very kind, caring, and loving person. Feeling a bit hungry, she glanced at the clock on the wall. Seeing the time, she asked the others if they wished to have dinner together in the dining hall. Ethan, who also suddenly felt hungry, agreed readily, so the four of them went together. Along the way, they noticed that there were many ravens circling above the academy grounds. Feeling a familiar presence, Ethan raised his hand and called his guide to come to him. From within the group of unkindness, a sole white raven descended from the sky and flew in Ethan's direction. In case you guys don't know, a group of ravens is called unkindness, and sometimes it is also referred to as a conspiracy. Dantalion landed on Ethan's outstretched hand and waited for his master to ask him a question. "What's happening?" Ethan asked. "Recently, our comrades have started being attacked by unknown assailants," Dantalion replied through telepathy, allowing Luna, Lillian, and Hecate to hear his words, surprising the three girls. "At first, we thought that this was just a series of unfortunate accidents. After all, this hasn't been the first time that something like this has happened. Since we regularly travel to bring the letters and items of our masters to faraway places, it is only natural that we encounter dangers along the way. I have had my fair share of these incidents in the past, and many can say that it is an occupational hazard. However, recently, there was a series of attacks, which led to my comrades getting seriously injured or even killed. The survivors mentioned that these people were wearing gray robes that had an emblem of a hawk. Because of this, the ravens are having a council of war. We are deciding whether or not we will all mobilize to find the culprits and punish them for the crime of assaulting our kind." "That's terrible." Luna, who had just sent her raven, Phoebe, back to her family to deliver her message, suddenly became anxious. "Why would they actively attack ravens?" "I don't know, Ms. Luna," Dantalion answered. "All I know is that, even now, the ravens who are returning home or going on a long journey are in danger of being attacked by this renegade organization of unknown origins." Ethan pondered for a bit before looking at his spirit guide with a solemn expression on his face. "Have any of you told the headmaster about this?" Ethan inquired. "His raven told him about it just now," Dantalion replied. "I'm sure that he is communicating with the other academies to see if their own ravens are being attacked or if this is just an isolated case, specifically targeting the ravens of Brynhildr Academy." Dantalion then looked up at his circling comrades in the sky before bidding his goodbye. "I must go," Dantalion said. "If we all come to an agreement, all of us will depart tonight and hunt these criminals down." "I understand. Be careful, Dantalion," Ethan replied. "If you need my help, don't hesitate to ask." "I know," Dantalion nodded. "Thank you, Ethan." The white raven flew to the sky and rejoined his comrades in their war council. The wizards and witches who had made a pact with the ravens could hear their voices clearly as if they were talking to a normal human. However, this was the first time that a raven who belonged to someone else had talked to them, which caught the three ladies by surprise. "Those poor ravens," Hecate said softly. "I hope that whoever is attacking them will be punished accordingly." "Let's go to the dining hall," Ethan proposed. "If this news is as serious as I think it is, Professor Reinhardt might make an announcement during dinner." Everyone nodded in agreement, so they all continued towards the dining hall. Other witches and wizards were doing the same after their own ravens informed them why all of them had suddenly congregated in the sky above the academy, shrieking as if they were warriors who were about to head for war. Just as they expected, the students of the academy were all gathered in the dining hall, and the majority of them had anxious expressions on their faces. The ravens whom they formed contracts with were their spirit guides, and they played a very important role in their lives. While ordinary people thought of ravens as mere messengers of the wizards and witches, they were more than that and played another role in the wizarding world. They were their owners' eyes and ears, serving as their scouts and their most steadfast supporters. A raven would not hesitate to risk its life if it was for its master's benefit. They were extremely loyal, and regardless of whether their master was good or evil, they would continue to stay by their side until the end. Also, whenever their masters lost consciousness for a very long time or entered a comatose state, these ravens would enter their spirit world and guide their master back to their vessels, allowing them to regain consciousness. Lastly, a raven contracted to a wizard or witch wasn't an ordinary raven. The minute the contract was made, they would gain a fraction of the power of their respective masters. The stronger a wizard or witch was, the stronger their raven became. Ethan was not aware that the red dragon that he and the others met during their return trip got a one-sided beating from Dantalion when the dragon decided to get in the way of Dantalion's mission of delivering Ethan's letter to his grandmother. Simply put, the ravens of Professor Reinhardt, Professor Barrett, the staff of the academy, as well as some of the most powerful students were more powerful than the rest of their comrades. If these ravens, with the addition of Dantalion, really decided to go on a crusade to hunt those who harmed their kind, something unprecedented would happen within the Shire continent. "Please eat first," Professor Reinhardt said in a solemn tone. "After that, I will be making an important announcement." The headmaster sighed in his heart, not expecting that he would make two important announcements on the same day. The news about the attacks on the ravens was something he never expected to happen. But since the unkindness had decided to make their move, not even the wizards or witches could do anything about it. While it was possible that the people or organization that was attacking the ravens of Brynhildr Academy might have a connection with the Fomorians, the headmaster believed that this angle was unlikely. Professor Barrett agreed with him, but since even the ravens still didn't know anything about their assailants, the only thing they could do for now was speculate. However, it didn't change the fact that this was a serious issue. Ravens getting attacked on a daily basis during their trips was a very common thing and part of their profession. But if there was a group actively targeting them, then this was no longer counted as an accident but an organized crime. Although the majority of the students didn't have an appetite, they still did what the headmaster asked of them and ate. Ethan and the others did the same. The dining hall, which was usually lively, now had a solemn atmosphere. Aside from the sound being made by moving cutlery, nothing else could be heard within the hall. Finally, half an hour later, the professor deemed that the time had come to make his announcement. "I'm sure that most of you have seen the commotion in the sky above the academy grounds," Professor Reinhardt said. "You might have also asked your ravens what is happening and have gotten your answers. But to those whose ravens are currently not in the academy, I will tell you what is happening at the moment." Professor Reinhardt paused for a bit as he scanned the faces of everyone in the dining hall. "According to what the ravens of the academy have gathered, there are certain individuals who are actively targeting them," Professor Reinhardt said. "The ones who brought back this information were the ravens who survived the encounter, one of which was helped by my own raven on his return trip to the academy." Everyone in the dining hall was listening silently, making it seem like the headmaster's words were echoing within the room. "According to my raven, Cone, there were 5 assailants, all wearing gray robes with the emblem of the hawk on their backs. We have every reason to believe that this is just a part of a group targeting our spirit guides. I have not heard of any organization using this symbol, so we believe that this group had just been formed recently. As for why they are attacking ravens, we still have yet to know the motives behind it. I have asked other academies if they were having the same problem, and to my surprise, it seems that this is the first time they've heard about this matter. Although they are now conducting their own investigations to see if their own ravens are also suffering from such attacks, I will not hear back from them until tomorrow." Suddenly, Professor Reinhardt looked up at the ceiling as if he had received a message from someone. It wasn't just the professor. Ethan and the others also heard this message loud and clear, making all of them have grim expressions on their faces. "Unfortunately, it seems that the unkindness of Brynhildr Academy can't wait that long," Professor Reinhardt said sadly. "Their council has made a decision, and as you may have already heard from your spirit guides, they have decided to go to war." As if waiting for those words, the sound of countless wings flapping at the same time reverberated across the academy grounds. The ravens of the academy traveled in groups of 9 to a dozen and headed in different directions to search for their assailants. Dantalion's group was composed of the ravens belonging to Ethan's lovers, and were accompanied by the ravens of Joanne and Hecate. The young man's spirit guide vowed that he would keep the ravens and his group safe as they headed south, where the recent attacks were happening. Although we don't know how long our spirit guides will be gone, we should also keep an eye out for the members of this organization, Professor Reinhardt said solemnly. I don't know how they are able to know if a raven belongs to the academy or not, but one thing is clear. They are actively targeting us, so if you are to travel far from the academy, be wary of individuals wearing gray robes with hawk emblems at their backs. Today, they might be targeting ravens, but tomorrow they might be targeting us. Let them come, George shouted, making everyone's gaze turn in his direction. If they come to me, I'll send them flying. As expected of you, Mr. Marshall, but I hope that it will not come to that point, Professor Reinhardt stated. So, for now, we will be imposing new rules for the students who will be leaving the academy grounds. All of you are only allowed to go to Limburg Town. However, you are no longer allowed to go alone. Always travel with a companion. The more the better. Everyone nodded in understanding. Although they were not restricted from leaving the academy, they could only go as far as Limburg Town, which was the closest town in the area. Ethan was certain that Professor Reinhardt would once again call the peacekeepers and give them a new mission for the time being. The school year had just started. They already had the threat of the Fomorians looming over their heads more and more with each passing day, yet an unknown organization with unknown motives had joined the fray and made things more complicated. The young man, who could still feel his strong connection with Dantalion, decided to watch the world through his spirit guide's eyes. With all the ravens mobilizing to find the culprits, it was only a matter of time before they were found. The only question that remained was, what would happen after that? Ethan didn't know the answer to this question, but he was certain of one thing. The unkindness would have their vengeance, for he felt this strongly through his connection with Dantalion. I just hope that everyone will return safely, Ethan thought as he sighed in his heart. I have a bad feeling about this. Across the skis of Eastshire, countless ravens flew high above the ground. This wasn't the first time that ravens traveled in groups, but right now, their presence was very different from normal. Their usual predators who thought that they were going to have an all-you-can-eat buffet found themselves dying en masse as the angry ravens vented out their frustrations on the fools who thought that they could get away with attacking their kind. A few hours later, high above the skis of Eastshire, the ravens flew in formation, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Dantalion was leading the group composed of the ravens of Ethan's lovers, sister, and friend, and they were headed southeast, where the first cases of the attacks were reported. Even at night, the ravens could see as clear as day, allowing them to see everything below them. Suddenly, something caught Dantalion's eye, and a second later, several fireballs flew in their direction. Lillian's raven, Lynn, summoned water blades that cut the fireballs in half, making them explode mid-flight. Pair up and make sure to watch each other's back, Dantalion commanded as he pulled his wings close to his body and made a nosedive toward the forest where the fireballs came from. He had already located where the assailants were hiding, and from what he could see, there were around 10 of them, which were split into 2 groups in an attempt to distract them. Lily's and Nicole's ravens, Daisy and Neve, moved to the right, while Emma's and Chloe's ravens, Dawn and Nightshade, moved toward the left. Joanne's and Hecate's ravens, Melody and Xena, followed behind Dantalion. Melody transformed into a shadow, melding with Xena, hiding both of them in the darkness. Dantalion, on the other hand, transformed into a human with white wings, making him look like an avenging angel who had descended from the skis. "None of you are getting away," Dantalion said icily as he activated the power that he could borrow from Ethan. Immediately, dark clouds covered the sky and rain began to fall. The water droplets were then transformed by Lily's and Nicole's ravens into ice needles, which rained down on the fleeting bastards without mercy. Forced to defend themselves, the first group decided to confront Dantalion, who was more than happy to face them. 5 different spells flew in his direction, but Dantalion didn't even bother to dodge them. These 5 spells hit his body directly, making it turn into a black smoke. A clone! One of the robed individuals gasped in shock when he realized that what they targeted wasn't real. Suddenly, he heard a cry of pain, followed by the sound of a tree falling to the ground behind him. Dantalion had appeared at their rear and punched one of the robed individuals from behind, sending the latter flying. The 4 immediately reacted, but before they could do anything, they realized that they were unable to move their feet because they were frozen solid on the ground. Emma's raven, Daisy, flew past one of these robed individuals and sliced off one of their legs, making them fall on the ground, not knowing how it happened in the span of just a few seconds. When the man realized what had happened, he could do nothing else but scream. But screaming didn't help him because Nicole's raven, Neve, turned him into a block of ice with a freezing ray. The other members of the group had managed to free themselves from the ice that covered their feet. However, shadows rose up from the ground and entangled them, preventing them from running away. At the same time, Hecate's raven, Xena, had buted one of them. She was just like a cannonball, and the moment she collided with the robed individual's head, the latter exploded like a smashed watermelon. The ravens were feeling murderous. Several of their comrades had died because of the doings of these people. After one of them had died, however, Dantalion ordered everyone to just cripple them, intending to interrogate them all. "Damn, why are these ravens so strong?" the leader of the robed individuals thought as he fled as fast as he could. Since when did they travel in groups? Earlier, he was bragging to his men about the number of ravens that he had killed over the past few days. But now, his arrogance could no longer be seen. The only thing he could do was run and listen to the screams that were spreading in his surroundings. He had ordered his group to run in different directions, intending to use them as bait for their pursuers. Using the power given to them by their master, he enhanced his running speed, allowing him to travel quickly across the forest floor. But just as he thought that he had finally escaped, a winged man appeared in front of him, forcing him to change the direction he was running. At that moment, he felt a powerful pressure descend upon his body, preventing him from moving from where he stood. Dantalion's eyes glowed with power as he waved his hand. Immediately, a bubble made up of water covered the man's face, preventing him from breathing. The man tried to break free, but his body was bound by 2 water snakes, making it so he was unable to do anything. When he could no longer breathe, the bubble popped up, leaving him gasping for breath. Suddenly, he felt a hand grab his head from behind, holding him in place. A cold and chilling premonition made the back of his spine tingle as he forced himself to scream so that he could fight off the fear that had taken hold of him. Unfortunately, only a silent scream escaped from his lips. Half a minute later, his body shuddered uncontrollably before going completely limp. Dantalion's hand, which was still holding the man's head, finally relaxed, making him fall to the ground with a thud. Ethan's raven had used his powers to read the man's mind. He now understood that they were dealing with a cult connected to a faction that was just as dangerous as the Fomorians. "The Milesians," Dantalion muttered as he narrowed his eyes. "So they plan to cause trouble and blame it on the Fomorians later. But why are they targeting the ravens of Brynhildr Academy?" The White Raven had read the minds of all the robed individuals who had been neutralized by the others. However, aside from finding out their origin, he wasn't able to learn the reason behind why the ravens were being targeted. Even their assailants, who had been ordered to attack the ravens of Brynhildr Academy and had been taught a method to differentiate whether the raven belonged to the academy or not, did not know. Dantalion knew that he would not get the answers he wanted from the robed individuals, so he asked Daisy and Neve to transform all of them into ice statues, which they would take back to the academy. "I just hope that the other groups will be able to find answers," Dantalion thought as he helped levitate their frozen prisoners back to the academy. "This smells like a conspiracy." The White Raven knew that, right now, he only had assumptions inside of his head. Without definite proof, he could not make a decision on the spot, so he decided to look for the other members of the organization after they had delivered their captives to Brynhildr Academy. Somewhere in Midgard. Those ravens are more decisive than I thought, Elyon commented with a smile as he looked at Dantalion's image on the mirror on the wall. Some of them are even more powerful than I expected. Fortunately, they will not be able to connect this incident to the Fomorians. As the Lord of Anon was admiring the strength of the White Raven, one of his subordinates knelt in front of him. "The council is now asking for your presence, my lord," the servant said. "How should I reply to them?" "No need to tell them anything," Elyon replied as he gave the mirror one last glance. "I am going to meet them now. We can't let our guests keep waiting, can we?" Elyon smirked as he walked toward the balcony of his castle. In the distance, countless monsters could be seen, making the smile on his face widen. "This will keep me from being bored for a while," Elyon mused as he flew toward the place where the leaders of the various tribes had gathered. Since they were asking for his help to find the Stone of Destiny, it was only normal that he would get something for his troubles. Elyon had been an active player in the war of the distant past, but those wars were over, which left him feeling a bit bored for the past hundreds of years. Fortunately, some of the Fomorians weren't content with their current situation and had decided to stir up trouble for their own kind. After decades of hard work, the Council of the Fomorians decided to convene and choose a king that would lead them to battle. However, they couldn't agree on who would lead them, so they decided to first find the Stone of Destiny, letting them learn the identity of their true king. Once that happened, the world would see an army that would once again make the lands of Midgard tremble. It would also make those who had thought that the Fomorians were only part of their myths and legends realize that they were just as real as the monsters living inside their heads. Since he was able to sleep for several hours, Ethan no longer felt the need to rest as much. He decided to share Dantalion's vision as the latter flew above the skis of Eastshire. Although he wasn't asleep, that didn't mean that the two ladies beside him on the bed weren't sound asleep. Joanne, who had missed her brother while he was inside the painting, hugged his right side while she slept. Lilith, who was on his left side, was hugging him as well, the slow rise and fall of her chest telling him that she was deep in her sleep. As the night continued to deepen, Dantalion's group encountered the robed individuals and engaged them in battle. Ethan was caught by surprise when Dantalion transformed into a winged human, resembling that of an angel. Dantalion, who knew that his master was watching, chose to show the other party his true form so that the young man would know that he could depend on him if he ever needed his help. The young man watched the battle from start to finish and finally realized that the ravens of wizards and witches were really no ordinary ravens. Until now, he only thought of their spirit guides as messengers who didn't have the power to deal with a threat such as this. But now that his eyes were finally opened, he became more concerned because the unknown organization was successful in hunting some of the ravens who had the power to defend themselves if need be. Ethan saw the memories that Dantalion extracted from the robed individuals, and just like his spirit guide, he felt that there was something amiss. They were without a doubt Milesians, but aside from someone giving them an order through a letter, they knew nothing else. The organization the robed individuals belonged to was called the Order of the Black Hawk. This was a cult granted with powers by their leader despite not being wizards and witches themselves. Because of this, they had become very loyal followers to the point of becoming fanatics. The more they contributed to their cult, the stronger the powers they would obtain. This reminded Ethan of the Ratkin in the Magdar Kingdom, who had become plague rats due to the power of Eras, the progenitor of pestilence. If this cult was also working with a progenitor, then it was definitely bad news. Did they perhaps discover my identity? Ethan thought. Although he didn't have the Valentin family name, his feats in Eastshire, as well as the Shire continent, were widespread. There was a possibility that the Ravens of Brynhildr Academy were being targeted because of the school they belonged to. Maybe, just maybe, they were trying to extract information from the Ravens about Ethan, whom their leader had set their sights on. "Don't jump to conclusions, Ethan," Ethan's other half commented. "It could all just be a coincidence. Maybe the leader of this cult has a history with Professor Reinhardt. You already know that the headmaster has many enemies. So, until we get to the bottom of this, you don't have to feel guilty about anything. In fact, I have a proposal to make." "What proposal?" Ethan inquired. "After this incident, I'm sure that this organization might all leave the Shire continent or simply go in hiding," Ethan's other half replied. "If that is the case, they will be more wary about targeting Ravens. However, that doesn't mean that they will stop completely. Maybe they will choose their fights more wisely, working to make sure that they do not leave any evidence behind. I think going into the field is a much better solution than staying here in the academy. Of course, you need to ask the headmaster's permission, but Professor Reinhardt already knows about your current strength, and knowing him, he might just give you that permission." Ethan's other half then proceeded to tell Ethan his plan, and the more he listened to it, the more he liked the idea. "I understand why we need to get permission now," Ethan thought, "but I think, because of the situation, Professor Reinhardt will give it to me." Ethan disconnected his connection with Dantalion, and finally fell asleep as dawn approached. He didn't need to worry about classes that morning, because the headmaster decided to suspend classes for a day. Some of the professors, including Professor Barrett, had followed their ravens to scout the locations where their kind had been attacked. This was a serious issue that they couldn't ignore. This was especially true since the Ravens of Brynhildr Academy were very active and traveled almost every day to the places where their masters needed them to go. Ethan didn't know if the professors encountered any of the robed people during their scouting mission, but the young man surely pitied the group that Professor Barrett came across. When Ethan woke up, it was already 9 in the morning, and Joanne was no longer on the bed beside him. Only Lilith remained. She was wide awake but had continued to hug him. "Lilith, we're going to be busy for the next few days," Ethan said. "If I get permission from the headmaster, the two of us will be leaving the academy for a while." "Only the two of us?" Lilith asked. "Yes," Ethan replied, "only the two of us." Seeing how serious Ethan was, the young lady asked what exactly he was planning to do. Ethan didn't keep anything from her, and even told her about the incident that involved Dantalion's group. "This is a brilliant idea," Lilith nodded, "but will the headmaster give you permission?" "We'll find out later," Ethan answered as he stood up from the bed to change his clothes. "But if we do get permission, we will leave tonight. So if you need to do something, do it within the day because we will leave at sunset." Lilith nodded in understanding before giving Ethan a kiss on the cheek. "I need to talk with Enzo and the other Catkins first," Lilith replied. "They need to know this information as well so that they will not be worried if we end up disappearing for a long time." The old Catkin had become anxious when Ethan didn't return to the manor after 3 days, so he went to talk to the headmaster to ask about his young master's whereabouts. Fortunately, Lyle had informed Professor Reinhardt that Ethan was currently inside the Painting of Enlightenment, which lowered the Catkins' anxiety, allowing them to continue doing their job within the academy. Just like Dantalion's group, professors who accompanied their ravens also faced off against the robed individuals. Unfortunately, some of them weren't so lucky because they encountered a big group, resulting in them suffering serious injuries. Fortunately, none of them died, and with the help of the ravens, they were able to escape in time. Professor Barrett, Professor Lionel, Professor Ophelia, and Professor Nicola, on the other hand, managed to capture a few of these robed individuals. These professors were quite surprised when they learned that the raven flock led by Ethan's raven managed to capture an entire group and brought them back to the academy as ice sculptures. Naturally, Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett were the ones who did the interrogation, making sure to extract every bit of information that they could from these people. Something doesn't feel right, Professor Barrett said to the headmaster after he was done with the interrogation. All of them are saying the same thing. Although this should point to the mastermind behind this incident, it just doesn't sit well with me that their stories are the same. Professor Reinhardt nodded. Perhaps they are just disposable pawns. Aside from the letter they all received and the method to identify the ravens that belong to our academy, they know nothing else. The Order of the Black Hawk, Professor Barrett frowned. This is the first time I've heard about such an organization. But then again, Midgard is a big place. Maybe it's just a newly formed group. So tell me, does it ring any bell to you? Have you offended any organization as of late? Professor Reinhardt smiled bitterly. How should I know? You and I have many enemies, but the name of their organization doesn't really ring any bell in my memory. So, what should we do with them? We only have two choices. We either contact the Magic Bureau or call the Magistratus. Which one do you trust more? Do you even need to ask? Professor Barrett asked. I'll ask my raven to deliver my letter to Ginerin. After that, I'll sleep for a few hours, then we can resume our investigation. Professor Reinhardt nodded. Sounds like a good plan. But just as Professor Barrett was about to leave, a knock was heard on the door of the headmaster's office. Come in, Professor Reinhardt said. When the door opened, the two professors were surprised to see Ethan enter the room. I heard your raven did a good job apprehending the members of the Order of the Black Hawk, Professor Barrett said. Well done. It's because Dantalion knows what he's doing, Professor. Ethan replied before giving a slight bow to Professor Reinhardt, whom he had come to talk to. Seeing that Ethan seemed to have business with him, Professor Reinhardt made a gesture for the young man to sit so that they could discuss why the young man had visited his office. Professor, there is something that I would like to consult you with about this incident, Ethan said. Go on, Professor Reinhardt nodded. I would like to investigate this matter personally, Ethan replied. Dantalion has already shared with me what he learned, and frankly, I feel that we are missing an important clue. In order to know what that is, I've decided to go on an undercover mission and let this organization capture me in my raven form. Professor Reinhardt's and Professor Barrett's expressions both turned serious after hearing the young man's words. This is a serious matter, Ethan, Professor Reinhardt said. I think this is a very dangerous idea. Once you are captured by these people, they might cripple or incapacitate you. Of course, I don't doubt your fighting ability, but it doesn't change its risks. One mistake, and you might find yourself in an extremely dangerous situation. Ethan nodded in understanding. I know, Professor, but I believe that I can pull it off. The headmaster played with his beard, as if pondering whether he should approve Ethan's reckless plan or not. He then glanced at his best friend, Professor Barrett, who had decided to stay in the room to hear Ethan out. But just like the headmaster, he was also concerned about the level of danger that Ethan would be facing on his own. Seeing that the headmaster didn't look too keen on giving him permission, Ethan decided to use one of his trump cards. The ancient Wendigo is with me, and I believe that, with him around, I will be able to escape any sticky situation, Ethan stated. Also, I have the celestial domain where thousands of fairies can back me up at any given time. The headmaster looked more at ease after hearing Ethan's statement. Fine, but you'll have a deadline, Professor Reinhardt said. 1 week. You need to return to the academy in a week. Whether you find something or not, you need to come back within a week. Understood, Ethan replied. I will do as you say, Professor. Good, Professor Reinhardt nodded. When do you plan to leave? Tonight, Ethan answered. The headmaster decided to give the young man a magical artifact that would allow Ethan to talk directly to him as long as the teenage boy was still in Eastshire. Give me a report once a day every 3 in the afternoon, Professor Reinhardt stated. I'll be waiting for your calls. Also, prioritize your safety. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Professor, Ethan replied before giving the headmaster a grateful bow. After their discussion ended, the young man left the headmaster's office to talk to his lovers about his trip outside of the academy. Just like he expected, All of them were worried about his safety. But at the same time, they also recognized his strength. "Come back safely, okay," Lily said. "You don't want me to become a widow, right?" "Of course not," Ethan replied. "You're too young to be a widow. I will return safely, promise." Chloe, Luna, Lillian, and Emma also asked him to be careful on his mission. Joanne looked upset. However, it was not because Ethan was leaving the academy, but because he wasn't taking her with him. The young lady was also confident in her strength, so she believed that even if she accompanied her brother, things were going to be fine. Of course, Ethan wouldn't allow such a thing, which made Joanne pout for the rest of the day, even until Ethan left in the evening to begin his undercover mission. "Are you still mad that Sir Ethan didn't take you with him?" Hecate asked Joanne, who had decided to sleep in her room tonight. Ethan had bid both of them goodbye before he transformed into a raven and vanished into the darkness of the night. "I'm not mad at him," Joanne refuted. "I'm just worried." Hecate smiled before moving to hug her close friend and patted her head. "Sir Ethan is strong," Hecate said. "You should be more worried for the safety of those bad guys who might mistake him for a raven of the academy." Joanne closed her eyes and allowed her friend to pamper her. "Is this what it feels like to have a big sister?" Joanne thought as she buried her head in Hecate's chest, making her feel warm and happy. Soon, the young lady fell asleep in her arms, making Hecate giggle. "You always look defenseless whenever you're around people you trust, Joanne," Hecate said softly as she gently laid down her close friend on the bed and planted a kiss on her forehead. "Good night and sweet dreams." She then covered Ethan's sister with a blanket before walking toward the window of her room. The young lady then opened it, letting the cold breeze pass over her body. But despite the cold, Hecate stayed there and kept on gazing in the distance, her eyes glowing faintly. Her raven, Xena, was following a good distance away from Ethan, who was currently in his raven form. Whether Ethan sensed Xena's presence or not, he didn't make any move to ask her to go away. "Make sure to follow him regardless of where he goes, Xena." "Don't worry, Hecate. I will not let him out of my sight." After her raven had given her words of assurance, Hecate returned her consciousness inside her body and slowly closed the window of her room. Her body had become a bit chilly, but as soon as the windows were closed, it quickly returned to normal temperature. Only after she was certain that her body was no longer cold to the touch did she slip back into her bed and hugged her friend, who was sleeping soundly. The next day, Hecate woke up just as soon as the sun rose up in the sky. The young lady in her arms was still sleeping soundly, looking more defenseless than ever. Joanne would never show this side of her to people she didn't trust, so Hecate felt happy to know that the other party trusted her enough to let her see it. There's still no classes today because the professors are still dealing with the Raven incident, Hecate thought. Maybe it's a good opportunity to go to that place. After making up her mind, she decided to do a little bit of exploration in a place that not many in Dud Manor knew about. She wondered if she should take Joanne with her, but it didn't take long for her to decide that there was no harm in bringing her along. Also, she believed that the founder of Brynhildr Academy wouldn't mind if she and Ethan's sister were to poke their noses into a place where they didn't belong. An hour later, Joanne finally woke up, and the two of them decided to take a bath together. This was their third time doing it, and she was the one who initiated it when Joanne decided to sleep in her room for the first time. Perhaps because she missed her best friend, Ramona, Joanne agreed to take a bath with her. She wasn't unfamiliar with this, for she and her best friend always showered together when they were still in the Magdar Kingdom. After taking a bath together, Hecate told Joanne to accompany her back to the manor after breakfast. Although the younger girl didn't know where they were going, she readily agreed because she had no plans for today. When breakfast ended, the two returned to Dud Manor and headed straight to its small library. Hecate led her to the portrait of Fortis Dud, who was looking at the two of them as if he was finding naughty kids who planned to steal things from him. It didn't take long for Joanne to realize that there was something unusual about the painting. There was a keyhole right under it, which sparked her interest. Hecate, on the other hand, took out her wand and inserted its tip on the keyhole. "Are you going to blow it up?" Joanne asked with concern. "Won't we get in trouble if you do that?" "Don't worry, I won't blow it up," Hecate replied. "Just wait for a bit." The young lady then shifted his attention back to the painting and smiled with confidence. "Those who don't believe in magic will never find it." Hecate turned her wand as if it was a key. A second later, a faint clicking sound, like that of a lock being unlocked, reached their ears. The wall where the painting was at slowly parted, revealing a staircase that led underground. Joanne became excited. Ethan told her that Brynhildr Academy had many secrets, and by the looks of it, she was looking at one of them right now. "How did you know?" Joanne asked. "A little fish told me," Hecate replied as she held the younger girl's hand. "Use light magic and lead the way." Joanne nodded in understanding, because she knew that Hecate's magic wasn't reliable. If the older girl were to cast any spell, even if it were only a simple light spell, an elemental would suddenly appear and attack her. She found this quite hilarious, but even after pressing the Saintess for answers as to why, she didn't get any. As Joanne took the first step down the staircase, blue torch lights appeared, illuminating the way, making her turn around to look at her friend, who asked her to use light magic. "I didn't know that there's something like this here," Hecate replied with a faint blush on her face, clearly embarrassed by her lack of information. "I'll kill that fish later." Since a source of light was already available, Hecate led the way down the stairs as she and her friend entered a place where the two of them didn't belong. Joanne and Hecate continuously walked down the staircase until they eventually arrived at a long hallway that led to a door. Since there was only one path to follow, the two young ladies walked cautiously. Joanne already had her wand at the ready, while Hecate equipped her mithril gauntlets, crafted by the elves in the lands of Alastair. But deep inside, the two girls were feeling a bit thrilled because they didn't know what lay ahead beyond the door. "I'll open it," Hecate said as she held the doorknob. Hecate said, "Be ready for anything." Joanne nodded as she held her wand tightly in her hand. When Hecate opened the door, no monsters or any other evil creatures lunged at her. Instead, they saw a maze in the distance, which made Joanne smirk. "Interesting," Joanne commented. "A maze under the Dud Manor, who could have thought?" Hecate nodded. Aside from the secret password that would allow them to enter this place, the fish didn't tell her anything else aside from explore at your own risk. Naturally, Hecate took that as a challenge, so she decided to check what was under the Dud Manor once she reached Brynhildr Academy. She never considered that the appraisal stone might assign her to manors other than the Dud Manor, because she was well aware of her unreliable magic power. After admiring the maze from a distance, the two walked toward its entrance and saw a sign. "When you hear my cry loudly, I am far. When it is faint, I am near. Take 2 right turns and 1 left turn in order to find me. 3 is the magic number which will set you free." Joanne read the words out loud, which made her interest grow more and more. "First a maze, then a riddle," Joanne said. "Whoever made this sure has a lot of time in his hands." Hecate was about to agree with her, but before she could say anything, someone else spoke up, making the two girls almost jump up in surprise. "Well, you're not wrong, young lady." Joanne and Hecate turned around and took a fighting stance. However, when their gaze landed on the person who called out to them from behind, both of them hesitated to launch a preemptive strike. Seeing that the two were hesitating to attack him, the man chuckled and clapped his hands thrice. "Congratulations on finding this place using unconventional means," the Will of Fortis Dud said with a smile. "But I'm curious, how did you find this place, Ms. Hecate? Only those I have chosen may come to this underground maze. If memory serves me right, I don't remember giving you an invitation. So, could you please tell me how you knew about the painting, as well as the password that opened the secret passage? I trust Ethan very much, so I don't believe that he is the one who told you about this place. Worry not, I won't stop you from taking the challenge if you wish. I just want to know the truth because it is a matter of security for those who live in the Dud Manor. Hecate pondered for a bit before nodding her head. A fish told me, Hecate replied. A fish, Fortis Dud blinked. What kind of fish? The annoying kind, Hecate answered. The jealous fish, I mean the jellyfish. Oh dear, a jellyfish told you? Fortis Dud scratched his head. How is that even possible? I don't remember sharing this secret with a fish, much less a jellyfish. Well, it is what it is, Hecate replied. It is really a fish that told me. Ha ha ha. Well, whoever that fish is, she sure is prickly like a blowfish, huh? A.N. Somewhere in the seas of Midgard, a certain jealous fish sneezed. Fortis Dud shook his head helplessly. Just that answer was enough to tell him that Hecate would not tell him the truth he wanted. But since she was technically a member of the Dud Manor, she also had the qualifications to enter the maze despite using a different approach to reach it. Fortis Dud then glanced at Joanne, who wasn't part of his manor. However, since she was Ethan's sister, she got a special pass to go to the places where Ethan could go as well. Fine, I'll be taking my leave then, my ladies. Fortis Dud gave the two girls a gentleman's bow. But before I go, let me change the challenge a bit. There is a more appropriate place for the two of you to go. Fortis Dud snapped his fingers, and the two girls disappeared from the entrance of the maze. A moment later, the two found themselves in an unfamiliar place, staring at the ghost of a little boy whom they had never seen before. Huh, Lyle blinked once then twice as he stared at the two witches who suddenly appeared in the forbidden section of the library. Joanne and Hecate, how did the two of you end up here? What's going on? However, before the two girls could ask Lyle who he was, and how did he know them, Fortis Dud suddenly appeared beside Lyle and whispered something in his ear. Huh, is that even allowed? Lyle asked in surprise. Of course it's allowed, Fortis Dud replied. I founded this academy, so if I allow it, then there's no problem. You will get these two in trouble. Lyle scratched his head. Especially after the incident with the ravens. The headmaster and the professors are all busy. Which is why this is the perfect opportunity for these two to know a bit more about the world, yes. Well, you're not wrong, but Ethan just finished going inside the painting. Are you sure you want to send these two girls inside of it? After hearing the word painting, Joanne's ears immediately perked up because her brother told her that he had been stuck inside a painting during the week that he went missing in the academy. The two ghosts argued for a bit, but in the end, Lyle relented and made a gesture for the two girls to follow him. You will talk to the headmaster about this, okay? Lyle said. I don't want to talk with Reinhardt right now. Fine, Fortis Dud nodded. Don't worry, I'll make sure to inform him a bit later, maybe. Oi, inform him properly. Tusk, you're such a worrywart, Lyle. Just take them to the painting. Fortis Dud disappeared after saying those words, making Lyle heave a long and deep sigh. Well, first things first, my name is Lyle, Lyle introduced himself. And I am the will of the founder of the Equus Manor. I know about the two of you because Ethan always talked about his beautiful sister and his charming junior in Dud Manor. Of course, Lyle was spouting **T, but he didn't feel like explaining how he knew about Joanne and Hecate. Since Fortis has decided to give the two of you permission to enter the painting of enlightenment, I have no choice but to take you there. So, come with me. After saying those words, Lyle gestured for the two to follow him toward the back of the forbidden section of the library. Joanne and Hecate glanced at each other before nodding their heads at the same time. Ethan only told Joanne about the painting of enlightenment, but Joanne told Hecate about it. Because of this, the two witches wondered if they would be able to meet and see the same people that Ethan saw inside the painting. The painting which almost trapped and took his memories away from him forever. The painting of enlightenment. It was a mysterious painting Fortis Dud had bought through an auction before he founded Brynhildr Academy. No one knew who had painted it, and it had changed hands from one owner to another. Because of this, many believed that it was a cursed painting. Some said that the previous owners of the painting would mysteriously disappear, never to be seen again. The rest, who had gained possession of it, would decide to sell it away for reasons only known to them after a short period of time. Before Fortis Rudd, the owners of this painting had been ordinary people. The wizards and witches called them the Ordinarius. When the painting finally reached Fortis Dudd's hands, he finally solved the mystery behind the disappearances of the owners of the painting. It was a painting that could give people enlightenment. However, their karma in life also played a role in whether they would survive it or not. If they had accumulated good karma, then the people inside the painting would do their best to save them to a certain extent. But those who enjoy doing wicked deeds would have the same deeds done to them and would never be seen again. The reason why Fortis Dudd allowed Ethan to enter the painting was because he deemed that he would be able to get out of it safely. Fortis Dudd had an ability that allowed him to know that. So after seeing that Joanne and Hecate both had the potential to gain enlightenment from the painting, he decided to let them experience it for themselves. "Listen good and listen well," Lyle said. "Just as the name of this painting suggests, it has the ability to give you enlightenment. It comes in many forms, but ultimately, it will give you a better understanding of yourself and others. However, there are dangers involved. If you fall into the corruption of the painting, you will never come out of it again. I know Fortis has his reasons for allowing the two of you to enter this painting, but be warned, even Ethan had a lot of trouble inside of it." Lyle looked at the two girls with a solemn expression on his face. He wanted to make sure that they fully understood what they were about to do. "The span of time you spent inside the painting doesn't automatically reflect the same way in the real world," Lyle explained. "But there is one general rule. You mustn't spend more than a month inside of it. If within 3 weeks the two of you still haven't come out, we will send someone to get the two of you. Last but not the least, remember, not everything you will see is real. Although they feel, look, and even seem real, know that they're not real. However, there are times when your memories will momentarily be removed the moment you enter the painting, so that you will immerse yourself more inside the world. Well, since it's two of you who will challenge it at the same time, things might become easier or harder, depending on the kind of enlightenment that the painting has decided to give the two of you." Lyle hadn't explained this much to Ethan when he was about to go inside the painting. However, he was worried about the two girls, whom he wasn't sure would be able to break free from the painting's enchantment. When Ethan looked at the painting, the only thing he could see was rain. But now, the painting had changed into the scenery of a hill overlooking a small town. Lyle noticed this change a few days after Ethan left the painting and thought that this new scenery looked nicer than the world of eternal rain. "Let's go." Joanne, who looked very excited, held Hecate's hand, making the latter sigh helplessly. "Okay," Hecate replied as she held Joanne's hand firmly. She could feel great power coming from the painting, and it made her feel that they needed to be cautious after they entered the world inside of it. When Joanne took the first step into the painting, her figure vanished alongside Hecate, leaving Lyle looking at the portrait. There on the small hill, he saw Joanne and Hecate looking at the town. They remained in that position for quite some time before the two of them left to head in the town's direction, disappearing from Lyle's sight. "I just hope you know what you're doing, Fortis," Lyle muttered. "I have a bad feeling about this." "This scenery looks familiar," Hecate said as she looked at the town in the distance. "I feel like I also know this place," Joanne commented as she looked at the town with a solemn expression on her face. "But let's not stay here. We should go to the town. Maybe we will have a better idea about where we are." "You're right," Hecate nodded. Joanne summoned her broom, but to her surprise, her broom didn't appear. "Oh, I remember my brother telling me that he was unable to use flight magic when he entered the painting," Joanne said, after remembering her brother's story. "Before anything else, let's check if our magic works." Hecate nodded and cast her body-strengthening spells. Aside from these spells, any other spell that she cast would immediately summon an elemental. Seeing that her fighting ability wasn't compromised, she felt a bit better because it meant that she could react to any situation. When she glanced in Joanne's direction, she noticed that the younger girl looked troubled. "What's wrong?" Hecate asked. "I can't hear my other half," Joanne replied absent-mindedly. "I can't use the power of darkness as well, but aside from that, all the spells I know seem to be working." Although she did her best to look calm on the surface, Joanne wasn't anywhere as calm as she pretended to be. Her other half had always been with her since she was born. For the first time in her life, she felt as if she was all alone despite the fact that Hecate was with her. The Saintess diary had mentioned that you do have something like a dual personality, Hecate commented. So you can't feel the presence of that other personality right now. "Yes, I can't feel her," Joanne said as she placed her hand over her chest. "It's as if she has never been here with me from the start." A hint of panic flashed in Joanne's face, but Hecate pulled her close to a hug and patted her head. "Calm down," Hecate said. "You're not alone, I'm here with you." Joanne slowly raised her hand to wrap themselves around Hecate's back, but her trembling hands were more than enough to tell the Saintess that Joanne needed some time to recover. "Let's stay here for a bit longer until you calm down," Joanne said. "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Joanne always had this fearless look on her face, as if she could do anything and everything. But right now, that confidence seemed to have vanished out of thin air. She now looked more like a frail girl who had gone out of her home for the first time in her life. Hecate understood that the reason why she was feeling insecure and anxious was the disappearance of her other half. However, since she couldn't do anything about it, the only thing she did was hug her dearest friend until her body stopped trembling completely. Ethan, who had no idea that his sister and Hecate had entered the painting of enlightenment, was currently observing a suspicious group of people camping beside a river. There were 10 of them, and judging from the looks of exhaustion on their faces, all of them must have been traveling the entire night. They weren't wearing any gray robes with the insignia of the hawk, but for some reason, they looked very suspicious in his eyes. Because of this, he decided to perch on the branches of a nearby tree and listen to their discussion. "I can't get in touch with the other captains," a man with short gray hair and a very bushy beard said. He looked like someone in his late 30s, and based on his words, Ethan assumed that he was the leader of their group. "Those damn ravens really turned the tables on us," a chubby man commented before drinking whatever was inside the flask he was carrying. "We are supposed to be the hunters, not the hunted. We're going to get an earful from the leader once we get back." The other members nodded in agreement. "Hey, do you think the other teams are taken out?" a skinny man asked. "The last message we received from the group nearest to us was that they were fighting against a flock of ravens accompanied by a wizard. We haven't heard from them since." The group descended into silence because they had no way to answer that question. The leader of the group sighed before taking a bite of his beef jerky. "It's no use worrying about them now," the leader said after he finished eating. "Since the situation doesn't look good, it is best that we return and inform the council about it." "Do you think we'll get punished for failing our mission?" the chubby man asked. "We didn't get any useful information from the ravens we caught. It seems that none of the students even know about the Stone of Destiny, as well as that rumored saintess who is currently in Brynhildr Academy." "It's possible that the council got the wrong information," the skinny man replied. "But since we didn't get a chance to capture more ravens, maybe this information is kept from the students as well." "Well, even if the other groups are captured, they won't reveal too much information," the leader replied. "After all, they are just new members of our organization. So we need to meet up with Cashin's group at the meeting spot we agreed to last night. The sooner we leave the Shire continent, the better." "Hey, leader, I noticed that the raven on that tree has been looking at us since earlier," one of the men stated. "Do you think it's a raven from the academy?" Everyone immediately glanced in the direction where their member was pointing, making them raise their guard. 2 days ago, they were still on the lookout for ravens from Brynhildr Academy and were even bragging at each other about how many they caught. But now, even a single one of these birds was enough to make their faces turn pale, especially after the incident that happened last night. The leader took out an artifact from his pocket and channeled his power to it. The jewel embedded in the center of the artifact turned red, which meant that the raven wasn't one of the ravens that belonged to Brynhildr Academy. "Calm down, everyone," the leader said as he showed everyone the color of the jewel on the artifact. "It's not a raven of an academy. It's just an ordinary raven, so don't let it spook you." The skinny man breathed a sigh of relief. But after assuming that the bird was only an ordinary raven, he decided to vent out his frustration by throwing a rock at it. Naturally, Ethan evaded the rock by moving to the side. However, this act made the entire group quiet down before all of them stood up at the same time. The skinny man was someone who was very accurate in throwing weapons, so it was impossible for him to miss the raven from his current distance from it. Also, there were only two aftermaths that they expected from his rock throw. The first one was that the raven would get hit and fall off from the tree. Whether it lived or died was of no importance. The second one was for the raven to fly off in order to avoid the rock that was thrown in its direction. However, the raven didn't do that. Instead, it hopped to the side and evaded the rock throw, something that an ordinary raven wouldn't do. Because of this, everyone knew then and there that they weren't dealing with an ordinary raven, but something else entirely. "Looks like your cover is blown, Ethan," Sebastian commented. "What are you going to do?" "If you leave quietly, they will surely evacuate and become more wary of their surroundings," Ethan's other half commented. "Also, their talk about the Stone of Destiny, as well as the Saintess, is worrisome. It is best that we get to the bottom of this as early as possible." Ethan agreed wholeheartedly, because these people posed a serious threat, not only to the ravens of Brynhildr Academy, but to all the students as well. Also, their comment about the Saintess was indeed quite worrying. Ethan only knew of one Saintess in the Academy, and that was none other than Hecate. If these people were only looking for the Stone of Destiny, then he could still overlook it. But if they have nefarious thoughts about the member of his manor, he would not hesitate to interrogate them properly. Just as the leader of the group was about to command his men to attack the raven, a powerful pressure descended on their bodies, making them fall flat on the ground. The leader forcefully raised his head to see what was happening, but when he did, he saw the feet of something that didn't look human. Forcing himself to raise his head a little more to get a better look at the creature in front of him, the man couldn't help but regret his decision. An amused chuckle escaped the ancient Wendigo's lips, making the men who heard it shudder uncontrollably. A moment later, cries of pain and horror reverberated in the surroundings, as Dainsleif made sure to incapacitate the people who dared to raise their hands on its master. "Please don't kill me," the gray-haired man, who goes by the name Mason McLean, pleaded. "I'll tell you everything I know, just spare me." He had seen how the ancient Wendigo had gorged on his subordinates one by one, taking great pleasure in eating their fear, regret, and frustration. Ethan allowed Dainsleif to do what it wanted, and remained in his raven form. Their opponent was using some kind of magic that was very different from the magic he knew about. Because of this, he was taking extra precautions just in case someone was using a scrying spell to look at the event that was happening in the riverside. One could never be too cautious when dealing with these kinds of organizations, who were using magic he wasn't familiar with. Since he could see through Dantalion's eyes, it was highly possible that the leader of this cult had a similar ability. With that kind of possibility, Ethan didn't dare to take the risk of letting their enemy see his true appearance. Ethan didn't have the ability to extract the memories from people. However, Dainsleif did. Since the ancient Wendigo was Ethan's contracted monster, Dantalion was able to gain the ancient Wendigo's ability through his connection with his master. There were two ways on how Dainsleif could extract memories from his prey. One was by eating them, and the other was forcefully opening up their mind space. But Ethan told the wicked creature to just consume the men, because it was safer that way. The ancient Wendigo was more than happy to obey its master, because it had been a while since it ate living creatures. It saved the man named Mason for last because Ethan wanted to see him suffer and not die a quick death. The act of killing ravens was a grave crime in the wizarding world because they were their spirit guides. This was also the reason why Brynhildr Academy didn't hesitate to suspend classes for the time being and allowed the professors to accompany the ravens to investigate the source of these incidents. "Do you want to live?" Daneslave chuckled, making Mason's body shudder uncontrollably. "Yes, I want to live," Mason pleaded. "I'll tell you everything. I hold an important position in our organization. If you spare me, I am willing to become your double agent." The gray-haired man was doing his best to survive from this horrifying nightmare. As long as he was able to return to Midgard, he was willing to do anything to save his life. Daneslave, who shared a connection with Ethan, started to ask Mason some questions. "What is the name of your organization?" Daneslave asked. "Order of the Blood Fangs," Mason replied. Daneslave chuckled. "Blood Fangs, but your insignia is that of a hawk." "We are just trying to shift blame to a rival organization just in case we are caught by others," Mason stuttered. "It's the truth. Please believe me." "Okay, next question." Daneslave smirked. He knew for a fact that Mason wasn't lying because he had absorbed the memories from his subordinates. Mason's group had indeed come to the Shire continent to search for any clues about the Stone of Destiny and the Saintess of the Order of the Tidebringer. Daneslave could have simply absorbed Mason's memory, but he refrained from killing him, at least for now. Earlier, they mentioned that they had a way of communicating with other groups. So if they killed Mason, the group that he was supposed to meet up with would become more wary and cover their tracks. Because of this, Ethan decided to let the gray-haired man live so that he could use him to fish for the other members of the Order of the Blood Fangs, who were still at large in the Shire continent. "Since they are targeting Hecate, I will not allow any of them to leave the Shire continent alive," Ethan thought. He was aware that there were other factions aside from the Fomorians who were seeking the Stone of Destiny. However, he wanted to know why they were targeting Hecate of all people. "About this Saintess, why is your organization targeting her?" Daneslave asked. I don't know a lot of details, but there is only one thing that I can tell you," Mason replied. He was unable to keep his words from trembling because the ancient Wendigo's face was only a few inches away from his own face, making him feel extreme dread. "Out with it then," Daneslave ordered. "It's because our leader wants to obtain the Saintess power and secret," Mason answered. "If the rumors circulating our organization are real, the Saintess has performed a taboo ceremony. She had discovered a way to rank Arg." Mason grabbed his throat, as if trying to prevent some kind of invisible hands from choking him. Blood started to stream down his eyes, as a silent scream escaped his lips. Daneslave, who understood what was happening, no longer hesitated and devoured the man before the unknown assailant could successfully kill and silence him. The ancient Wendigo ate hastily in order to prevent any unforeseen incidents. After successfully devouring the man, it then scoured through Mason's memories, trying to understand who might be responsible for the act of killing him. The ancient Wendigo stayed still for several minutes before a laugh escaped its lips. It then shared the information it gathered with Ethan, which made the young man, who was currently in raven form, feel as if things had become more complicated. All over the Shire continent, the members of the Blood Fangs all dropped dead one by one. Their bodies slowly turned red before dissolving into a pool of blood, leaving nothing behind for Ethan and the other professors of the academy to investigate further. Even those that had been captured and placed in the dungeon of the academy weren't spared from this fate, and they all died, only leaving their foul blood behind. Ethan's other half muttered, "This is bad news." Ethan nodded, because it was indeed bad news. "A demigod, huh?" Sebastian clicked his tongue. "As if progenitors weren't enough, we now have demigods to deal with." Progenitors were a threat, but not an immediate threat. The reason for this was because they were forced to leave Midgard due to the intervention of the gods. They exist in other planes of existence, which allowed them to send their avatars, as well as communicate with their followers in Midgard. Of course, if these progenitors really wanted to, there were many ways on how they could enter the mortal realm. However, the price they would have to pay was very steep, so they would only do it if the returns were worth it. For example, they wouldn't mind descending if they could capture Ethan and bring them to their own plane of existence. That way, they would be able to use him as their vessel and recover all of their losses. However, demigods were different. They were the offspring of progenitors with other progenitors. Some of them were also born from the union of progenitors with mortals and monsters alike, which allowed them to stay in the mortal realm. Demigods were at the top of the food chain, with mortals serving under them. The Tidebringer was one of those demigods, but his whereabouts were currently unknown. And now, Ethan discovered that a demigod was not only looking for the Stone of Destiny, but also interested in obtaining the Saintess of the Order of the Tidebringer, which was none other than the newest addition to their dud manor, Hecate. Somewhere in Midgard. Interesting, a devilish-looking young man with blonde hair and blue eyes said with a smile. Now, I understand why Elyon asked me to do this favor for him. It seems that he wanted to remain hiding in the shadows and deliberately didn't tell me everything. The young man, who seemed to be in his early 20s, smirked before shifting his gaze on the two beautiful naked ladies lying on his bed. Both of them were young ladies with extraordinary and strong magical powers, whom his subordinates had discovered during their travels in the lands of Midgard. Knowing that their leader was always looking for exceptional and powerful ladies, they were always on a lookout for one to offer as tribute in exchange for his blessings and powers. The young man looked at the lady's parted thighs, where a red stain mixed with his essence overflowed on the bedsheets. He had just finished making them experience a world of pleasure, while enjoying their delicious and powerful blood filled with ancient magic. After linking with his subordinates who were currently in the Shire continent, he discovered that their operation was prematurely thwarted. Because of this, he decided to leave no other traces behind by killing all of them. He had no problem doing this, because they were just a few of the many members in his cult. The young man could always have more followers, so killing a little more than 100 men wouldn't hurt his foundations. Still, he felt hungry after crossing miles of land just to see what was happening in the Shire continent. So now, when he looked at these delicious morsels who were meant to give him what he needed, he smiled evilly. The young man slowly lowered his head and sank his fangs onto one of the unconscious lady's tender breasts, drawing blood from it. Even in her sleep, the young lady was unable to stop herself from sighing in pleasure while the young man feasted on her blood. Of course, he didn't plan to kill her. That would be a waste of her God-given beauty and talents. Besides, her blood was truly delicious, so he planned to keep her as part of his harem and indulge with her body and powerful blood from time to time. After drinking to his fill, he laid down on the bed and pulled the two ladies closer to him, hugging them both in his hands. The Saintess, huh? The young man licked his lips. Looks like this is going to be one exciting hunt for me. Back in the Shire continent, Ethan continued to look for the traces of the other members of the Blood Fangs in Eastshire for 2 more days. However, when he discovered several human-shaped bloodstains in several locations, he knew that his worst fears had come to life. "The lizard has cut its tail," Sebastian commented. "I guess this is the end of the raven killings, at least for now." "Well, our enemy isn't a lizard," Ethan's other half said. "But it's just as annoying. Ethan, there is no point in continuing this search. It's best to return to the academy for now." Ethan nodded in agreement, because he no longer had any leads to follow. Fortunately, Daneslafe at least managed to eat Mason at the very last minute, allowing him to know who was responsible for this information gathering operation in Eastshire. The leader of the Blood Fangs didn't know that Ethan had managed to gather some critical information about him. Since he already killed his subordinates, He thought that he had successfully rid all traces that could be connected to him. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the ancient Wendigo's abilities. Fortunately, when the leader shared the senses of his subordinates, Dainsleif was simply doing an interrogation. He didn't know that the ancient Wendigo could extract information from the creatures it had eaten, bearing all of their secrets to it. Even so, knowing the truth didn't make Ethan feel any better. In fact, it made him feel more concerned. After all, a demigod was targeting Hecate for the taboo that she had done. Rumors that she is a reincarnation of a powerful sorceress that lived in ancient times, Ethan thought. And the leader of the cult is interested in obtaining her powers and the secret of how she did it. Until you have solid proof, it is best to not believe in such rumors, Sebastian commented. So, why don't you ask Hecate when you return to the academy? Wow, just wow. Ethan's other half clapped his hands. So, how will Ethan do it? Should he simply say, "Hey Hecate, are you reincarnated?" Well, that's Ethan's problem, Sebastian shrugged. But what if she really was a powerful sorceress in the past? Now that you mentioned it, the name Hecate reminds me of someone. The progenitor of magic, Ethan's other half replied. The first one who introduced magic to the world, sharing her knowledge, which paved the path for wizards, witches, sorcerers, and other mages to practice their craft. I didn't know that our little saintess is such a big shot, Sebastian chuckled. Ethan, you better be good to her, okay? If you annoy her, she might just turn you into her hug pillow or something. Ethan's other half rubbed his chin before making his opinions known. Well, I can understand now why her magic is wonky, Ethan's other half said. If she really did reincarnate into the body of a mortal, that is indeed a taboo thing. The heavens might be punishing her, making her capable of only using body-enhancing spells. If she tried to use any other spells, she would end up summoning an elemental instead, one that would attack her immediately. I guess the heavens didn't want her to lord over mankind, so they stripped her of the ability to cast proper magic. Weren't you the one who said rumors can't be trusted without proof? Sebastian scratched his head. Now you're talking as if you're sure that Hecate is the reincarnation of the progenitor of magic. You're right, Ethan's other half admitted. I got too excited about the possibility, my bad. The two members of the peanut gallery then shifted their attention to Ethan, who seemed to be deep in thought. So, Ethan, what do you plan to do now? Sebastian asked. Will you confront Hecate about it? I don't know, Ethan replied. Everyone is entitled to their secrets. I have so many of them that I can't openly tell them to people whom I can't trust. Hecate might be in a similar situation as mine. But I will definitely inform her about the Blood Fangs and their plans to capture her. That way, she will be prepared for any unexpected threats that might endanger her life. Or we can do something else, Ethan's other half said with a devilish smile on his face. Why wait for them to strike? Wouldn't it be best if we strike them first instead? Ethan and Sebastian looked at Ethan's other half as if he was crazy. But after thinking about it for half a minute, they changed their minds. This might sound crazy coming from me, but I think it's a good plan. Sebastian crossed his arms over his chest. If we took the fight to them, they would not know what hit them. Ethan also felt that this was a very sound plan. Now, he just needed to return to the academy, talk to Hecate and his lovers, and ask the headmaster for permission to go on a short trip to Midgard. After finalizing his plan, he returned to Brynhildr Academy to inform the headmaster of what he discovered. He also planned to ask Professor Reinhardt to let him get some time off from school so that he could deal with the potential threat that endangered the safety of the students of their academy. A sigh of pleasure escaped Joanne's lips as a pair of hands firmly caressed her back. She was lying down on the bed without any clothes on, surrendering herself to the feeling of Hecate's experienced hands. NGH Hautilda. I'm jealous of your body, Joanne, Hecate said softly. Your skin is so smooth and firm at the same time. What are you talking about? Joanne replied in a dreamy tone as Hecate's hands moved down her hips before lightly kneading her backside. Your body is strong and it looks very fit. Also, I think my brother has a preference for ladies with lean and toned bodies." "He does?" Hecate asked with curiosity as she gently kneaded Joanne's buttocks with her hands. "How tilde yes. I think those with Lily and Nicole's physique are really his type." Another soft gasp escaped Joanne's lips. "It's fine if you do it a bit harder. It feels good." Okay," Hecate replied. "I'll make sure that you feel good." Soon, more sighs spread inside the room. This was the first time that Ethan's sister had experienced a full-body massage. But just as things were getting good, the door of the room suddenly opened. What are the two of you doing?" A young lady, who was around 17 years old, asked after seeing the scene in front of her. Joanne, a lady shouldn't be doing this." "Ramona," Joanne said with a smile, "come join me." As if, Princess Ramona walked toward the bed and gave Hecate a glare. "What do you think you're doing to my best friend? Unhand her this instant." Hecate, who was giving Joanne a massage, blinked once then twice before lightly tapping Joanne's backside, making it jiggle. "Should I stop?" Hecate asked. "No," Joanne replied firmly. "Continue." Hecate shifted her attention back to the princess with a smug smile on her face. "You heard her." "No, you should really stop," Princess Ramona said. "If you don't, I'll scream. This is the temple of the Tidebringer. Something like this isn't allowed." Joanne lifted her head from the bed and shared a knowing glance with Hecate. A moment later, the princess was dragged to the bed, stripped of her clothes by the two ladies who wanted to make her understand what she was missing. Soon, Princess Ramona lay limp on the bed, with Joanne hugging her from the side. "See, it feels good, doesn't it?" Joanne asked in a teasing tone. "This is my first time, and yet it felt so heavenly." "Why, yes." Princess Ramona, who wasn't able to scream earlier because Joanne covered her lips, was unable to resist Hecate's godly hands, which played with her body as if she were a musical instrument. "Okay, my turn," Joanne said. "Finish what you started." "Sure thing, my lady," Hecate replied, and made sure that Joanne also ended up just like the limp princess on the bed. When she finished giving the young lady a massage, Ethan's sister had already fallen asleep in Princess Ramona's embrace, so she covered her with a blanket. Hecate looked at the two sleeping girls before wiping the excess oil from her hands with a cloth. She then walked toward the window and glanced at the familiar scenery that could only be seen in the temple of the Tidebringer. It had been 4 days since they entered the painting of enlightenment. To their surprise, the reason why they felt that the town looked familiar was due to the fact that it was a town that belonged to the Magdar Kingdom. Joanne had visited the sleeping Willow town in the Magdar Kingdom when she was touring the lands with her brother, Princess Ramona, and Illumina. As for Hecate, well, she grew up in the Magdar Kingdom, so she naturally knew about the towns in it. After knowing where they were, Hecate proposed that they head toward the temple of the Tidebringer. Joanne, who had a special connection with that place, wholeheartedly agreed to her friend's proposal. However, when they arrived at the temple, she was pleasantly surprised to find Princess Ramona, who was currently 17 years old and was serving as the saintess of the temple. Joanne, who longed to be reunited with her best friend, had a tearful reunion with the princess. Hecate, on the other hand, simply watched from the side, allowing Joanne to heal her heartbreak of losing her best friend. She knew that this wasn't real, but she just let it be. As long as Joanne was happy, she would accompany her in this sweet dream, which had the possibility of offering them enlightenment. Suddenly, from within the horizon, storm clouds started to brew, the sight of which made Hecate frown. During the past few days, the weather had been clear and warm. Although storms were a natural occurrence in the lands of Alastair, the storm in the distance was making her skin crawl for some reason. Soon, the storm clouds reached the temple. Thunder boomed in the heavens as lightning streaked across the sky. Due to how loud it was, Joanne and Princess Ramona, who were sleeping on the bed, suddenly woke up. "What's happening?" Joanne asked sleepily. "Is that your stomach rumbling, Ramona?" "Girl, even if I am hungry, my stomach will not growl that loud," Princess Ramona replied as she hastily put on her clothes. She had sensed that the storm was not natural, making her frown. Joanne, who had lost her sense of danger after spending happy days with Ramona, also picked up her clothes and put them on. The three ladies then stared outside of the window, observing the thunderstorm that came without warning. Suddenly, something caught their attention in the distance. Someone slowly rose up from the water, the wind making his long blue hair flutter wildly behind his back. "Bee brother," Joanne muttered in disbelief. "Did he come to pick us up?" "No," Hecate frowned. "That's not your brother." Joanne looked at Hecate in surprise. "He's not." Hecate shook her head firmly. However, Princess Ramona looked at the young man who was being carried by a wave toward the temple with eyes filled with happiness. "Ethan," Princess Ramona said before jumping out of the window. She summoned her staff and used it as a flying broom to fly toward the object of her affection with excitement. Just as the Tidebringer landed on the bridge connecting the sea to the temple, Princess Ramona was already running toward the young man with her hands spread wide. Without even caring about her position as the saintess or the princess of the kingdom, Ramona jumped into the Tidebringer's arms. The handsome young man smiled and caught her, hugging her close to him. Joanne looked at this scene with a smile. When they had been in the past, this kind of scene was what she had been trying to set up. Sadly, it wasn't meant to be. Her brother and Princess Ramona simply didn't belong to the same era. Hecate, on the other hand, looked at this scene with a frown. Although he looked like him and acted like him, the young man in the distance was making her feel as if the tribulation that stood in the way of their enlightenment had come. Suddenly, the young man looked in their direction and smiled at them. At the same time, Hecate felt a wave of power wash over her body, which she resisted with her will. Joanne, who had also been hit by the wave of power, remained standing in place as if she wasn't affected by it. A moment later, Ethan's sister moved closer to Hecate and held onto her arm. "What's wrong?" Hecate asked with concern. I know that he's not my real brother, just like the Ramona in this world isn't real," Joanne said, her voice wavering a bit. "But despite knowing that, I can't think of him as anyone else. This might be bad, Hecate. I think I'm starting to lose my concept of what is real and what is not." Hecate wrapped her arms around her friend's body and held her close. "Don't worry, I will protect you," Hecate replied. "I promise." Joanne replied before shifting her gaze to her best friend and her brother, who were waving in their direction with smiles on their faces. "Joanne, why did you come here without telling me?" Ethan asked her sister, who was currently seated beside Hecate on the couch. "It's a good thing that Hecate is with you. That makes me feel a lot better." Joanne didn't reply and simply looked at her brother with a conflicted look on her face. She wasn't lying when she told Hecate that she had entered a stage where she was finding it increasingly difficult to determine which was real and which was not. If she even relaxed her mind for a bit, she believed that she might even forget about the fact that they didn't belong in this world and that they only entered it through a painting. Hecate, who believed that the painting of enlightenment was specifically targeting Joanne, understood the mechanics of this world a bit. In order to gain enlightenment, the person must fully immerse himself in the world and not think of it as an alternate reality. Only when they had become part of the world would they get a chance at enlightenment, which was a gamble for them. This was also the reason why Fortis Dud allowed the two of them to enter the world of the painting at the same time. It was extremely rare for two people to have enlightenment at the same time, so he deemed that Joanne or Hecate would be safe as long as there was someone who would wake them up from their daydreams. As a backup plan, they had also informed the headmaster about it. After 2 weeks, if the two still hadn't gone out of the painting, they would go in to take them back to reality. "What's wrong, Joanne?" Princess Ramona asked in a teasing tone. "Why did you suddenly turn meek? Where was the playfulness you had an hour ago?" "Playfulness?" Ethan arched an eyebrow. "Did the two of you have fun or something?" Princess Ramona blushed because she didn't dare say the embarrassing experience that she had an hour ago. How could she tell her beloved that his sister and her friend had mercilessly and shamelessly had their way with her chaste body? Let's not talk about it right now, Princess Ramona said. Why did you and Joanne suddenly return? I thought that I would not be seeing the two of you again. Well, things happened, Ethan answered before shifting his gaze to Hecate. Hecate was feeling mischievous, and Joanne decided to join her mischief. One thing led to another, and here we are. Princess Ramona smiled. Well, I don't really know what happened, but I am very happy that both of you came to see me again. I miss the two of you terribly. Who do you miss more? Ethan asked in a teasing tone. Me or Joanne? Of course, I miss Joanne more, Princess Ramona replied while averting her gaze. Why would I miss someone like you, who just plays with the heart of women? Ethan smiled bitterly, believing he wasn't someone who played with the hearts of women. Princess Ramona pouted as she gazed at the young man's face. Well, how long are you planning to stay this time? I can't really say, Ethan replied. It really depends on how long my sister intends to stay here. Princess Ramona glanced at her best friend, which made Joanne heave a sigh. We'll only be staying for a few days, Joanne stated. So let's create wonderful memories together, Ramona. A sad expression briefly flashed on Princess Ramona's face before disappearing the next second. Yes, Princess Ramona nodded. Let's create wonderful memories together that will last a lifetime. The four of them then had a private dinner together. Ethan told Princess Ramona about his recent adventures in the real world, including his marriage with Lily, which surprised Joanne very much. Every detail of the wedding was described as she remembered it. I wish I had been there to give the two of you my blessings. Princess Ramona closed her eyes. Although she did her best to hide it, the sadness she was feeling could be seen through her body language. Ramona, I also hope you find happiness, Ethan said softly. You are a wonderful lady. You deserve to be happy. Brother is right, you know, Joanne commented after seeing how sad her friend was becoming. You will definitely find someone who will love you very much. Thank you both, Princess Ramona replied. I don't think I will truly be happy in this lifetime, so perhaps the next one will make me truly happy. Hecate, who was listening silently to the conversation, calmly sipped her tea before giving the princess a sidelong glance. Ethan, who noticed Hecate's expression, decided to say something to Princess Ramona, which the princess didn't know about. In the future, Hecate will become a saintess of this temple, Ethan said. What? Princess Ramona stood up from the couch and looked at Hecate in disbelief. You'll be a future saintess in the temple. Why didn't you tell me? Senior Ethan, you're a very mean person. Hecate smiled bitterly. I planned to keep this a secret from Princess Ramona, and yet you exposed my identity without batting an eye. Hecate never called Ethan Senior Ethan in real life. She either called him Sir Ethan or just Ethan. Knowing that the Ethan in front of her wasn't real, she refused to address him the way she did to the real one. I'm sorry, but I believe that Ramona will be happy knowing that her legacy will carry on in the future, Ethan replied. I hope it didn't offend you. Well, you didn't offend me, Hecate stated. But everyone has their secrets. I hope that Senior Ethan will not expose my other secrets to the Saintess. My bad, Ethan nodded. I promise I won't say anything else. After saying those words, Ethan asked Ramona about the things that happened to her after they left the Magdar Kingdom. Princess Ramona then started to tell her story, half ranting and half complaining about the hardships she encountered along the way. Joanne, who also didn't ask her best friend about what happened to her, listened closely to her story. Through it all, Hecate remained silent and silently observed the handsome young man who was holding Princess Ramona's hand firmly as she told them about her life story. Although Hecate was expecting it, it happened sooner than she thought. The day after Joanne woke up, she was no longer awkward in front of Ethan and treated him like how she treated her real brother. Fortunately, the Ethan in the world of the painting truly acted like the one in the real world. If not for the fact that Hecate had kept her memories and knew that he wasn't real, she might have also acted like Joanne, and interacted with the Tidebringer more naturally. This trial is meant for Joanne, Hecate thought as she watched the young lady play the harp for Princess Ramona and Ethan. I'll just prepare myself for any unexpected variables that might arise. When Ethan returned from the painting, Hecate sensed that he had changed. His aura was stronger, and he had learned many things. However, he also changed a bit, especially when it came to his interactions with his best friend, Nicole. As someone who was paying attention to him, Hecate had noticed that the young man would consciously do his best to not get close to Nicole physically, unless he was helping her with her condition. The rare blush on his face was a sight to see, because very few instances could still elicit such a reaction from the young man, and Hecate treasured such memories. "Brother, let's go on a picnic like we always did," Joanne proposed after she finished playing the harp. "Last time, we went together with Illumina, but this time we have Hecate with us, so it will be fun." "Sounds like a plan," Ethan replied before glancing at Princess Ramona. "Are you free today?" "I listened to the Tidebringer's will," Princess Ramona said in a teasing tone before bowing her head playfully. Ethan lightly flicked her forehead, making Joanne giggle. "Such a sinful man," Hecate thought. "If you were only that proactive in the past then." As she was thinking these thoughts, Ethan suddenly looked towards the sea with a frown on his face. It took a while, but Hecate felt it too. Something sinister and powerful was approaching them from the sea. "Stay here," Ethan said as he walked towards the balcony to take a better look. Hecate ignored his words and followed behind him. Since she went, Joanne and Princess Ramona also went to see what was happening. Then they saw it. A dark cloud that looked like it was made up of a swarm of black flying creatures was headed in their direction. Hecate could feel a threat coming from that swarm, causing her to pull on her mithril gauntlets in preparation for battle. Seeing her reaction, Joanne summoned her wand, while Princess Ramona summoned her staff. Ethan's trident was already in his hand, which was a sign that he was ready for battle. "Good tidings, everyone," a cheerful voice, devoid of malice, reached everyone's ears. "I didn't come here to fight." When the swarm came closer, they noticed that it was a swarm of bats, and they gathered dozens of meters away from the balcony facing the sea. When all the bats merged together, a devilishly handsome young man with short blonde hair and blue eyes bowed in greeting. "You are the Tidebringer, I presume?" the handsome young man asked. "Who's asking?" Ethan asked back. "Ah, my apologies," the handsome young man replied. "My name is Godfrey. I hail from the lands of the Milesians in the beautiful city of Cashel. I have heard that a beautiful saintess lived here in the lands of Alaster, and I was hoping to have a chat with her." Godfrey glanced at the three ladies and smiled faintly. "Well, it seems that the Temple of the Tidebringer isn't short on beautiful ladies," Godfrey commented. "And their bloodlines are all exceptional as well, especially you, young miss with the blue hair. Are you perhaps the Tidebringer's sister?" Joanne didn't answer and simply stared at the young man, who was looking at her with great curiosity. The young man chuckled before shifting his gaze to Hecate. A few seconds later, he arched an eyebrow in surprise. "Interesting, a half-elf with a few blood droplets of a divine," Godfrey commented. "Another exceptional lady. Looks like my long trip here wasn't in vain." Ethan moved to block Godfrey's gaze, shielding his sister and Hecate behind him. "State your business," Ethan said. "I'm sorry, sometimes I get carried away and forget the important things," Godfrey replied. "I come here to form an alliance with the lands of Alaster, but that is only my secondary objective. The truth is, I came here looking for a wife, so that our two kingdoms will form a powerful connection. And it seems that there are two candidates right here. How about it, girls? Do you want to become my wives? I promise to treat both of you with love and respect until the end of time." Before Joanne and Hecate could even reply to Godfrey's question, Ethan answered for them. "They're not interested," Ethan replied. Suddenly, dark clouds formed in the sky, covering the sun. Thunder and lightning roared in the heavens, matching Ethan's current mood. "Oh dear, I see that you are an overprotective big brother." Godfrey nodded in understanding. "Seeing you protect your sister this much just shows how much you love and care for her. I can understand your feelings because I, too, have a sister. If someone were to just come and declare that they wanted to marry her, I would definitely start throwing hands to clobber them." Godfrey's voice was very pleasant to the ears and carried a charm of its own. However, Hecate was certain that the young man wasn't using a charm spell on them. Still, she believed that those with lesser willpower would be easily influenced by his words, leaving them smitten with him. Tension hung in the air, and just a spark would start things in motion. However, Godfrey had raised his hands in a form of surrender, and he didn't look armed in the slightest. This was also why Ethan was hesitating to attack him, because, from all angles, the devilishly handsome young man had no intention of fighting. "Can't we talk like civilized people?" Godfrey inquired. "I am willing to listen to demands and conditions. As long as I am able to do them, I will do them without fail so that this alliance will become a reality." "I said we're not interested," Ethan declared. "Ha, Tilda," Godfrey sighed before nodding his head in understanding. "I suppose you need time to digest my proposal. Very well, I will leave peacefully today and return tomorrow before sunset. By then, I hope that you are more open to a discussion." Without even waiting for Ethan's reply, Godfrey's body transformed into countless bats and flew towards the city of the Magdar Kingdom. Ethan's eyes glowed faintly with power, as if hesitating if he should obliterate the swarm of bats or let them go peacefully. In the end, he chose not to attack because he understood that Godfrey wasn't a pushover. Hecate knew this too, which was that she had a serious expression on her face. "A demigod," Hecate thought. "It seems that this trial of enlightenment will not end without a fight." Hecate was prepared for anything, but she wasn't expecting a demigod to appear. What was worse was that she knew that this demigod was a vampire lord. A vampire lord, who would only appear 200 years after the Temple of the Tidebringer was founded in the lands of Alastair. At least that was what was written in the records in the temple, during a time before she had been born. That night, Ethan asked the three girls to sleep together in the same room, while he stood guard beside them. A vampire's strength increased during the night, so there was a possibility that Godfrey would return for a night visit, once he was at the peak of his strength. Joanne and Princess Ramona couldn't sleep, because the two of them were feeling anxious. Hecate, however, slept like a baby. She wasn't the least bit worried that Godfrey would attack them at night. Although he might be their enemy, he was known as a demigod that always kept his word. If he said that he would return before sunset the next day, he would return at that time without fail. Also, even if she was asleep, her senses were at their highest state. At the smallest sign of trouble, she would immediately wake up and be ready to fight. The hours passed in silence, but around 3 o'clock, Hecate slowly opened her eyes because she sensed something that was coming from the young lady who was sleeping beside her. Joanne seemed to be dreaming about something. If it was just an ordinary dream, she wouldn't be too concerned, but something didn't feel right. The young lady started to pant for breath, and Hecate could see the beads of sweat glistening on Joanne's forehead. "No, I don't want to stop," Joanne said as she squirmed on the bed. "I'm scared, I'm not ready for this." Then it happened. Right in front of Hecate, 2 small horns grew out of Joanne's head, making her eyes widen in shock. She hastily propped her friend from the bed, holding her close to her. To her surprise, Princess Ramona and Ethan were both sleeping peacefully without a care in the world. They weren't even reacting to Joanne's gasps and whimpers, as her body slowly transformed into something that Hecate was seeing for the first time in her life. Bat-like wings grew out of Joanne's back, tearing the nightgown that she was wearing. A moment later, a spade-like tail swayed from her behind, making her body shudder. Slowly but surely, Joanne opened her eyes. Her beautiful blue eyes that looked similar to a clear sky were nowhere to be seen. A pair of beautiful and charming purple eyes met Hecate's gaze. "Hey, Hecate." Joanne asked in a daze, as her eyes glowed faintly with power. "It's me," Hecate replied. "Are you all right? Does it hurt anywhere?" Joanne, who seemed to be in a trance, said something. "He's coming," Joanne said softly. "Run." After saying these words, Ethan, who had been sleeping earlier, opened his eyes and summoned his trident. "So much for coming back at sunset," Ethan said coldly, as a lightning bolt shot out of his trident, targeting the window of the room. The sound of a wall being blasted apart reverberated in the quiet night. "My apologies. Your sister's charm is simply too much. Even if I try to resist it, I am unable to hold myself back." Godfrey appeared outside the window, hovering in the air. "It seems that she has awakened," Godfrey commented. "The poor thing, she must be very hungry right now. Fortunately, I am here. I can solve this problem without fail." "Go to hell," Ethan said coldly, as he flew towards the vampire lord and engaged him in combat. Loud explosions spread in the quiet night as the Tidebringer fought against the demigod, whose power was still a mystery to him. Princess Ramona, who had been sleeping peacefully, was jolted awake after Ethan blasted the wall of her room open. But just as she was about to help Ethan, Joanne suddenly wrapped her hands around the princess' neck, preventing her from getting off the bed. "Ramona, I love you," Joanne said as she kissed the princess' right cheek. "I love you too, but we need to help your brother." Princess Ramona, who was looking at the battle in the distance, failed to notice the changes in her best friend's appearance. But a soft, delicate hand touched her right cheek, which caused the princess to turn to look at her best friend. Joanne," Princess Ramona, who finally saw the changes to her best friend's body, gasped in shock. Joanne's nightdress was barely clinging to her body, as she looked at her best friend with a smile. The tail coming out of her backside slightly waved from left to right, as he pushed the princess on the bed, pinning her down. "And now is not the time for this, Joanne," Princess Ramona, who could tell that something was wrong with her best friend, said anxiously. "We need to help your brother fight that monster." "He's not my brother," Joanne replied before planting a kiss on the princess' left cheek. "You're so cute, Ramona. I love you." "What's gotten into you?" Princess Ramona was now very tempted to push Joanne away, but it only took a few seconds for her to realize that the younger girl was stronger than her. "Let me go. I need to." The princess was unable to finish whatever she was going to say next, because she felt as if her strength was leaving her body. "You're so cute, Ramona," Joanne said softly as she kissed her best friend's cheek a third time. Hecate, who was watching this scene, didn't know if she should laugh or shake her head helplessly, because Joanne was clearly not in the right state of mind. "She's awakened her succubus blood," Hecate thought. Godfrey's appearance must have forced her blood to awaken due to the danger he presented. Vampires were undead, while succubi were demons. At times they were allies, but more often than not, they were enemies. Ethan also had demon blood in his veins, but his other bloodlines were able to suppress it. Joanne, on the other hand, had the bloodline of humans from her father's side of the family. Because of this, she was more susceptible to the demon bloodline in her veins, which led to her awakening. Suddenly, something came flying and hit the wall the head of the bed rested against, and smashed through it. "Well then, now that the third wheel is down for the count, how about you girls and I have a little fun?" Godfrey asked as he entered the room with a devilish smile on his face. "How about I start with you first? That succubus blood is sublime, but yours is divine. I will enjoy you first and have those two girls for dessert. How does that sound, How about you talk to my fist first?" Hecate asked back as her mithril gauntlets were covered in golden flames, matching the color of her eyes. She refused to let the vampire lord take away something precious to her, which she had already promised to another. The demigod, Godfrey, wasn't well known because he lived in seclusion and mystery. He operated by sending his underlings to handle everything, but even these underlings didn't know his real identity. All they knew was that he loved exceptional and beautiful women with powerful bloodlines. None of them questioned his tastes, for they only needed to follow his command. because by doing so, they would gain a fraction of his power. Through his blood, his believers gained superhuman strength, as well as other powers he was capable of bestowing. But the power they were granted didn't come from him. It came from his father, who was in another plane of existence. Conceived from the union of a vampire progenitor and a mortal princess, Godfrey was born. Unlike other vampires, he had the ability to walk safely under the sun and wield his powers as he saw fit. He was raised with love and care by his mortal mother and was taught to be respectful to ladies. Godfrey followed his mother's teachings and made sure to respect and love ladies as much as possible. Due to his handsome looks and strong charisma, there was no shortage of women throwing themselves into his embrace or crawling into his bed. Unfortunately, he still had vampire blood running in his veins, so his craving for blood had been part of his life. He only drank the blood of women, but never killed them. He would love and cherish them until they reached their late 20s, before returning them to their homes. In order to make them forget their love for him, he would wipe their memories of him so that they would be able to live the rest of their lives in peace and quiet. In Godfrey's eyes, that was his act of mercy. So he was always on the lookout for other women to love and to spend a decade with. And right now, he had set his sights on the 3 ladies in the Magdar kingdom. The most exceptional of them was currently facing him in battle, and he couldn't help but smile because she had surpassed his expectations. "You are truly an exceptional lady," Godfrey said. "Are you perhaps saving yourself for the Tidebringer? Forget about that chap. As you can see, he is no match against me. He can't protect you." Hecate gave the fallen Tidebringer a sidelong glance before taking another fighting stance. She was currently fighting Godfrey dozens of meters above the ground. The young lady was wearing winged sandals, allowing her to gain a foothold in the air. It was an artifact that she possessed, but had never used in battle, at least, not yet. "Are you sure you want to continue?" Godfrey arched an eyebrow. "We have been fighting for a few minutes, so you must already know it, right? You are no match for me." Hecate agreed with Godfrey. She was indeed not a match for him. "But I can make him feel a world of pain if my seal is released," Hecate thought. Although releasing her seal might indeed make her strong enough to beat the crap out of Godfrey, it would only last half an hour at most. After half an hour, her situation would once again return to what it was. Godfrey was a demigod, and even in her unsealed state, it would still be very difficult for her to kill him, which was why she was hesitating. If she failed, she would enter a lethargic state that would leave her even more vulnerable and unable to resist whatever the vampire lord planned to do with her. But as Hecate was considering her options, a gust of wind blew past her, and a second later, Joanne hovered beside her. The young lady with long blue hair had discarded her nightgown and was now wearing a very provocative suit that showed too much skin. Even Godfrey couldn't help but smile, liking what he was seeing. Using the power of darkness, Joanne had conjured something similar to a 2-piece sportswear for girls, exposing her belly button. In the past, Joanne would be too embarrassed to show her belly button to others. But now, her concept of shame had been reduced to the bare minimum due to her succubus trait manifesting in full. "Where's Ramona?" Hecate asked. "Unconscious on the bed, sleeping with a satisfied look on her face," Joanne replied playfully. "She won't be waking up anytime soon." "Did you have a lot of fun with her?" Hecate inquired in an amused tone. "She's delicious," Joanne answered with a mischievous smile on her face. "I'm sure she'll be so embarrassed once she remembers everything in the morning." Godfrey listened to the girls' chat with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. He didn't initiate any attacks and allowed the girls to talk freely. "I'm also very delicious, you know," Godfrey commented. "Of course, I'm sure you are very delicious as well." "Hey." "I'll pass," Joanne replied. "You might be handsome, but you're not my type." "So what is your type?" Godfrey asked. "Someone kind, strong, and loving like my brother," Joanne replied in a heartbeat. "I don't like men who treat ladies like trophies." "Then I'll change my ways," Godfrey smiled. I'll even let you ride on top if you want to." "Not interested," Joanne smiled. "I like being dominated, you know." "Now you're talking," Godfrey chuckled. "I'll make sure you enjoy every minute of it." Joanne smirked before giving Hecate a sidelong glance. "Can you kill this guy?" Joanne asked. "I can try," Hecate answered, "but if I fail, we're dead." "I'd rather die than have this guy embrace me," Joanne commented. Although her tone was still playful, it held a firmness that couldn't be denied. "You girls want to resist me till the very end," Godfrey sighed. "Fine. Since I am the one in the wrong this time, let's just fight. You will understand that I'm way better than any man you've ever met." "Ready when you are, Hecate." Joanne summoned a ball of darkness in her hand. Hecate took a deep and long breath as she closed her eyes. A few seconds later, a powerful aura exploded from her body, which made Godfrey's expression turn solemn. "Destiny's first seal, unlocked," Hecate stated before suddenly disappearing from where she hovered. A second later, Godfrey was sent crashing to the ground as a delicate fist connected with his chest, making the vampire lord feel a stinging pain in his chest that made him realize that he could no longer hold back against his opponents. A fierce battle unfolded across the skis of the Magdar kingdom. Those who were on the ground could only see flashes of light in the distance, followed by rumbling explosions similar to the roar of thunder. If earlier, Godfrey was still taking things easy, now, he could no longer afford to hold back against the two girls who were dead set on eliminating him. Godfrey knew that if he wasn't a demigod, he would have died 3 times over because of Hecate's and Joanne's deadly combination. The girl covered in flames was extremely strong and fast. She hit a lot harder than he expected as well. However, the blue-haired succubus was nothing to scoff at either. Using the power of darkness, Joanne made sure that the vampire lord couldn't escape Hecate's direct blows, causing him immense pain. But the more he was getting beaten up, the more Godfrey's interest in the two girls grew. Although his body was hurting, his extremely fast regeneration ability allowed him to recover from the injuries that were caused by the blows raining down on him. Also, he could feel it. Hecate wouldn't be able to keep her current form, so he chose to use a defensive strategy, focusing on protecting his vital parts. It was a battle of attrition, and Godfrey was confident that he would be the one coming out on top. As the battle reached a critical stage, Godfrey saw an opportunity and unleashed a counterattack, catching Hecate by surprise. Because of this, he managed to land a blow on the side of her body, sending her spiraling to the ground. Joanne raised her hand and created a dome of darkness that mitigated Hecate's fall, preventing her from suffering serious injuries as she crashed into the ground. Since the main attacker of their duo was out of commission, Joanne resorted to long-range attacks in order to keep the vampire lord at bay. However, since the damage that she could dish out wasn't as overwhelming as Hecate's, the vampire lord decided to tank it and flew straight in her direction without bothering to dodge. Godfrey was faster than Joanne, so it only took a few seconds before he closed the gap between them and dealt her a blow. Joanne was prepared and created a shield of darkness, but Godfrey's punch shattered her barrier. Although the attack was mitigated, the blow still landed on her abdomen, which made her cry out in pain as she was sent flying backward. However, before he could push his advantage, Hecate blocked his path and counterattacked, forcing him to back away. The standoff lasted for a minute before Joanne returned to Hecate's side, with blood streaming from the corner of her lips. "Let's end this," Joanne said, knowing that both of them wouldn't be able to put up any more resistance once Hecate lost her burst of strength. "Okay," Hecate nodded. Channeling all of her strength in her right fist, the young lady planned to go for an all-out attack. Joanne pressed her palms on Hecate's back, passing her power to her to ensure that her attack would be able to finish off their opponent. Seeing what the two girls were doing, Godfrey decided to also create his strongest barrier. He could tell that his opponents were already on their last legs, so if he survived their attack, he would finally win this battle. Time seemed to stand completely still for a few seconds before Hecate lunged towards Godfrey like a golden comet in the sky. The vampire lord roared as he met the young lady's attack with his barrier. A brilliant light flashed across the sky, dispelling the darkness of the night for a brief moment before a numbing silence spread in the surroundings. Joanne was holding a weakened Hecate in her arms, but there was no time for her to check on her condition. Hecate was also not paying close attention to her body because her gaze was focused on the smoking crater on the ground. When a gust of wind blew the dust cloud away, they saw Godfrey on the ground with the right side of his body blown apart. However, instead of feeling relieved, the expressions of both girls became grim because they could see that the vampire lord's body was slowly regenerating. Godfrey's pained expression was proof that he suffered an extremely serious injury, but it was not enough to kill him. Joanne slowly descended on the ground as she supported her friend's body. Just like Hecate, she no longer had the strength to continue fighting. Several minutes passed, but the two of them were already too exhausted to do anything. Finally, 20 minutes later, they heard the sound of footsteps headed in their direction. Godfrey walked towards them with a victorious smile on his face. He no longer looked as dashing as he had been earlier, but he didn't care. The only important thing was that he won, and now, these two ladies no longer had the strength to resist him. He would first feast on their blood, sapping away the remainder of their strength. After that, he would finally claim his prize and make them understand the pleasure of becoming his woman. "Although you've hurt me, I will not do the same to the two of you," Godfrey said, drunk on the feeling of his victory. "Aren't I a gentleman?" Hecate and Joanne didn't bother to reply and tried to stand up. Even if they died, they would not allow the vampire lord to do as he pleased with their bodies. Seeing their futile struggle, a hearty chuckle escaped Godfrey's lips. He then reached out to grab Hecate's arm so that he could lift her up and feast on her blood. But just as he was about to claim his prize, a hand grabbed his wrist, preventing him from touching the saintess. Joanne's and Hecate's eyes widened in shock when Ethan suddenly stepped out of the darkness and grabbed Godfrey's hand. The reason why they looked surprised was not because the Ethan standing before them and the Ethan that they had spent a few days with were not the same person. A sob escaped Joanne's lips because she now knew that everything was going to be fine. "Both of you did well," Ethan said as his grip on Godfrey's wrist strengthened, making the sound of bones cracking reach their ears. "I'll take over from here." Ethan had arrived just as the battle started. However, the world of the painting prevented him from interfering because two Ethans couldn't exist at the same time inside the world. But Ethan wasn't someone who would just stand by and watch as his sister and friend fought against the same vampire lord, whom he wanted to find in Midgard. Because of this, he used whatever strength he could to annihilate the Ethan of the world of the painting as fast as possible. Fortunately, he was able to do it before Godfrey could further hurt the two girls, whom he had come to save in the painting of enlightenment. "Who are you?" Godfrey asked because the Tidebringer in front of him was very different from the Tidebringer he fought earlier. "I am your worst nightmare," Ethan replied as he punched Godfrey's face, sending blood and teeth flying out of his devilishly handsome face. Hecate smiled faintly before her strength finally left her. She fainted in Joanne's arms, but she fainted knowing that everything would be all right. After all, the young man whom she had traveled far to see had finally come to save her once more. The sound of fists hitting flesh reverberated in the night. In Ethan's life, there had only been a few times when he felt genuine anger, and right now was one of them. Seeing Joanne and Hecate in their weakened state made him feel like killing someone. And since the cause of their weakened state was present, he was enjoying the use of his bare fists to vent out his frustrations. Ethan could tell at a glance that Godfrey could still endure his blows to a certain extent, despite the vampire lord being a spent candle. It seemed that, while Hecate's final attack failed to kill him, despite it being imbued with a divinity that had the power to seal the ability of others, the demigod was suffering from its effects. just like Ethan could absorb the powers of witches with a kiss, regeneration was a natural trait Godfrey was born with, so it couldn't be sealed. Right now, he wasn't dying, but the only thing the demigod could do was receive Ethan's punches. "Ha, you can't kill me," Godfrey said as he slowly propped himself up from the ground. "You won't be able to handle the consequences of killing me." The vampire lord glared at the young man, who was slowly walking in his direction. Thick, crumbling sounds reverberated in the surroundings as Ethan walked over the ground. The overwhelming pressure and aura that his body was releasing made the ground beneath his feet crack and break. "Consequences?" Ethan sneered as he approached the vampire lord, who was doing his best to stand properly. "What consequences?" "My father is the vampire progenitor, Vlad," Godfrey answered with pride. "He won't let you kill me." "I see," Ethan replied. "Let's put that theory to the test." Ethan raised his hand and summoned Ariadpair. The flaming spear burned brightly in Ethan's hand, making those who looked at it from afar think that it was a miniature sun. "Go for the slaughter," Ethan said as he pulled back his arm, ready to throw the flaming spear in his hands. Ariadpair. The flaming spear roared to life and shot toward Godfrey like a blazing comet. The vampire lord, who no longer had the strength to do anything, was instantly vaporized by Ariadpair, leaving nothing behind. "The real Godfrey wouldn't die that easily, Ethan's other half commented. "Outside the world of the painting, the progenitors will not allow their scions to die so easily. When you face Godfrey in the same situation in the future, he will likely have something from his father that will prevent Ariadpair from killing him completely. Also, he is definitely stronger in real life. You've become stronger as you accumulated more experience over the years, and Godfrey is the same. He has been around for hundreds of years and grows stronger every time he absorbs the blood of powerful women. If you plan to face him, you need to be at your peak condition." Ethan nodded in agreement. He regretted the fact that he wasn't able to arrive earlier, so he could have fought Godfrey when he was still in good condition. If he had done so, perhaps he could have seen some of his abilities, as well as created an effective strategy for when he faced the real one in Midgard. The vampire lord he fought no longer had the strength to defend himself, so the battle had been one-sided. "I don't think Ethan can do this mission alone," Sebastian commented. "It will take at least a week to reach Midgard from the Shire continent. After that, he will still need to travel to the lands of the Milesians to find the city of Cashel. He needs a witch who can supply him with magic. He still has the 2 orbs of moon magic that Luna placed in his heart, but that should be saved for emergencies." Ethan's other half nodded. "You're right. A proper plan is needed to fight Godfrey in real life." Ethan remained silent as he listened to the discussion going on inside his head. He had confirmed that Godfrey was really dead, and no traces of him remained in the surroundings. The young man had already made up his mind to deal with Godfrey. He wouldn't allow him to get his hands on Hecate, whom the vampire lord was keen to capture because of her powerful bloodline and the secret she possessed. When he returned to the temple, he found Hecate and Joanne lying on the bed in the saintess room. Although the walls were destroyed, the bed was left intact. Princess Ramona deemed that it was best to let them rest on the bed rather than on the ground. But the two of them were not asleep. In fact, both of them made each other promise that if Ethan were to be defeated by Godfrey, they would kill each other by stabbing their hearts. Even though it was a bit extreme to do this, they would not allow someone to violate them, whether they were in the world of the painting or in real life. Also, they roughly guessed that instead of dying, they would be ejected from the world of the painting if they did that. Suddenly, both girls opened their eyes, surprising Princess Ramona, who was watching over them. "Is he back?" Princess Ramona asked as he held her staff, ready to attack whoever was coming in their direction. "Brother is back," Joanne replied in order to calm down the princess, who was already preparing to unleash her strongest spell. Hecate also sighed in relief. There was no mistake that the presence she was feeling belonged to the real Ethan, not the fake one created by the world of the painting. Half a minute later, Ethan flew through the destroyed wall and landed beside the bed to look at the two girls lying on it. "How are you girls feeling?" Ethan asked. "Does it hurt anywhere?" "Brother, I'm hurting all over," Joanne replied in a pitiful tone. "Did you avenge me?" "Yes," Ethan replied. "The vampire lord is dead." "Good riddance," Joanne sighed. "If I see him in real life, I will." "You should run away," Hecate said seriously. "Godfrey isn't someone you can defeat even at your full strength. Only Professor Reinhardt, Professor Barrett, and Ethan can deal with him." "That's exactly what I was going to say," Joanne pouted. "I don't plan to fight that pervert. My blood is too good for him to drink." Ethan chuckled. If his sister could argue like this, it meant that she was fine. "Both of you did well, especially you, Hecate," Ethan said as he sat on the bed. "But I have some bad news for you." "Bad news?" Hecate frowned. Ethan nodded. "This incident with the ravens, Godfrey has a connection to it. After extracting the memories of the cult of the Blood Fangs, we found out that they are here to look for information about the Stone of Destiny, as well as information about a saintess who is currently in Brynhildr Academy. The only saintess I know is you, so it is highly possible that they are targeting you. They also want to know about your secret." Ethan wanted to say that it was a secret about reincarnation, but he couldn't ask her directly because Joanne and Princess Ramona were still in the room. Also, everyone had their secrets, so he was hesitant to ask Hecate about the secrets she possessed. Sebastian and his other half assumed that she was the reincarnation of the progenitor of magic, Hecate, who introduced the gift of magic to the world. But knowing it was a sensitive topic, he decided to leave it be for now. "By the way, how did you know that we were inside the painting, brother?" Joanne asked after she finished drinking her fruit juice. They had just finished breakfast and were currently in the garden of the Temple of the Tidebringer. "Professor Reinhardt told me about it when I came to see him," Ethan replied. "After that, I rushed over to enter the painting, but when I arrived, you guys were already fighting against Godfrey." "Good thing you arrived in time," Princess Ramona said as she patted her chest. "Things would have ended differently if you weren't there." In the world of the painting, the princess whom Ethan hadn't seen in a long while was now 17 years old. She had grown taller, more beautiful, and last but not the least, more developed since the last time he saw her. At first, Ethan didn't recognize her right away, but after taking a good long look at her, he realized that she was indeed the princess whom he had left behind in the lands of Alastair. Truth be told, Ethan didn't know how to interact with the princess. Even though he knew that she wasn't real, Princess Ramona was very special to him, so he couldn't help but feel a bit happy because he was able to see a much older version of her. According to the history books, Princess Ramona went on a journey after stepping down from her position as saintess when she was 18 years old. She was never seen or heard from again, which was something that made him and Joanne worry because they didn't know what became of her. The princess beside him was all grown up, and truth be told, this was something that Ethan wished to see. And now, seeing the person who had confessed to him back in the lands of Alastair, the young man felt a slight ache in his heart because he wasn't there when she needed him the most. "By the way, Ramona, do you have any future plans?" Ethan asked. "Like, do you wish to step down from your position as saintess and go anywhere?" The princess' hand, which was holding her teacup, trembled for a brief moment before returning to normal. Ethan and Joanne didn't miss this subtle reaction, which made them believe that they were on to something. "Why would I do that, Sir Ethan?" Princess Ramona stuttered. "I am happy to be the saintess of the Order of the Tidebringer." "But are you truly happy?" Joanne asked. "You told me a day ago that you want to push down my brother on the bed, kiss him all over, and do HMPPHHH. What are you talking about, Joanne?" Princess Ramona almost shouted as she covered the younger girl's lips with her hands. Don't listen to her, Sir Ethan. This girl is just talking nonsense. I didn't say anything like that." "Calm down, Ramona," Ethan replied. "Joanne is just teasing you like always." Hecate, who was listening on the side, smirked as she put down her teacup on the table. "Is it really just nonsense?" Hecate asked in a teasing tone. "Are you sure that you don't want to do the things that Joanne said earlier?" "You two are bullying me," Princess Ramona complained. "Don't let your dreams be dreams," Hecate stated. "While Sir Ethan is here, you should take the opportunity to do it." "Why you?" Princess Ramona's face turned beet red as she lost her composure. Ethan, who couldn't bear to see her being bullied by the two girls, decided to put an end to their teasing. "Okay, that's enough," Ethan said. "Give Ramona a break." Joanne and Hecate exchanged a knowing glance and smiled at the same time. "Brother, why don't you and Ramona go out on a date today?" Joanne proposed. "Since both of you are free and you haven't seen each other for a long time, why not enjoy the moment?" "That's right," Hecate nodded as she gazed at the princess with a serious expression on her face. "Don't let your wet dreams remain as dreams." "Girl, can you stop?" Princess Ramona, whose face had turned a shade redder, glared at Hecate, which made the latter giggle. They were still in the world of the painting, because Joanne's enlightenment wasn't over. It had been quite some time since she had transformed into her succubus form, but she was still having a hard time controlling her newfound powers. She could hide her wings at will, but her horns and tail remained present on her body. Since they didn't want to cause a scene in the academy, Ethan decided that it would be best to let his sister finish her enlightenment first. He was certain that if Joanne attended classes and walked the hallways of the academy with her horns and tail sticking out of her body, things would get very complicated. Also, Fortis, Dud, and Lyle, who were waiting for him in the forbidden section of the library, warned him that if he forced Joanne and Hecate out of the painting before the enlightenment process was done, there was a chance that the painting would be destroyed. Since the painting of enlightenment was a very powerful tool, it would be a waste to destroy it. Not only did it allow people to awaken the powers lying dormant in their bodies, but it also provided them with useful information that would help them after leaving the painting. What made it even more priceless was its power to simulate a world where the one who entered could get information about possible foes, events, and circumstances that were bound to experience in the future, in advance. Godfrey's appearance was a sign that there was a high chance of Joanne or Hecate meeting him in real life, which strengthened Ethan's resolve to find him in Midgard before that happened. The two girls had lost against him, which meant that they currently had no chance to win against the vampire lord if they met in real life. Ramona, who was fidgeting and giving Ethan sidelong glances, could feel her cheeks burning from embarrassment. However, to her surprise, Ethan held her hand and said the words that she wanted to hear. "Then, since you're not busy, let's go on a date," Ethan said with a smile. He and the princess had gone out on dates back in the Magdar Kingdom, as per her request before he and his sister returned to their own timeline. Ethan also felt that going out on a date with the princess would allow them to give closure to the unrequited love that she had for him. Even if it was just in the world, inside the painting. "I'll go prepare right away." Princess Ramona hastily left the garden to dress up for her date with Ethan. Hecate watched her go with a smile on her face. And yet, within the depths of her eyes, a tinge of pity, regret, and sadness emerged for a brief moment before returning to normal. Standing on a cliff overlooking the sea, Princess Ramona hummed a happy tune. Looking at her, she looked very carefree, as if she had no worries at all in the world. As the princess of the Magdar Kingdom and saintess of the Order of the Tidebringer, she had everything that any lady would wish to have. The wind blew softly, swaying her long hair a bit. Her eyes were closed, and there was a serene look on her face, which made her look ethereal. When Ethan first met her, she was just a child no more than 12 years old. She had told him that she loved him, but he politely told her that they weren't meant to be. His rejection was not only because she was young, but also because they didn't live in the same timeline. It was indeed a relationship that wasn't meant to be. Even if Ethan agreed and promised to wait for her to grow up, they were not just separated by distance, but time and space itself as well. It was a relationship that was doomed to fail, and heartbreak was their only choice. Despite that, the princess didn't stop loving him. There were many suitors who approached her and her family, bearing gifts and promises of happiness. And yet, she knew that her happiness lay elsewhere. No amount of gold, nor jewels could fill the emptiness inside her heart. Only his touch, his embrace, and kisses could fill her up with happiness and make her the happiest girl in the world. And because of this, she made a decision. Regardless of the price, regardless of the sacrifice, and regardless of who stood in her way, she would find a way to meet him, even if she was no longer the same person that he remembered. As the princess looked at the first stars that appeared in the sky, she heard the sound of footsteps behind her. "You sure went out of your way to invite me to this offbeat place," Hecate said, "but I have to admit, the view is good." The sun had just set, and the heavens were painted with purple and orange. The first stars of the night twinkled at the two teenage girls, who were the same age. Both of them were 17, and both of them were now facing each other with smiles on their faces. "You look at me with pity and sadness, but I can't help but find it amusing," Princess Ramona said as she beckoned for Hecate to come closer to her. "Am I a truly tragic princess in your eyes?" "Do you want an honest answer?" Hecate asked back. "Yes, I want an honest answer." "Yes, you are a very pitiful girl." Instead of being offended, the smile on Princess Ramona's face only widened. "True," Princess Ramona nodded. "I am a very pitiful girl. The person I love doesn't exist in the same era I live in. It wasn't because I was born too early or because he was born too late. We were simply not meant to be, at least, that was what fate decreed back then." Hecate brushed aside the hair that covered her eyes due to the wind and tucked it behind her ears. "Why did you ask me to come here?" Hecate inquired. "Surely you have better things to do, like preparing for your date with Ethan tomorrow. According to what I know, Ethan is really weak to beautiful girls. If you push him down and shower him with kisses, you can definitely get away with creating beautiful memories with him." Princess Ramona giggled. "That's indeed very tempting, but I have a more tempting offer. How about you switch places with me?" Hecate blinked her eyes once then twice because she felt that she misheard the princess in front of her. "What did you say again? Can you please repeat it?" "Switch places with me," Princess Ramona replied. "By doing so, you will be able to push him down, shower him with kisses, and create beautiful memories with him." "And why would I do that?" Hecate asked in confusion. "Shouldn't you use this opportunity since it's a once-in-a-lifetime chance?" Princess Ramona shook her head before heaving a sigh. "It's worse than I thought," Princess Ramona said. "You've forgotten a lot of things." "Excuse me," Hecate frowned. Princess Ramona made a gesture for Hecate to come closer, so the latter obliged. The two were now standing only a meter away from each other. Both could see each other's faces and the expressions they were making. This was why Hecate was confused, because the princess was looking at her with sadness and pity. For some reason, she believed that it was the same expressions that she had when she looked at the princess, whenever she was with Ethan. A moment of silence descended upon the two girls, with the wind blowing past their bodies, making their hair and clothes flutter in the wind. The first one to break the silence was none other than the princess, who moved a step closer to hold Hecate's hand. "Hecate, what was the first thing on your mind when you opened your eyes for the first time?" Princess Ramona asked. "Think carefully before you answer. This is a serious question." Hecate frowned, but decided to answer the princess' question honestly. "When you say the moment I first opened my eyes, are you talking about the moment I was born?" Hecate inquired. Princess Ramona nodded. "Yes. How can I remember something like that? It has been 17 years since then." "Well then, shall I help you remember?" Princess Ramona lightly poked Hecate's forehead with her finger, making Hecate's eyes gloss over as if she had entered a trance. Memories of her past swirled inside her head until she returned to the time when she became aware of the world around her. "I want to see you. I want to be with you." Those were the first two thoughts that had appeared inside her head when she was born. Hecate was a special existence. She wasn't birthed by an elf or a human. She was born from the seed of the world tree. But since her soul wasn't that of an elf, but a human, she was born as a half-elf. Also, when she was born in her current body. She didn't start as a baby. It was a birth that broke many laws. Her birth was taboo, which was why the world decided to punish her for going against the natural cycle of life and death. Every time she used her power, the elementals of the world would appear to end her life, which would allow her to return to the proper cycle, just as it was meant to be. As Hecate remembered the first thoughts she had when she regained her consciousness, she looked at the princess in front of her, who was looking back at her with the same pitiful and sad gaze that she had earlier. Who are you?" Hecate asked. "A wish made out of love," Princess Ramona replied. "A wish of what-ifs and might-have-beens. A wish that transcended time and space. A wish that finally reached you." "I don't understand." Hecate shook her head. "Isn't it Joanne who should have enlightenment, not me?" "Who said that only one person can reach enlightenment in this world?" Princess Ramona asked in a teasing tone. "So, tell me, oh, noble yet pitiful soul, who sacrificed so much to make a miracle happen. Are you ready for your enlightenment?" The princess, words echoed inside Hecate's head, making her feel as if the gears inside of her head were starting to turn. "Wait, I don't understand," Hecate said. "Why are you doing this? Why are you making me feel confused?" Princess Ramona smiled faintly before looking at the sea. "When you were born, the one who took care of you for the first year of your life was Queen Elyon of the Mangrove Forest. She was the ruler of the Griffin Court," Princess Ramona said softly. "She taught you how to read and write, but all her teachings all came natural to you as if you already knew how to do them. Arts, sciences, manners, etiquettes, you mastered them all in a span of a year, surprising everyone else except her. After all, she believed that it was only a natural thing to happen because you were special." Princess Ramona raised her finger and tapped the stars in the sky, as if rearranging them to suit her needs. The stars obeyed and moved, forming an aurora borealis made from starlight, and it showed Hecate's past. "In your second year, the fish appeared to look at your current condition," Princess Ramona giggled, as if finding her storytelling quite funny. "She taught you how to wield the magic that you could wield, and forbade you to use any other magic aside from strengthening magic. Perhaps feeling that she was your rival over something, you decided to defy her and used other magic spells. This resulted in the appearance of elder elementals, which almost destroyed the elven forest. Fortunately, the fish was there to deal with it, so the damage was minimal. Since then, you have paid more attention to controlling your powers and learning martial arts." The projection in the sky showed Hecate fighting against the fish in close combat, which ended with her being defeated countless times. Because of that, her sense of rivalry against the fish grew by the day. "In your third year, the fish gave you 5 books to read," Princess Ramona continued. "It didn't take long before you realized that the books that you were reading were diaries. They weren't diaries of different people. No, they were diaries of the first saintess of the Order of the Tidebringer." Princess Ramona smiled faintly. "They were mine," Princess Ramona said softly. "You've read them and learned about my love, happiness, sadness, worries, and heartaches. You often think, this princess sure is pitiful. As you read the stories over and over again, you start to feel something that you've never felt before." Princess Ramona turned around to look at Hecate's beautiful face, which was still turned to watch the aurora in the sky. "I want to see you," Princess Ramona said. "I want to be with you." Those thoughts once again returned to your head, because you felt pity for the princess, because you felt that you wanted to continue her story. You decided to become the saintess of the Order of the Tidebringer. Princess Ramona waved, and the scene on the sky changed to show Ramona's official ceremony to become the saintess of the Tidebringer. As the years passed, the desire inside your heart to travel to distant shores strengthened, Princess Ramona stated. However, the fish always told you that the time wasn't right. There were times when you tried to go to the Shire continent on your own, but every time you tried, the shadow rats would stop you and bring you back to the temple. They were your most annoying but extremely loyal supporters. In the end, they pleaded for you to wait for the right time, so you no longer tried to escape on your own. The fish even threatened you that if you escaped one more time, she would take you under the sea and imprison you by force. Knowing that the fish didn't make jokes lightly, you decided to obey and spent your days pinning for the young man whom Princess Ramona loved so much. There were times when you said to yourself that you would complete her story. 17 years later, here we are. Princess Ramona closed her eyes as she continued to speak. I will stand by the Tidebringer and remind him of the princess who loved him across time and space. You thought that perhaps, by doing so, he would also come to love you and treat you the same way as the princess, right? Hecate stared at the princess, who still had a sad expression on her face. Then, are you saying that what I'm doing is wrong? Hecate asked. Are you saying that I don't deserve to be by his side? Is it bad that I fell in love with him through someone else's love? Is it bad because I loved him after reading Princess Ramona's diaries? Hecate, who was always calm, was starting to feel strong emotions rising inside her chest. Yes, she fell in love with Ethan even before she met him. All because of the strong emotions written in Princess Ramona's diaries, including her plan to meet with the progenitor of magic to find a way for her to realize her wish. She could still remember the last entry in the princess diary. Today is the day I fight against destiny. The progenitor agreed, but there was a condition. If Ethan doesn't manage to guess my true identity when my new self reaches the age of 18, I will turn into sea. The words were blurred as if a teardrop had fallen onto the ink, making it scatter across the page. Even so, Hecate felt the raw emotion that the princess had put into her writing. Hope, fear, desperation, and resignation. She didn't know what happened after that because there were no more entries written in the diary. Maybe she failed. That was what Hecate thought at that time. She was paying close attention to news about Brynhildr Academy and the teenage boy named Ethan. And yet, there was no sign that Princess Ramona managed to meet with him. That was when she decided. She would see him in her place. She would love him in her place. And once he returned her love, she believed that it would put the princess, soul to rest, wherever she may be. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Princess Ramona said. Switch places with me and realize the wish that brought you to this place. Once again, I ask you, are you ready for your enlightenment? Princess Ramona extended her hand and waited for Hecate to take it. Hecate bit her lip before raising her hand and placing it on the princess' palm. The princess smiled and drew her close to her, whispering something in her ear. Tomorrow at midnight, things will return to how they were, Princess Ramona whispered. Whether you reach him or not will all be up to you. After whispering those words, Princess Ramona cupped Hecate's face and kissed her lips. A moment later, she took a step back and opened her eyes slowly. The first thing she saw was Hecate, who was standing in front of her with a smile. You, how? Princess Ramona asked in a daze, but soon her world spun, making her lose consciousness. Hecate hurriedly caught her and held her gently. Fate is not an easy opponent to play against, Hecate said softly. So use this chance and use it well. This is all I can do for you. Without another word, Hecate lifted Princess Ramona in a princess carry before taking her back to the temple. And as she walked towards her destination, she couldn't help but mutter the words the princess once said before taking that leap of faith. The tears we cried yesterday will definitely not be wasted, Hecate muttered. A future filled with happiness is just beyond that door. I will open it without fail, so wait for me. I'm coming for you, Ethan. Hecate glanced at the unconscious princess in her arms before vanishing into the night. She knew that the moment the princess opened her eyes, her dance with destiny would finally take place.